Howdy, howdy, Night City. How are you all doing, chooms? This is a video for fans of Cyberpunk 2077 and Edgerunners, and I have over 600 details, missable items, missable quests, secrets, references, you name it, for you to enjoy. If you're new to my channel, you're very welcome. I'm Tez. I'm an old gamer. I like RPGs, action adventures, long walks on the beach. But anything with a really good, strong narrative, story-driven games, all that kind of thing. And making videos about them, that's pretty much all you need to know. Thank you very much for clicking and taking a chance on this video. For everyone else who knows me already, how you doing? You're gonna love this. It's a long video, it's over 6 hours. I've broken it up into easily consumable chapters for your viewing pleasure. You can watch a chunk and then go away and maybe come back another time and watch another chunk. Now, it goes without saying, this isn't every single Easter egg, reference, or hidden thing in the game. It's just a heck of a lot of them. I guarantee you there's at least one thing in this, there better be at least one thing in this you didn't know about. If you enjoyed this video, I'll ask now, because it's pretty long, please consider dropping a like. Hey, did you see the way the like button got a little rainbow around it? YouTube Easter egg. And if you like my delivery, my voice, my sense of humor, whatever, well then you might want to subscribe to keep notified of future videos, because I post quite a few. It goes without saying that there are tons and tons of spoilers in this. If you don't want anything spoiled, this isn't the video for you. Move along, nothing to see here. Otherwise, without further ado, let us get stuck in. Firstly, we know how good at foreshadowing CD Projekt Red are, and I had no idea just how good and blatant they could be about it without us noticing. Some of us unobservant types. Check out the back of your Thornton here. This sticker look familiar?
We headed out?
Once out of nature, I shall never take my bodily form from any natural thing, but such a form as Grecian goldsmiths make.
So, we headed out?
Or set upon a golden bough to sing.
That's so cool. So there you go. We've been warned by the sticker at the very start. Now, you might not have noticed this, but when you get into the elevator for the first time, and you're heading up to your apartment, there's a TV show, a chat show on, and they happen to be talking about some tech. Had no idea when I first played this, but yeah, this is the relic they're talking about. It's nice to sit and listen to the TV sometimes. There's some great foreshadowing in things, and in conversations. It's great. So this is one that I absolutely had no idea about. Now, it's always been a bit of a question for me whether or not Dex intended to double cross us, whether or not we failed the heist. And, you know, whilst this isn't necessarily a clue towards that, it feeds into my conspiracy of what the game developers' intentions were. If we take a close look at T-Bug's sneakers here, they actually have Delta V on them. We got a Delta V? Yeah, it's like a forewarning. Maybe it was a subconscious choice from the developers to name those shoes that, or, you know, maybe not. Oh, I only spotted this when I was getting some other footage. When you're getting out of the car after having come back from the disastrous heist mission, you just have a look here. Now, this isn't a unique sign in the game, you see it in other places, but its placement here has got to be intentional. It's foreshadowing things to come. Very clever, very subtle hints. As you go up, the first time you play, you do as you're told, more or less. Well, at least I did. But after that, whenever you're doing another playthrough, you're like, nah, I'm not washing my face, I'm not going in. So most of you have done that, will have seen this. But if you haven't and you just go into the bathroom anyway, if you stay out there, you can actually see what Dex is up to, and he's booking himself a flight. And if you refuse to do as he tells you, they don't pull any punches.
Shuttle I booked. Today. No, can't wait till dawn. One seat. I'll pay the premium. Spaceport Terminal 4. Got it. V, get yourself cleaned up. You're a mess.
Who you calling? Evelyn Parker?
Docs. Old tune from my time in transport and logistics. It's all you need to know. Now get that blood off your face. All right, then.
So what's the plan?
Suit yourself.
Is T-Bug actually dead or not? There have been a couple of times where people have claimed to have found her body, but it turns out it's just another netrunner in a tub of ice, and there's usually evidence to offset, like the one in this garage here. Well, if you go back into the shop in Kabuki Market up the top there, the one where you go first for the gift, when you talk to her, you can actually ask her what happened to T-Bug, and she explains where she went.
To hit Arasaka. They found the body in her pad. Nervous system fried. You know what that feels like?
So all we have to go on is what she tells us and what we hear during the heist, which is T-Bug screaming, right? Did T-Bug throw us under the bus, or did she simply see that everything was going south and disconnect herself and get out of there? If we look at this early trailer where V returns from the heist mission, we'll notice something. When V comes out of the bathroom, T-Bug is there. So if this was the original concept for this whole scene, and I absolutely love this scene, I especially like that even though the hustle gets the drop on V actually fights back. He gets a bit of inspiration. He doesn't just go down. Like, he isn't just taken down really easily with one punch and then dealt with by Dex. He actually puts up a good bloody fight. And what does T-Bug do? She helps Dex fight V. She tries to hack you. So it looks like the original intention was that she was more with Dex than she was with you. You know, I do feel like perhaps she was using you. And if their original intention was for her to be part of kind of Dex's double cross, then it strikes me that that might still be who she was. Maybe she was that duplicitous person. So yeah, what do you think? Let me know in the comments down below. Am I barking mad? So, have you ever wondered what actually happened to Takamura if you don't get involved with anything to do with Arasaka and leave him to his own devices with regards the main endings? Well, if you do that and you do the Cure ending or the Tower ending, this is what happens. I think it's fascinating because it's a bit of a role reversal and it shows how integral you are as a character. He's nothing without you.
When you disappeared, I and Hanako-sama confronted Yorinobu, his allies. We tried to capture Arasaka Tower.
So Takamura and Hanako tried to take on Yorinobu, but without V, I'm guessing they, they just didn't have the secret sauce.
We could not. They were strong. Hanako-sama is dead. I am called her murderer. I have been hiding for 2 years.
The irony.
My life is now the trash heap where I found you. I wish for you to know this. You are very strong medicine, V.
And did you know, like with Pisces and like with Panam's Quest as well, you can actually decide not to get involved after a certain point here. If you get into this conversation with Reed and Myers at this point here, you actually hit a point where you can opt to not take part in the quest and just do the Dogtown stuff and avoid the main quest line that is Phantom Liberty.
Something real wonky about this. I'm out.
Now listen close, V. I'm only gonna say this once. Songbird promised you help with the relic. Now I will use any and all NUS assets to fulfill that promise. Consider it my contribution to your deal. Walk out of here, and the deal's null and void. Understood?
Not a bluff, V.
I don't actually know what consequences this brings yet because I couldn't take myself to do it. There's so much in that quest line that I want to do and retry, but there will come a point when I will do a playthrough where I know how to that and see what happens, if anything. But for now, yeah, it's just interesting that it's there. A lot of people level that there's no consequences to your actions, or it's the illusion of choice in this game, but there are so many times where your choices do impact things. You can actually refuse to take part in quests, you can make decisions that will cut off your quests, you can interact with smaller quests that have implications and give you additional dialogue in larger, more main quests. So there is so much choice in this game. It takes multiple playthroughs to actually see, but yeah, no, there's a lot there.
You.
Got a good memory for faces, Oda.
Oda. So we fight him during Play It Safe, and we have an option to spare him or finish him off. And if you do spare him and, stay your hand, he actually joins you for the Arasaka ending, the same way that if you save Takamura, he also joins you in the ending.
80, Hanako-sama.
Very well. It will have to do. Now come.
I'm sorry, Oda.
No,
Brought this on yourself, too.
no, you didn't have to.
You're all pro gamers, right? So you know what to do. Did you ever wonder what happens if you mess up with Hansen? Did you try it for fun? If not, here you go. As we know, Emmerich doesn't like to drink.
But it's a custom my friends in Siberia taught me to love.
Symbolic. To your help.
I thought you didn't drink.
I do not. But I understand the importance of ritual. It would be rude to reject Siberian hospitality.
There's no talking your way out of this one, V.
Did you really expect I'd be fooled so easily? A regrettable miscalculation.
Oh, that's rough. There we go. Now, as we know, you can turn down Myers here and you can basically say, no, thanks, but no thanks. I've gotten into Dogtown now. I'm not interested. But if you don't want to see Myers at all and you're fed up of having to see her face or hear her voice or do that quest and you just want to get into Dogtown, when you come down the chute and Songbird's telling you to go and rescue Myers, you can just run off for a little bit and it doesn't take much, but yeah, check it out.
Right. I'll be in touch. Godspeed, B. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Get to the crash site now! Fucking motherfucking fuck! What? Congrats, B. You just killed Rosalind Myers and fucked the NUSA.
Get a grip. Tried my best to help.
Trying doesn't cut it, B.
Sure she's dead? I mean, really sure.
I'm sure. Pray we don't meet again, and I mean ever.
There you go. That ends the main story of Phantom Liberty, and yeah, all the main characters vanish. And you can do the gigs and stuff. You can play around in Dogtown. You can meet Mr. Hands, get involved that way. Oh, this one's horrible. The Flaming Crotch guy, played by a YouTuber, Jesse Cox. If you refuse his request, it's like he just gives up. If you accept the quest, it can take you 5 minutes to drive there and he's fine. If you refuse the quest, he instantly kind of just goes, shit, and just stops trying to fight it, I guess. What happens is pretty horrendous. I'll let you check it out yourself. But yeah, it's pretty immediate and pretty horrendous. I'm sorry, but yeah, it has an element of humor. And that's a lot down to his performance in it, which is done really well. But anyway.
Quit screaming in my ear.
I want to talk about my favorite and possibly all of the Matrix references. Welcome to Rivendell in Cyberpunk. So to start with, do you remember this scene where Neo sees a glitch in the Matrix and everyone's like, what the fuck?
Oh, deja vu. Nothing, just had a little deja vu.
Well, in the end, when you're going into Mikoshi, you actually get to see this glitch happen for yourself within the context of Cyberpunk. So let's just watch that now. Ah, nice warm bath in Mikoshi coolant. What is that? I doubt it's just water. Okay, so once we come out of the lift just here, we're gonna notice something on the stairs. Nibbles! Okay, it's not a black cat, but it's using the only cat asset in the game. There he is. And as we go up again, we see another cat. But wait a minute. Is that... Oh no, it's Nibbles again. It's a glitch in the Matrix, just like in the movie. There you go. This is a really cool one. It's almost scene for scene. It's an advert for clothing. And it's directly taken from We Need
Guns. Lots of guns.
We Need Guns. Lots of guns. So that's pretty cool. A reoccurring theme, which you've no doubt noticed, is the red pill, blue pill motif. It's even in the nightclub scene during Chipping In. They replicate it with Morpheus's stand-in holding the options out for you.
You take the red pill. You stay in Wonderland.
Johnny takes a different approach, of course. Now, do you remember this scene in the very first movie at the start where Morpheus is trying to help Neo escape the agents?
Thomas Anderson?
Yeah, that's me. Hello?
Hello, Neo. Do you know who this is?
Morpheus.
This has also been referred to in the game with a hidden gem Easter egg. Don't know if you remember, but in the movie, Neo gets so far and he drops his phone and yeah, he gets the shits and he goes back inside to be captured by the agents. The Anderson in our game is called John Anderson as opposed to Thomas Anderson, and yeah, it wasn't his phone that fell. So let's check that out. It's just up here. You'll know these key Keanu Reeves moment Easter eggs because he'll appear and he'll kind of go, oh shit.
Oh, fuck.
There's a Shinobi shard and archive conversation between John Anderson and Orpheus. Now feel free to pause the video here and have a read of this yourself if you want, but basically it's the same thing. Orpheus is warning John Anderson that they're coming for him and he asks who, and he just says get up and take a look. It's exactly like the movie, and as you can see there, he wants you to take a right out of your cubicle, don't look back, and eventually he wants him to go out of the window. John Anderson dutifully obliges, and despite being afraid of heights, he goes out on the ledge anyway. Trust me, Neo, it's the only way. There's a few other little bits and pieces to loot there, nothing too spectacular. A hard hat, which might have actually been useful to him, but there you go. Now, this is a more recent one. It was added in Phantom Liberty, and you just have to follow this path here. You don't actually have to start on the pyramid, I'm just being me. And if we look around here, you've got this area with a table with a red pill and a blue pill, although they're both red and blue at the same time. 2 chairs and a TV. Now, I didn't actually get this at first, but yeah, it's clearly an Easter egg that is supposed to relate to this scene in the movie.
It exists now only as part of a neural interactive simulation.
Pretty cool. And look, even which guitar to pick. Red guitar, blue guitar. Which one did you pick? We also have the matrix effect on the lampposts here. It's pretty cool. And this perk here reminds me of Trinity, so pretty cool, I thought. I love these little kind of nods. Now this is a whole cluster of Easter eggs in one. If you check out all the poses in photo mode, you'll see that there's lots and lots of like referential Easter eggs to things in pop culture, and there's loads of stuff in there. Go and have a root through and see if there's any that you recognize. Do any of you remember this scene from Predator?
Dylan! You son of a bitch.
Of course you do. There's so many gifs about it. All at once, one of my favorite scenes from Predator, but also one that makes me feel most inadequate. But anyway, they've actually captured this in game. I've only just spotted it. Hey Dylan, check it out. That is so cool. I mean, yeah, it's just a handshake, right? But come on, we know.
What's the matter? The CIA got you pushing too many pencils?
No, but I'm on the keyboard quite a lot. Thanks for asking.
I'm scared, Pancho.
Bullshit. You ain't afraid of no man.
There's something out there waiting for us. And it ain't no man. We're all gonna die.
Only my UK viewers of a certain age are going to get that reference. Never mind. There is a Predator Easter egg. You can find it here during the Killing Moon mission, just on the roof near the orbital air entrance here. I'll just show you.
One big-ass, lusciously green roof, huh?
Humongous, sure. Now get through the gate.
That's brilliant. Totally worth it. Brilliant.
Mommy, I saw a
Okay, so this iconic scene has been replicated in Night City. Da 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 da. Sorry. And it's awesomely done. So let's just take a look together. I'll show you where it is on the map. It's right here in Santo Domingo. Arroyo. So there's the big truck that the T-1000 is driving. And we have two bodies on the floor, so this one didn't quite go as... We have a trashed bike, that would have been John Connor's bike. And we have a robot. Look at that shotgun as well. Now this is slightly different because this is supposedly the Terminator itself, so it's like an alternate outcome. You've got the darker speed square glasses and €936. I don't know if that's referring to anything particular. So if we look at this archived conversation, it's from Arnold Blake and Tex. Interestingly enough, I'm approaching the storm drain. See a boy speeding away on a motorcycle? I do. That's Jimmy Connor. His mother really wants us to keep him alive. I understood. Got eyes on the attacker yet? I do. A man wearing an NPC uniform in a truck. He's not NCPD, so watch out. Son of a bitch has SIG blockers. You need to get closer, so listen up. Awaiting instructions. Aye. Hey, doing? In 100 yards, veer left off the road, then head down the footpath. I'm in the channel. Perfect, what's the sitch? Closing in on the target now. Sit that kid on your bike and get the fuck out of there. Understood. Firing on the attacker. Is he down? Enemy hit but not neutralized. He has undergone advanced cyborgification. I'm under heavy fire. Report? Report! Dum-dum-dum-dum-dum. Dum-dum-dum-dum-dum. And just another Terminator reference. Do you remember this bit? Of course you remember this bit from the start where you're being attacked by Arasaka goons, assassins. That's got to be inspired by Terminator also. Check out this scene from Terminator 2. I thought Robert Patrick was fantastic as the T-1000. Okay, so next up we have one that will be less well known, but something that action aficionados will probably be well aware of, and that's Oldboy. So I'm not going to go into too much detail about this movie because this is one of those movies, it's way better going in with zero expectations, just knowing it's, say, an action movie, not knowing anything about the plot, I think is the best way. This isn't a plot spoiler, this is just based on a specific scene in the movie. There's a famous action sequence where he fights with a hammer and it's in a very narrow corridor. It's a brutal scene, it's very well done and it's iconic. You'll know it, it's on YouTube, right? And that's replicated here, pretty faithful. There's even a knife stuck in his back, just like in the movie. And the weapon he happens to have is a hammer, also just like in the movie. Now, the conversation between John Dalton and Evergreen, I'm not going to read it out to you because I think it kind of does give away a bit of the plot of the movie. So it doesn't spoil the ending, but, you know, you can pause it if you want to watch it. Otherwise, I'm just going to skip past it now. This is another awesome action hero, John McClane in the Die Hard movies. There's a couple of references to him in this. This one in particular would be one of my favorites. Just if you go up on top of Dino's bar here and you head over this way, You can see a bunch of dead people here. I see dead people. And one of them, it's unclear which one, is John McBain. And he's talking to Holly Gennaro, and he's crawling around in vents, or at least one of them is crawling around in vents. There's a lot of crawling around in vents goes on in the Die Hard movies, but there you go. Calling him McBain is a bit of a strange choice, considering that's Arnold Schwarzenegger's character from The Simpsons. But anyway, McBain is more of an archetype. It's spelled differently, yeah, but McBain is more of an archetype of the 80s action hero. You know, Stallone, Schwarzenegger, and Willis being the big three of the time in the late 80s and early 90s. So next up we have a Mad Max reference. Specifically, Fury Road, starring Tom Hardy and Charlize Theron. There's an Easter egg here in the Biotechnica Flats, which is referring to Mad Max Fury Road. So this is the war rig, and you can see there's a lot of women, just like in the movie, and obviously Max is there on the floor. And Charlize's character is there. I'm going to switch to daytime just so you can see properly and see actually how accurate they got her face makeup. I think that's almost identical. But there you go, so that's her character, and even has a bit of a spray bottle there, carefully placed. As you know, they do that thing with the spray in the movie. So those kind of little details are awesome. And if you look at the archived conversation between Charlize Fury, instead of Charlize Theron or Furiosa, and Dakota Smith. The sons of bitches from Biotechnica are the people that are chasing them while they're trying to escape in the movie. Just obviously completely different type of people in this. She's trying to get all the women to safety, and Max is there in a pool of... Can't see this poster anymore without thinking of Tom Hardy. And speaking of Tom Hardy... Disclaimer, I've changed my mind about this, but I love the bit, so I'm leaving it in. This looks more like Frank from Death Race to me now. Just pretend I didn't say this and smile and nod. Okay, where was I? Oh yeah. Speaking of Tom Hardy, before he got his Max on, Mel did his thing. In the second movie, The Road Warrior, there is a character that is essentially Australia's answer to Jason on steroids. After taking style advice from Pulp Fiction's The Gimp. His name is Lord Humongous, and in the Iron Mask jumped out at me. But it was the phone number that clinched it, 35116. Specifically, the 351 part. Max's Pursuit Special, the last of the V8 interceptors with the non-functioning supercharger, was a 1973 Ford XB Falcon GT with a 351 cubic inch engine, 351. And as far as I know, this is a V8 with 2 valves per cylinder, so that's a 16 valve car. So 351 cubic inches, 16 valve, 35116. I welcome the petrol heads among me to pull me up on my details if I'm wrong, but if I'm right, yeah, that's what this is. This is a nod to the original Mad Max. It could always just be a thug in a hockey mask, but that number would be too much of an uncanny coincidence. And vehicular combat was Mad Max's thing. Believe it or not, this Sasha Devon poster that we see all over the place, the 3 mouths, 1 desire thing, how would that even work anyway? I can't find the footage now, but I remember one of the developers talking about how they wanted to kind of pay homage to Total Recall, and this was their way of doing it, I guess, in a roundabout way. If you don't know what I'm referring to, it's probably because you haven't seen the original Total Recall. Yeah, you'd have to check it out. You've probably guessed from the amount of times I've included Snipes' character from Demolition Man in my videos, I'm a fan of the movie, and always the BD wreaths in Cyberpunk have kind of reminded me of the headset thing that they put on in Demolition Man. Half of me wanted to include this just because of that, but it's not exactly uncommon. The other half of me just wanted to include Sylvester Stallone saying this.
The hunk of chunk?
Ew, disgusting. You mean fluid transfer?
Speaking of Demolition Man though, this one actually is a Demolition Man Easter egg. It's the 3 seashells.
Look, I don't know if you guys know it, but you're out of toilet paper.
Hideo Kojima. Yes, he is actually in the game. So yeah, he's just having a chat. It's on the quest, The Heist. When you go into the bar, it's optional to check out the hotel bar. Optional things are always worthwhile doing, because you never know what you're going to find. In this case, you find Hideo Kojima. Okay, so there is a place in Japantown Mega Building H8 just outside. There's no quest icon to start with, but you'll notice this spontaneous craving satisfaction machine. Brendan, he's chatting away to the maintenance guy, and yeah, pay attention to him. Nice little double Easter egg about this is that the voice actor is the same voice actor that plays the android Connor in Detroit Become Human. So it's kind of a double whammy with that one, which is pretty cool. And you go back to him repeatedly, and he has follow-up quests, I can see clearly now, and spray paint and things like that. And they all lead to a conclusion. Very, very worthwhile doing. Hits me in the feels every time. And I think what's super fun is his real-life spouse, Amelia Rose Blair, also an actor, plays Theo. So I think that's quite nice. She is also in Detroit Become Human as well, so that's pretty cool. And let's not forget, Lizzie Wizzy is played by Grimes, who performed songs from Phantom Liberty as well. Let's talk about Gary the Prophet, aka Ben Co-Carnage Castle, the streamer. And Gary the Prophet actually has a missable and very interesting quest that's very worthwhile doing. The Prophet's Song is a quest you get towards the end of the game, and it's definitely worth doing. Make sure you talk to Gary the Prophet 4 times on 4 separate occasions leading up in the first couple of acts in the game, and donate money to the cause, and also get to know the Aldo Caldo, so do some of the Aldo Caldo's quest. These all will lead to giving you the best outcome in this quest, and what happens, basically you'll be able to help him out, and that leads to a quest, and that quest has a nice little Easter egg in it. Now, this one is very interesting. I went back to check on Gary the Prophet to see if he was there again, or nope, he's still gone. I mean, in the end game, when you've finished his quest line, not that he's been gone from the start. He'll still be there from the start, and then once you've done his quest line, he'll be gone. But his friend was still there, the woman here with the plague. Talk.
You gonna wait till I finish what I have to say? Alpha Centauri agents kidnapped!
She completely vanishes. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. It's kind of funky. It's kind of cool. I think it might have been after 1.3, they added 3 new adverts. Basically, forgive me on these names, but they added Otojia, Anigia, and Otsuchi. And they've been featured in the Fiotsuki Electronics ads. There's 3 different ones. These 3 are basically very influential streamers in Japan. So, one of my favourite movies of all time, Fight Club, actually has a couple of references in Cyberpunk. The first one is just a song reference. The final Arasaka mission, Where Is My Mind, is named after a Pixies track, and it's the Pixies track that is used at the end sequence of Fight Club. And I think there's a lot of similarities between Tyler Durden and Jack, or Edward Norton's unnamed character in the movie. I think there's a lot of parallels there throughout the game, so I don't think it's all that was picked by chance. Now, the other one is a nice little Easter egg in Pacifica, just here, just next to the Grand Imperial Mall waypoint. If you jump up onto this roof here, you will find Edward Norton's character, Jack. Although in this game he's called Tom Norton. If you want to check it out, it's just here. The conversation is interesting if you know the context of Fight Club. It does seem like Michael Pitt is the controlling person that's telling Tom Norton what to do. I still don't know if it's been confirmed or not, but it's worth highlighting because, it's one of the ones that was spotted very early on, being that it's very early on in the game. There are 3 billboards in a row, and it's believed that this is a reference. Now, it could just be 3 billboards in a row, but it's believed that this is a reference to 3 billboards outside Ebbing, Missouri, which is an award-winning film directed by Martin McDonagh, starring Frances McDormand. Now, the billboards in that are all red, but it is what it is. It could be a reference to that. It's very possible, but anyway. Mercy is for the weak. That's a quote from, well, most notably anyway, Karate Kid. It's the kind of the mantra of Cobra Kai, and it's there on the wall. Oh, I love this one. Dawn of the Dead and Black Hawk Down combined into this awesome movie poster. I think this will be an amazing movie. This is a neat one as well, and it's one of the ones that appears in the loading screens when you're fast traveling. You jump over here like the... Oh. Basically, just while we're reloading there, it's a Militech attack chopper. Get to the chopper! There's a strength check to get in. I had 10 and was able to do it, so there is a nice amount of loot, clothes mainly. and what's going on with this chopper, what happened. And if we loot this box here, we have the flight log. So let's have a look. That was all she wrote. Just shows there's no love lost between Arasaka and Militech still, and there probably never will be. Next we have Brokeback Mountain. So just out in the Badlands here, you're going to find a little NCPD event where these guys have been wrongly targeted, and then the Militech bad guys involved try to cover it up, pin shit on them. These people have to be named after Jack and Ennis from Brokeback Mountain, but they're Jack and Dennis in this. I won't be swayed from my opinion on this, but I still think, although it looks kind of like a map, like a sat-nav maybe, but the Delamain logo really does look like the OCP logo from RoboCop.
Anyone? Anyone?
Just going to show you this one on top of here. This is from Martin Scorsese's The Departed, right up here. That's pretty cool too. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this bit of graffiti is
Godzilla, King of the Monsters! Incredible Titan of Terror!
Oh yeah, there was a bit where you get your face prosthetic, and it's kind of cool. I don't know if you noticed, but if you have a look in this vat before you go over to the chair, you can see your face. It'll be the face of your avatar specifically in there. That is the one they've been growing or creating to replace what they're removing from you. It's a bit like the scene from Face Off where you know what's happening, and I'm glad you can't see the surgery in third person, because I don't think I could have gotten through it. Just knowing what was happening was pretty tough. But yeah, afterwards when you have a look, it's empty, so they've replaced your face with an artificial one, which is kind of cool, but also feckin' disturbing. So it's kind of cool. And also, did you know if you do have anything up to 4 stars and you have the face changing technology, you can wipe out anything from 4 stars or below just by activating that implant.
I gotta go.
Code 0.
They instantly go and they lose track of you. You're a spy. You're just, you know, not unlike the very first Mission Impossible movie where they keep on changing faces all the time. Like Face Off Spy Edition. Hey, you may have noticed this one as well. In fact, I think everyone noticed this one. But in the cinematic, and wow, what a cinematic it was, with Idris Elba playing Solomon Reed on the train fighting with Arasaka goons. When he sat down on the chair, there are letters coming up behind him, letters and numbers, you know, the kind of things you see usually on a train telling you what station's coming up. At one point it comes up DJ, and we know Idris was a DJ, 007. And this is a spy thriller within the Cyberpunk universe. He is playing a spy, so it's very suited. Whether or not it's hinting that he might be changing his mind and he's going to, or he has secretly accepted the role for 007, we'll have to wait and see. Whilst looking for David's home, I came across this area here, just over the fence. If we walk around the back of this area, there is a basketball court, and somebody that came to a sticky end, I have to say. What a way to go. Oh my god. Now that's a slam dunk. Now you can actually get up there and loot him, and there is a shard. It's not entirely clear how he got up there, apart from the fact that the animals did it to him. So this Woody Feldman, who thinks he's obviously a bit of a gangster himself, tries to protect Alex Stevens, but I'm guessing it didn't quite work out as he planned. They made a pretzel out of this guy and they slam dunked his ass. Poor guy. Is it just me, or does this guy have a look at Woody Harrelson as well? I'm just seeing him everywhere now. It's like the whole Tom Hardy thing all over again, isn't it? Oh yeah, and before you leave the basketball court, don't forget to take a shot. If you have maximum reflexes, yeah, definitely worthwhile doing. Check it out, watch this.
Nice. Might not get your ass handed to you after all.
At the risk of sounding like the boy who cried wolf here, you're not going to believe me that there is a Dumb and Dumber reference in the game, because there absolutely is. And I'm going to show you right away. So basically, if you go here, you'll find these two characters lying worse for wears, as most Easter eggs are. Look at that. That could be their van. And yeah, something's gone horribly wrong. It looks like that's a suitcase next to them, but I think it's actually a welding machine on fire, but I don't know. But anyway, the only thing that's their clothes kind of have that kind of vibe, but look, check this out. The names of the characters are, drumroll, Lloyd Carey and Harry Bobble. Now, in Dumb and Dumber, it's Lloyd Christmas and Harry Dunn, and Jim Carrey is the character who plays Lloyd Christmas. It can't be a coincidence. So, Dumb and Dumber Easter egg.
I got a bad feeling about this.
I have a
bad feeling about this.
Damn it! Damn, that's such a great moment in the game. So did you know that you can actually save Takamura?
A good choice.
Look at Smasher there. So during this awesome quest, Search and Destroy, you fall through the floor and Johnny's imploring you to leave. That makes a lot of sense. There's a whole team of Arasaka goons smashing in through the wall, including Adam Smasher, as we saw just there. And it makes sense to run that Takamura is toast, but he's, although not compared to V as we find out in the tower ending, he's still a hard bastard and very capable, and he's worth saving. If you follow Johnny's route out, you won't ever know this. But there's two different ways you can go to actually save Takamura. You can just jump straight back up if you have the correct leg cyberware for it. Or if you go the opposite way and you go up the stairs, despite Johnny's protestations, you will actually be able to save him going that way as well. Both those times you'll be given a pop-up and an optional objective. But the really interesting thing about this quest is you don't get that optional objective unless you make motions to go back for Takamura in the first place. So it doesn't tell you about it unless you're naturally inclined to check it out and see if you can save him. So I thought that was pretty cool, and if you do this, you'll have him with you in the Arasaka ending, just like with Oda, and where you would otherwise have Hellman talking to you in the end, you'll have Takamura there. Don't forget to jack that like button if you enjoy this video. Okay, this one's actually pretty cool. You can actually visit the 7-Eleven that you get to see in the very first Brain Dance, the one where Judy is dialing you in and training you how to use it. So look, this is where the Brain Dance kicks off. This is where the two gonks are talking, or gangers, and this is where everything happens. You can see it's just located here. It's this food vendor on the corner. And if you go in, you can actually ask him why it stinks of chlorine in here. And we know why. But it's just funny to see his response.
Why do I smell chlorine?
Oh, you know, had to clean the floors recently. Few stains that wouldn't come out. No big deal. So, what will it be?
No big deal. Just had to clean the floors recently. There you go. So that was pretty cool. It's a nice little discoverable thing, you know, continuity. I love it. Before the heist, if you don't go straight away with Jackie, you can have a little mill around it, and look who you can see. You can see Panam chatting with Nash before you actually catch up with him and take his Widowmaker. So there they are having their chat before everything goes south. It's pretty cool. These little touches are beautiful. Like there's so much stuff that happens whether you see it or not. Multiple playthroughs really do serve you well. So just a very rapid rundown on how to get the secret ending. If you're not aware of the secret ending, you've got one extra ending. You do it solo. It's actually a different path you take to get to the end point of it. You can choose the Temperance ending from this one, New Dawn Fades, or you can choose the Path of Glory ending from this one. In order to get this ending, you need to have completed a series of side jobs with Johnny before starting the final quest and meeting with Hanako, okay? The quests you need to do are Tapeworm, Chipping In, and Blistering Love. The correct dialogue you need at the end of Chipping In when you're in the oil fields with Johnny goes as follows. Firstly, select Let's Do Something About That. That inscribes Johnny's initials when prompted to do so. The next one is The Guy Who Saved My Life.
The guy who saved my life.
Then, Nah, fuck that up too. Then you want to pick What Do You Want From Me? Then, Okay, but as second chances go, this is your last. Next one, and this is the one where I made a mistake, is you've got to say you were a real dick in the beginning. I didn't do that because I didn't think that was a good thing to say to him, but no, that's required. Then you got to say, when you said you let down your friends, ... And then, yeah, I'll call Rogue. Once you get those done, it unlocks the secret ending. You know, it's completely worth doing, not just for the secret ending, but you get all of his items from this as well. Well, not all of his items, you get most of the key items. You get other bits from other gigs. So from doing these, you'll get his gun, you get his Porsche, and you get the replica samurai jacket, which you wouldn't get if you didn't do these quests anyway. So they're completely worth doing. They're good quests as well. And then to actually activate the secret ending, once you've done this, when you are talking to Misty on the balcony after talking to Hanako and heading back to Vix, you just wait for a little while. It takes somewhere between 3 and 5 minutes, depending on how fast the time moves in your area. But yeah, eventually Johnny will propose another option, and once you select that option, you got to be ready to roll. So I would suggest before going into this one, make sure you have all your gear equipped and ready to go before you actually get into the situation where you're having this conversation with Johnny, because it does drop you straight in at the deep end. You can actually order a Jackie Wells. So if you go down to the Afterlife and you go to the purchase menu from Claire, you can actually order a Jackie Wells. So a shot of vodka, lime juice, ginger beer, and most importantly, a splash of love. So yeah, that's cool. Oh, this is a really nice touch actually. Johnny now reads the intro for this skip to Phantom Liberty new game option.
So, Konpeki Plaza heist. Supposed to transform your life, wasn't it? Mark the beginning of the end instead, huh? Both the Emperor and a lowly Haywood pawn met their maker that day, while you got a relic to the brain, meaning that experimental Arasaka biochip. And who was on it? Enter yours truly, Johnny Silverhand. Fucking pleased to meet you.
This option actually has a number of interesting intentional glitches. My favorite one though is V getting Jackie's drink wrong. Check this out.
Chuma mine earned a spot on the menu here.
That chulo bowl with the bun? Yeah, well, sorry to hear.
Maybe mix up a shot of tequila, some grapefruit and high cola.
Yikes. No, I know what he'd want. Vodka on the rocks, lime juice, ginger beer, and most important, a splash of love.
That's him, all right.
I guess it's showing you that you've kind of skipped to a different part in a world, how your character will experience it differently having skipped a part of life or something. It's really interesting. There's lots of other little bits and pieces about that. The Bard probably has a few references in the game. And I bet there are more than a few things in our day-to-day language that we don't know are actually from the literary genius that is Shakespeare, but I think one that crops up quite a lot and is frequently quoted in different literature, most recently notable because it was included in Westworld quite prominently, is from Romeo and Juliet. These violent delights have violent ends. And that's from a scene where Romeo and Juliet are getting married. I believe it's Friar Lawrence, and the interpretation is that he's advising them of the dangers of pursuing passions. And in the Arasaka ending of Cyberpunk, Yorinobu quotes this.
Violent delights with violent ends.
And again, his intent is open for interpretation, but for me, I think he's referring to both him and V, who are two people passionately pursuing their goals and both heading for disaster because they're both blinded by their passions, which is going to lead to tragedy. Yorinobu is arguably the game's second protagonist. I've spoken before about this and his desires to bring down Saka and level the playing field, you know, pitting them against Militech and staging this hostile takeover. He is very anti-corp and could be considered one of the good guys, you know, putting patricide to one side for just a minute. His passion will bring a lot of pain and violence in the coup, and our passion as V, our single-minded desire to tear out Johnny Silverhand at the expense of all around us, not only failed, but it also hobbled Yorinobu's plans, and we were singularly responsible for enabling Hanako to reinstate Saburo, you know? And making him as stronger than ever, living out another 100, 150 years in his son's body. So, I mean, it's crazy. Like, the only outcome is tragedy because we're not seeing the bigger picture. But yeah, there's no doubt that Arasaka ending, like, the whole thing is a tragedy. That's one of the things that elevates Cyberpunk to such heights. It's not a happy ending, no matter what way you slice it. It's tragic, and it's a pretty grown-up narrative.
These violent delights have violent ends.
The only way I think you can draw some good from the Arasaka ending is maybe if you put V into Mikoshi yourself, you know, at the end when you get the choice, and spend eternity drinking digital sensons with Tamagotchi Jackie. Like, I don't know. But anyway. And also, at the end of this scene, when you're going into the lift with Helmut, if you look closely, you can actually see the exact moment Yorinobu gets slotted with his father's relic. And I totally missed this the first couple of times round, and it was only when someone pointed out to me.
Town is Arasaka pulling the bulk of its operations out of Night City. I imagine you might wish to hear the latest news. Turn on the radio.
And now, this week's scorching hot question, Yorinobu Arasaka, what happened? Joining us today, Masao Adams, author of Arasaka's biography, A Dragon Tamed. Glad to have you on the show.
It's a pleasure to be here, Stan.
An Arasaka spokesperson recently announced that Yorinobu has stepped down as CEO. True or big, fat baloney?
Well, Stan, we're talking about a man who once went into voluntary familial exile to join a nomad clan in direct conflict with his own father's agents. The idea that someone like him would remove themselves from the picture is just not plausible.
So you're suggesting he had help, but then to what end?
I think it's simple. Yorinobu deliberately tried to destroy Arasaka. His biography attests to that. Eventually, the board woke up and proceeded to excise this saboteur within.
Oh, fascinating theory. One all you listeners can read all about in Masao Adams' latest book, The Prodigal Phoenix.
There you go. Now, did you know you can fix the shower in the apartment in Dogtown? Did you even know they were broken? Well, they're broken, and you can fix them. If you go outside the main door, you'll see like a water pipe system that's been tampered with, and you can follow that through the piping system into the apartment where you can actually fix the pump easily enough. You don't need tech skills to do it. And yeah, get the shower working and have a shower there.
Okay. A little elbow grease. Oh, might actually get something out of this.
There you go. So up until recently when I was digging for stuff, I really didn't even know there was a shower there, but there you go. You can access it afterwards.
Yeah, you're a real looker. Now come on.
Now, do you remember when you defeated the Chimera and you get the option to pick up the Chimera Heart? Make sure you do. It's just on the floor next to the Chimera. You can't miss it. There's a quest icon for it. Pick up that Chimera Heart because you can do stuff with it. My favorite thing to do with it is just to put it in your apartment like this. And yeah, it's a nice ornament of your enemy's heart that you defeated. And that's pretty cool. Now, there's something cool you can do with it, though. You can use it to create one of 4 weapon mods. I'll show you these weapon mods here. They're actually all pretty awesome weapon mods. You can still put it in your apartment afterwards. Go ahead and use it and place it in your apartment. You get the best of both worlds. But yeah, it's pretty cool that you can do that. You can choose that. So there's that one. That's pretty cool, I thought. This is Mr. Blue Eyes. It is theorized that rogue AIs have managed to take control of human bodies through their implants and are secretly manipulating the highest levels of government. In general, anybody with blue eyes, predominantly their eyes staying blue, not just flashing during some kind of digital engagement for a moment. So if we take the Jefferson Peralez questline, we first see Mr. Blue Eyes then, who has a bit of a vibe of the elusive man from Mass Effect and maybe the G-Man from Half-Life. He's always kind of watching from a distance, and there is no mistake to him actually being there. It's fully intentional. And if you look over there, that's where he's standing. He stands there for the whole time, and then if you watch for a while, he will eventually just disappear. I don't know if that's a programmatical thing or whether it's meant to be like a teleportation. I don't know. But if you can see, he's watching the whole time. My and other people's working theory, we do learn about the mind control or the memory manipulation that is happening to the paralysis that is happening to the paralysis during River's questline. The introductory ones anyway, I Fought the Law and Dream On, where we find out that they have been undergoing some kind of psychological manipulation and actual mind control or mind alteration, which has caused them to forget things or remember things differently. One of the interesting things is that he's been made to forget about his brother, and we can find his brother's tribute in the columbarium, but my working theory is that Mr. Blue Eyes is actually Jefferson Paralysis' brother. Paralysis has been having his mind altered to forget about his brother, so that this AI body, Mr. Blue Eyes, can go about his business whilst having the connections required, perhaps biological for biometrics, or just having access to memories. We don't know at what level an AI that has taken over a human body would be able to have access to the memories of that human. That he is an AI of unknown origin, perhaps from behind the Black Wall, perhaps even Raish Bartmoss himself, that is using his connections to get Paralysis in power and then manipulate their government. There is a school of thought that people believe that blue-centric AIs, so Mr. Blue Eyes or anyone showing kind of blue colors, is good and red is bad. So anyone with red eyes, like the Blackwall AI we see in So Me. So people think he's altruistic, they think he's probably got good intentions, perhaps he's trying to get the AI for himself, or maybe he is just like a protector. We don't know yet what he is. I would be very surprised if his story is not expanded in Orion. We're gonna have to wait and see if I'm right about that or not, but he is undoubtedly a dangerous character because of the level of power he possesses. If he is malevolent, we have a problem. If he is benevolent and he sees what is coming and he is trying to basically put a structure in place to protect the human race from what is coming from beyond the Black Wall, then that is great. But right now it's a bit of a toss-up. Now, this is a real blink and you miss it kind of thing. Mr. Blue Eyes, it's revealed in this conversation here.
Think you forgot to tell me. Who got you this flight?
Funny thing is, I don't know. Proxy showed up. A corpo everyman for the ages. Expensive, understated suit, dark hair, blue eyes. He asked me questions.
With Songbird, during her quest, if you decide to betray Reed and go with Songbird, you will see that Mr. Blue Eyes is the one that purchased the ticket for her. So he obviously, as we've theorized, being an AI-controlled human being himself, has interest in the AI from behind the Black Wall that's kind of integrating with Songbird, right? Or the AIs, should I say. And oh, they are terrifying on the Reed's questline. But anyway, I digress. You actually can see Mr. Blue Eyes not once, but twice during the scene at Orbital Air's spaceport. I'll show you now here. When you go into this this kind of area here, I guess it's the back area of an airport where the luggage goes through, or maybe it's just a warehouse, but either way, in this control room up here, if you look closely, there he is. All right, now that one's easy enough to see, kind of waits around for a little bit. The next one is just after you have this amazing scrap with all the people around this area here before you go off to the launch pad, and after you take out the helicopter and get on the transit tram thing. If you look out the window very carefully, look who is standing out in the rain.
Still with me? Holding up?
Was it raining, or has he just got an umbrella for show? But it's Mr. Blue Eyes once again watching our progress. So he obviously has a vested interest in what's going on with Somi, or, feels a kindred spirit in her or something, I don't know. But either way, I think that's fascinating. You have this room which overlooks that area you're about to enter into. There's some loot to be had, there's a credit chip here, and look, that room over there, that's the one Mr. Blue Eyes is in, so we're very close to him. You can't actually get to him, at least not with traditional means that I've found yet, but you can get the money shard, you can get the loot, and you can check out the computer. Now what you can do, go into remote takeover on the cameras, and you can see all the androids walking around, or the robots walking around there. And if you switch this camera, there is Mr. Blue Eyes, waiting for you to pass through, just chilling. A wee snack on the table, a beverage. He must have been hanging out for a while. A few guys there checking their tablets. Yeah, so there you go. You can actually have a wee snoop on him. Haha! Who's the sneaky onlooker now, Mr. Blue Eyes? It's not you, it's me. Anyway, so that was pretty cool. I noticed something at the end which was very interesting in Where Is My Mind? Takamura lies to you. He initially says that he wasn't sent by Hanako that she'd moved on and forgotten about you. He later goes on to say how Hanako sent him. Thought that was interesting. I don't know if it was just an error in the scripting or whether that said something to intentions there. Okay, let's look at some Witcher stuff. Firstly, there's been a couple of weapons added and some clothing items and a bunch of other stuff. Let's have a look at it all now. The first weapon we want to look at is Witcher's silver sword, Gwynblade. Gwynblade being the Elvish for White Wolf and something that he was often referred to as by elves. A nice looking weapon, it's got pretty good stats as well. Now, I tried to translate the runes on it, but I kind of reached my limit of ability there. If anyone else can pick it up and run with it and try and translate them, that would be great, but I couldn't get much sense out of it. So it's inspired by the Witcher's silver sword and named after the Witcher. And then, of course, we've got the one that's been in the game from the start, the Black Unicorn. And this is actually based on one of the Witcher's steel swords. And also, I think a little nod to a certain unicorn that a certain person likes to hang around on. Although that's a white unicorn. Still, my headcanon will not be changed. We also have a lot of clothing items. I'm going to take you through them. I'm just going to show you each one now. Okay, so we've got this Gwent one, which is quite nice. We've got this, well, this isn't the Witcher's per se, but it's a GOG t-shirt you get. This is another Witcher Wild Hunt t-shirt. Oh, I would love this one in real life. I think it looks gorgeous. Actually, if you can get that one, I'm getting that one. Then we've got the Red Rebels of Night City. This is also a Witcher one. This is based on the Rarog, which is a fiery demon worshipped in Zerkania. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Quite like that one, actually. Very nomadish. Speaking of nomadish, we've got this Wild Hunt jacket. This is pretty cool as well. And then, of course, we got the one that was in from the start, Witcher Wolf Skull leather jacket. Oh, check out this one. Dandelion cocktails. So there's a bar named after Dandelion. That's a nice nod. Now, there's something cool with 3 of the starting cars. On the Galena Rattler, on the VTEC, and on the Hella, we have roach vinyls on the back right quadrant of the car, on the back fender there. I think that's pretty cool. I love this one here, Roach on her forelegs. I was going to say hind legs, but they're the back ones. Basically, it's kind of saying this is Roach. This is Roach reincarnated in this universe. I love it. I think it's cool. Also, the Witcher's medallion is never too far away from us as well, but this time it takes on the shape of a bobblehead. So this is in the Hella. Now we're looking the Quadra VTEC. He agrees that it's cool. Kind of has a bit of a look of a bulldog or something, but it's still supposed to be there. And then in the Nomad starting car, there he is in the middle. Hello. And there you go. There's all the bobbleheads. Go for a wee spinny spin. Wee. I'm brilliant at driving. Okay, so next is one that if you've come to the game post 1.6 and you haven't been keeping up with patch notes, you might not even know this, but there is a playable arcade cabinet now, Roach Race. It's a heck of a lot of fun, I have to say, and the track is banging. I won't play it because I don't know if it's copyrighted, but the music is really good. I find it quite addictive. Oh, and here are the Roach Race rewards for winning the race. It's pretty cool. You get this whole kind of outfit, this whole cowboy outfit, but you also get a little kind of story that talks about Roach and kind of gives the backstory of the game, and it talks about The Witcher as well, which is kind of funny. Oh look, and Barbossa. There you go. Pirates of the Caribbean, huh? I'm pretty sure he's not the only Barbossa, but still. Now, Cirilla, or Ciri from The Witcher, as we know, it was hinted at that she visits Night City, or that she is in some kind of future city in The Witcher 3 when we hear about places she's traveled to. She mentions a futuristic city where everybody has flying cars, and here's the clip.
People there had metal in their heads, waged war from a distance, using things similar to megascopes. And there were no horses. Everyone had their own flying ship instead.
So it is very possible. Now, let's be clear here. Any futuristic city is just that. It's a futuristic city. It doesn't necessarily mean it's Night City. But I think as far as lore goes, as entangling things and writing them in, it's very interesting that we see Ciri crop up. So we have Ciri and we have Sintra rules. Let's assume that she did write that, okay? You could look at it from two aspects. Okay, the first one is that it's a fan, okay? The same as in Roach Race where, you know, you have Cirilla being the top player. Okay, fair enough. Again, I could be a fan. I could easily play a game and put Cirilla in there. Doesn't mean I'm her. I'm definitely not. And also in the Corpo Life Path starting quest, we get to see her on the cover of a magazine about computer games, and it's in relation to The Witcher 3. And that kind of goes strongly to the fact that, okay, it is just a fan who's into The Witcher 3 and calls himself Cirilla. Now, if we are to make the leap and say that it is the actual Ciri around Night City leaving her mark on things, well, then we have to account for the existence of the magazine in the desk. We can't ignore that. And we have to find some logical explanation then for how there is a magazine in your desk drawer with a game on it and Ciri on it. Now, the only way I can reconcile this is that Cyberpunk is our world, our future. And The Witcher 3 is a game that was in the past, and it's something that was written about in a Future Games magazine. And in that future, it is supposed that Ciri travels to our world, our dimension, and visits Night City and scrolls her name everywhere, right? Because, you know, she's obviously got nothing better to do. I don't know. But this means that if The Witcher has to coexist as a game in that timeline, hence the magazine, it means that Ciri, a digital being, a non-existent, non-sentient computer game character, somehow traveled to the corporeal world as a real-life entity.
That's weird. It's like something out of that Twilighty show about that zone.
So that supposes that in the Cyberpunk world, the Witcher game is actually another dimension, not just a game. Or it implies that characters from a game are somehow AI. Maybe the characters in games in the future are actually AI, and a new version of The Witcher 3 comes out where the people are actually AI and they travel as AI to our dimension in the same way that Delamain is an AI that can exist in our world and interact in our world. She somehow traveled to our world. Yeah, it doesn't make a huge amount of sense, but it is implying that Temeria or Ferelden or Skyrim, all these games are actually universes or dimensions where in the same way that we can travel into them, their characters from those dimensions can travel into our world. It's completely fanciful. It kind of sounds like a movie where a computer game character travels to the real world, but you know, that's kind of what we're looking at here. But it's pretty cool either way. It's a nice thought experiment, and it's a nice Easter egg all around, and I do love the meshing of the two games. The Beast of Beauclair is played by many of the guitar-playing individuals and denizens of Night City and even in the Aldecados camp. It's the song that plays during the battle in Witcher 3 where you fight Detlef when he is in vampire form. There's a couple of billboards through town as well. They are Jinguji ones. They're not particularly appropriate, but I believe, to me anyway, this one looks like Geralt. He's taking his potions before going for a fight, and he's got a wolf's pelt on him. Well, you know, it's a fur jacket, but you know what I mean. It definitely looks like him. And this one here doesn't really look like Yennefer. It looks much more like Triss Merigold. In a blue dress, red hair. I mean, it could be Yen, but it could be neither of them. But the other one is definitely Geralt to me. Anyway, I thought that was pretty cool. Now, wasn't aware of this, but this plushie here, Shoop, that's actually a Gwent reference. It's a card in the game that has 15 different abilities to choose from, I believe. At least this is what my research has shown. I'm in no means an expert in Gwent. I only ever played it in The Witcher 3, but it's called Shoop's Day Off. And yeah, that's what it refers to. And you can see a lovely picture of it here. And there is the plushie in person. That's brilliant. I had no idea. Fantastic. And yet another Gwent reference. This is another card. Dennis Cranmer here, this character who gives you the quest Big in Japan, his name is based on this card. There you go, same name. You can actually find Yennefer's ashes in the game and a note. It's not a coincidence or, you know, it's not like my Manny Calavera one, for example. This one is definite, okay? And I'd say this actually has to be one of my favorite Witcher references. So when you're in the airport, I got there after being arrested. You sneak out of here. God, that looks like a Logitech C920, doesn't it?
come to get you.
And you Skyrim this guy here by punching him in the knee. Oh, take that. I cannot finish him off. There we go. Off to Skyrim with you, with your knee injury. If you look at this computer here, just before we progress, I think it's kind of fun to check out all you can. You look at the confiscated thing here. So they've confiscated some artwork, a bird's egg, parrot perhaps, very good condition. And it's the third egg they've confiscated this month.
Stay calm and we'll be fine.
Quiet now, already.
Think of the Edgerunners. It's an egg of a bird. No one will care. They don't even know what an iwi is.
So they suspect that these are being smuggled in by criminals, like we do with the iguana, although we're smuggling an actual iguana. There's a rubber baton and a ritual seppuku knife, and it has some letters on it, which is interesting. Another interesting thing, if you look at the suspicious activity report, this is actually someone connected to us. So the build, normal clothing, blue jumpsuit, yellow reflective vest, welding goggles, and protective headphones, right? And the descriptor, the suspect is impersonating an OA maintenance technician and is most likely in possession of a fake access card. Suspect is carrying a yellow briefcase containing unknown contents. Suspect was last seen near the baggage claim in NCX main hall. So if we go to the baggage claim, there you go. This is the yellow, it's not actually a briefcase, it's a suitcase. The person they were monitoring the suspicious activity from was actually the person that was leaving the yellow case for us. I think those kind of details that tie things together are very cool. And we also have this one as well. Do any of you remember Pickles? This one happens to kind of look like a greyhound more than a collie, but there was a black and white collie called Pickles that found the 1966 FIFA World Cup trophy. But I think it's probably more likely to be Pickles from Adult Swim. Mr. Pickles. Again, he's a border collie, not a greyhound, but still he's called Mr. Pickles, and he's a satanic dog. So he's a bit of a spicy dog, so maybe this is Mr. Pickles. Not only was this ticket the one that Johnny Silverhand has in New Dawn Fades, also, the company of the coaches, Bass Reeves, that's actually named after the first black American lawman, a former enslaved man. He was a US deputy marshal. When he finally retired, he had thousands of felon arrests. Someone's obviously lost their ticket, and that's why that's there, but there you go. And you head out this way. Now, before you go through to this main area here, where you have all the bots, and you can see Mr. Blue Eyes up in the room, if you take a left, just behind here, it's hidden away, you can easily miss it. There's a door here with a strength check or a tech check. So whichever one you have access to, if you have access to one, open up the door and head on up here. And then that takes you to this area. Now, this is quite an interesting spot, actually.
Intimidating, me, but I'm your friend. My name's Manny Calavera. I'm your new travel agent.
Now, that doorway to the right leads us back out to the main area where we will be going shortly, and this is where the secret is. Got this message here. Last Wish. Yes, Last Wish, the book from the Witcher series, the very first Witcher book. So, this is about Yennefer talking with Geralt, and this is actually referring to that. Ever since we professed our love to each other, up at the very top with a view of the whole world, I knew right then and there that nothing could separate us except death. Now, this doesn't mean that Yennefer has been in this world and she is the literal Yennefer, but no, it's just a nice Easter egg from a version of Yennefer and Geralt in this world, and it also ties into Edgerunners as well because of talking about going to the moon. I would imagine that urn there is actually the ashes. Unfortunately, it looks like it's confiscated material. It never got taken to the moon. We can't pick it up or interact with it. Lilac and gooseberries. Perhaps you smelled lilac and gooseberries passing through here. Was there a woman attached to that smell? Roach. Let's go. So yeah, so you have to use a force check to get it back out of this room. And yeah, that's a pretty cool little Easter egg there.
I'm open to other options.
What's this?
I'm glad you asked, V. The Arendite is another Witcher sword. It's not just that, it's from Arthurian legend as well.
Department NC as of now. 1, Rayfield Regional Director. Good luck.
Strike.
Behold, your Arendite.
We've met before.
Certainly.
If you don't ride with Tak to see Wakako, when you meet him there, the dialogue is pretty funny. I hadn't actually seen it until he pointed out, so I'm going to just share it with you there.
The man, the legend, in the flesh. Oh, you're just in time. Do you know who this is? Hideshi Hino, the late night comedy host. He was brilliant before he fell off the wagon. Can you still do your famous better bugger up? No. Come on, you don't forget a thing like that. Just once, please. V, we should go in now.
Hideshi, don't leave this poor guy hanging.
This is not the best time, truly. Oh, come on. I haven't heard it in years. Oh. Better back up!
Wow.
Hino-san, what happened to you? I do not know. I do not recognize.
Oh, that's brilliant. And yeah, now the don't go handing out autographs comment makes a lot more sense. It's so easy to miss things like that.
Fine, let's go.
Hideshi Hino, to have fallen so far. Such a shame.
Okay, did you know that you could get back into clouds after the quest Automatic Love? Well, you can. I'll just show you, just go around here. Around this ledge, and this isn't actually opened until after the mission. So it's like a back door in case you forgot to get the cocktail stick and you want to go back in. But yeah, there you go. If you want to have a nosy around, you've got the place to yourself. You might not have been aware that your vehicle has a stash in it, even the motorbikes. If you go to the back of them, you get direct access to the stash. It's the same stash in your apartment. So basically, it's like an all-in-one inventory that you don't have to go to your apartments to visit. More Johnny Silverhand trivia here. Johnny's kind of full of shit, and Alt sees it clearly, obviously. Even his arm was made by Arasaka, and we can see that here. I don't know if it's wear and tear or defiance or just him trying to hide the fact that he's using tech created by the corp he loads. I mean, maybe he had no choice, and he hates living with it and doesn't want to cut it off, as he needs it to take the fight to them, and maybe there's some irony in that for him as well. But, I don't know. There's a whiff of hypocrisy to him, of course, and but still, there might be more to it.
Got quite the imagination then.
Just around the back of the small Biotechnica building near the stadium in Dogtown, there's a guy, a bit of a hermit, or maybe I guess you could call him a bookworm, living out here, and he has a bunch of books. He's got Homer's Iliad, Parallel Lives, Earth Reborn, Beelzebub's Tales to His Grandson, The Myth of Kibble and Scop, Death of a Mercenary, and very interestingly, and my favourite one of the lot, is the Johnny Silverhand fan fiction. I'm gonna read this one out for you. Thank you, Chooms, for all the love and comments. I love you all, triple hearty. And to all my haters, free tip, just stop reading. Okay, thanks. Smiley face. Edit. Oh my god, I showed Kerry my story after the concert and he said it was preem. I'm crying. I can die happy. Our heroes, Johnny Silverhand. Long black hair, tall, dark sunglasses to cover his brown eyes or else everybody would fall in love with him. He doesn't want that because he only loves Gary Uridine. Slim brown eyes, a rocker boy but also a half angel, half demon. He's super powerful but very shy and awkward around his boyfriend Johnny. His superpowers are immortality and the biggest guitar collection in the world. That's not a superpower. Well, maybe it is. I don't know. You tell me, guitar lovers, is that a superpower or is it a collection? And finally, Saburo Arasaka, the most powerful man in the world. Johnny wants to kill him. Or does he? Maybe, I don't know, it's implying that he, I don't know. Anyway. It was night. It was raining really heavy and lightning lit up the sky. Carrie was flying over mega buildings and his white angel wings flapped in the wind like a big patio. Like big patio umbrellas. He was holding Johnny Silverhand in his arms, who was actually really afraid of heights. He didn't want to admit it. He never looked down and he hugged Carrie really tight. Carrie could tell. Is it cuddle time already, Johnny? Sorry. Carrie chuckled and his arm and eyes twinkled. Shut up, grumbled Johnny. I'm just being careful is all. Remember when you dropped my birthday cake? It's okay, they still ate it. It was triple chocolate with cherries, sticky outy tongue. Don't worry, I'll never let you go. But then, Carrie suddenly stopped smiling and got serious. Johnny, you have to promise me you'll be very careful in the tower. Oh yeah, that tower. Johnny finally decided to do what he always talked and sang about. Destroy Arasaka for good. Carrie flied him to the top and put him down. They're both dripping wet. Of course they're fucking dripping wet. Then Carrie said, I'll distract those corpo trash guys with my powers. Good luck in there. And he spread his wings and jumped off the tower. Then Johnny reached into his pants and grabbed his ... gun, smiley face, you slag, and strutted inside. Sneaking around isn't the Silverhand way, so he shot at the guards to make them run and hide, and then he went to Saburo Arasaka's office to plant a bomb. When he kicked down the door, his bulging thigh almost ripped his leather pants. This is hilarious. He looked around and thought it was empty, but standing in the corner was only bloody Saburo Arasaka himself. Why are you here, Johnny Silverhand? The old man asked angrily, but also sounded kind of grateful. I'm here to destroy you, Johnny shouted, flipping back his jet black hair and pointing the gun at an angle right at Saburo. You cannot. Oh yeah? And why is that, old man? Because you, Saburo, paused dramatically, are my son. The rocker boy's chiseled jaw literally fell on the floor. What? Question mark, explanation mark, 1, question mark. No way! I'm supposed to destroy the corporate system. Oh, is that it? Saburo shrugged. I can easily ban the corporate system so that it goes away and it never happens again. That's how it works. Really? Said Johnny. Nova. Then let's do it. Together. Suddenly, Carrie stormed into the office with a look of love and concern in his eye. Johnny. Watch out. It's Saburo Arasaka. Want me to kill him with my demon powers? Nah, Johnny Silverhand replied. Saburo is my What? Alright. Saburo, this is my fiance. Carrie Urinine. Carrie, this is my dad. Gary's eyes opened wide from shock, and then he fainted. A single tear rolled down Saburo's old wrinkly cheek. Arigato, my son. Oh, yeah, that was... oh, man. So good. I need to take a break after that. I'll be back after these messages from my sponsors. On the side of this yellow arch bike, they have this little LED strip here, which reminds me of two things. One is the Cylon visor of the original Cylons, and the other one is Knight Rider. So I'm pretty sure this is a little Knight Rider Easter egg. This is a terrible app campaign. It says, ain't the gun that squirts. What kind of water pistol doesn't squirt? Yeah, if you check out the names of these things here, I'm pretty sure that's the Teletubbies, right? Whoever came up with that one, I don't know. They're on a different wavelength or a different planet to me. It's funny, but it's probably one of the most disturbing ones ever, I have to say.
Where have the Teletubbies gone?
Whoa, what a way to go. Smushed by a vending machine. See, that would never happen if they all just had Brendan installed. What is with those red eyes? Oh, check this out in the airport. There's a cleaner who's playing the piano and she's orbital air cleaning staff and she goes back to her mop bucket afterwards. Now there's lots of stuff like this. You see it where people will dress up as different things in order to subvert expectations. Like there's the guy Piano Phantom, who's someone who dresses up as a janitor and goes and plays, you know, things like Bohemian Rhapsody on the piano for travelers in stations as they're going by. Added bonus, what do we have here at the end? BTS, boyfriends with tech skills. Moving on. Do you know what? I could swear this was Jackie from That 70s Show. Or Mila Kunis, you know?
Will be terminated, effective immediately.
Ouch, sounds serious.
If I may, I suggest you start your visit at our world-class bar. Drinks are on the house.
Well then, got my first mission for you. Need you to neutralize 3 shots of tequila, stat.
It probably isn't, but you know.
Me!
Shut up, Meg.
So, any Star Trek fans here? It's okay. Not only am I a fan of Star Trek, there are clearly fans in CD Projekt Red. Not only do they refer to Maelstrom as Borg on numerous occasions in the game, and it's so much part of the vernacular that the term Borged out refers to going a little too far with implantory. This is the other thing I noticed. Some guards can be heard saying, and this is the bit that makes me think that someone in CD Projekt Red is a fan, saying,
Resistance is futile.
Resistance is futile. Now, it's not like this is a trademark phrase, but if you're a Trekkie, maybe say 7 of 9 isn't the first thing your mind conjures up anytime you hear that phrase, or maybe Locutus of Borg, or just one of those amazing Borg cubes, then, you know, I don't know what it conjures up. But anyway, it's got to be a little nod there. Come on.
Resistance is futile.
That is a very famous phrase.
Your life, as it has been, is over.
There's this little hidden area here you can check out. There's a laptop, there's a guy in the bed. You can't talk to him though. And there's a lot of kids' artwork on the wall. It's kind of hidden away. He's a bit of a Fagin type, preying on the street kids in the area. But what's really interesting is there's a picture of Johnny here. It's not Johnny Silverhand, I don't think, but still. Firstly, we have Addicted to Chaos, starting with the man who killed Jason Foreman. If you assassinate him as per instructions of the gig, it will end there and then. You can go and complete the quest, hand in, get your reward. If, however, you choose to spare him and let him go, you can still close out the gig and return the tags, but you also get the follow-on quest called Addicted to Chaos, where you can go and access his private stash. You learn a little bit more about his situation. You get a nice shotgun. And it's quite interesting. There's a nice little Johnny Silverhand Easter egg in the emails as well. But it's up to you. You learn a bit more about things and, you know, whether or not you made the right decision or not. Check it out and see what you think.
What do you mean, Revolver Ocelot needs my help?
Okay, so it's very interesting actually because you find out a little bit more about what Leon Rinder's been getting up to and trying to do. You can see where his priorities lie, so some good reading there. But from the Easter egg point of view, check out this email here that says important, read now. It's one of those scam emails. This is Johnny Silverhand. I am right for you in hiding, not dead. Healing radiation sickness now and in hiding from Arasaka Corporation since 50 years' time. Reaching for the stars is not bad. I wait, all the best, and fuck Arasaka, you're Johnny. Well, there's 2 options here. Soul Killer kind of screwed with Johnny's mind and he's still alive and living in hiding. Or this is just one of those scam emails. It's just funny, it's a nice find. Let's move on. This is just one that you have to go close to and interact with to find. I love these ones, and I especially love the ones where you have to do some sleuthing, like the Highwayman. I've said this so many times now. But yeah, actually having to look at a picture and find an area, yeah, that for me is fantastic. I love that kind of thing. You can find it in the black market in Dogtown, and unlike other quests, because it is a bit of a scavenger hunt, it gives you photographs of locations. And yeah, if you're finding yourself a little bit stuck, you can check this video. Now, the Murphy involved in this message here isn't Spider Murphy. This is the Murphy that works for Barguest. This is this Murphy here.
Good, you made it.
This guy.
We haven't met yet. Name's Murphy.
And of course you'll be familiar with Bennett because he's a key part of the Phantom Liberty or the Dogtown story.
2 months behind with your rent.
I think this is important. Balls to the wall. If you don't start this quest before you do Firestarter, you will miss the opportunity to do it. So make sure you find and do this one beforehand. I nearly missed this one. Because of changes that happened during Firestarter, this will be missed. And honestly, it's not one to miss. I really like this quest. I think it's very worthwhile doing. Gets you to experience the game from the big dog himself's point of view. Another quest that's easily missed, I would say, is Baby Let Me Take You. And this is a quest you get from Mooore El Capitan Reyes. And you only get this after doing 8 carjackings for him, or car jobs. He'll contact you and get you to do this one. Definitely worthwhile doing. It's a fun little quest to do. And you get a nice car afterwards. You get this car. Oh, it's pretty nice. But yeah, you don't really want to miss out on that. And if you haven't been doing those ones, you might not have known that that quest even existed. There's a few things like that. Okay, this is one you won't miss because you'll get a text message anyway, but you might miss the optional objective and get the worst outcome. So in the quest Happy Together, you get an optional objective at some point to go and check out the columbarium. Make sure you do that when you get it before you go and talk to the cops again, because otherwise you're going to get the worst outcome. So, where are my corpos at? I love the way you can just tell this guy off.
When your chum best be headed the fuck out now. Straight on from here. Gonna walk you two out.
Come on, V. No reason to hang.
Think you can stand there and bark orders at me? Fuck the fuck off.
Please make your way to the exit.
He's like so cocksure and then instantly shrivels. Sometimes it comes in handy.
Buck her up, sweet cheeks.
Now, during the quest Dazed and Confused, this is actually a really good gig. There are multiple different outcomes. You can even abort the gig halfway through. You just let him out because it's not fair to keep him locked up. And the quest will end if, however, you leave him where he is. You assume that it's not just some fake bit of marketing and there is actually a Lena Melina. You head back up the stairs and talk to Shank. You actually expose the second half of the quest where you have 3 potential outcomes where you can get a bike, you can get a baseball bat, you can get a baseball bat and a bike, or I believe you can get a top, although I've not tried it on my female avatar yet, just my male one, so I think it might be tied to a female character because I've not seen it pop up. I must try and get that one to spawn. But it's a worthwhile quest doing. It's quite good. It's got a lot of variety in it, a lot of kind of variations.
What a mess. I'll have to call Melanie, tell her to reopen casting. Anyway, you want an autograph or something?
There's a couple of follow-on quests you can get from Spy in the Jungle, okay? The first one is Money for Nothing. If you choose to spare Katia, again, being merciful, you'll be able to go and access her stash underneath this dumpster and get a lot of credits for your trouble and learn a little bit more.
What's up, kid?
Also, on the way back from that gig, regardless of what you decided to do, you will be approached by the 2 main quest givers. If you go with Stephen and do what he requests, you're going to trigger the follow-up quest, The Show Must Go On. It's a very brief little quest, but if you don't follow his advice and you go with his partner's advice and you do what she wants, then you won't get The Show Must Go On.
Conscience keeping quiet?
Just a peep or two, never a shout.
Another missable quest. Now, when you've hijacked the twins' car, or actually before you hijack the twins' car, should I say, you have to listen into their conversation. Now, Reed is pushing you to trigger the device and take control of the car. But if you just hold back and you tell Reed to chill and you listen into the conversation long enough, you will get a little bit of information that will lead you to another quest to find a Voodoo Boy's stash. And when you're jacked into Aurora's mind, afterwards you'll see a blue option there which lets you download Slider's file. This unlocks the side job Voodoo Treasure, where you can go and find some Voodoo Treasure. You don't listen into the conversation, you won't get that follow-up quest. I'll Fly Away is a timed quest, so after finishing Riders in the Storm, head back to the Nomad camp and you'll see Mitch will have a favour to ask of you. He's over by a rock to the east of the camp where they're, well, you'll see. If you don't talk to him and you start Queen of the Highway by doing the text messages with Panam that lead up to that quest, that will be unavailable to you. I highly recommend doing that one. So that's I'll Fly Away. There's a quest called Bullets that's missable because if you never go into the Jinguji store and talk to the guy, it will never trigger. So if you go into this Jinguji store here and you talk to the guy and then you go away and come back some time later, If you travel to a different zone and come back, that usually does it. And you'll notice he's got a quest icon now. He will have hired some hustle because he's been a bit nervous, I guess. The store's kind of empty. You talk to him.
I'd almost forgotten that pretty face, and what a pity that would be.
And yeah, if you go and talk to him again, you'll be pulled into the store menu, and then when you come out of it, a cyber psycho attacks the store. This is a quest called Bullets, and it triggers a max tack appearance. They will descend upon the store, and whether you've killed the guy or not, they will finish it off. And yeah, it's pretty cool. It's a fun little quest, and it's missable. One of the really cool Easter eggs about it is the main character, Melissa Rory, is the same woman from the original trailer, the cyber psycho herself with the mantis blades, who became a max tack officer herself. And you can see from the further conversations you have with her that the cyber psycho never quite left her the lust for slicing people up with those blades, which were probably the cause of her cyber psychosis, which she's held on to. Is kind of still there. So that's cool. Bullets is the music they actually used in that trailer as well. It's all very, very cool and very connected. If you want to try and have one of the hardest fights in the game, even on easiest setting, you can actually attack her and the other max tack officers, and you can get her mantis blades off of her and use them yourself. They're only purple ones. If you want other max tack blades, I'll show you later how to get the ones from Phantom Liberty, which are orange ones, also max tack. I think probably a better option, but this is a fun fight to try and beat. You instantly get 5 stars and the whole of the NCPD descends upon you, and if you do manage to get away, you can equip the blades and use them if you want. Love Roller Coaster. Now, this is a job in Pacifica, just at the back of the Grand Imperial Mall. You'll see early on in the game, in the first act anyway, there's a quest icon just at the back of the gym, and that quest icon will go once you do the job double life. And so if you see you have double life in your quest log, make sure to go and do this one. So head out there. It's Love Roller Coaster.
The one who fixes it.
Hold my beer. We're doing this, V.
All right, fine.
Bet you anything you're gonna scream like a little girl.
Now, you can still go and use the roller coaster afterwards by going down and fixing the fuse box, but you don't have the whole conversation and the quest around it, which is worthwhile doing. So it's worth checking that out. This always tickled me. It's the animals. They like to knock out lights of existing signage to form new words. And you can see here the Grand Imperial Mall now reads animal. Clearly, I think Airplane must have been on someone's mind in CD Projekt Red, because either they did this accidentally or intentionally. They essentially named Vic after the scene in which they do some name-based wordplay. It could be coincidence, but check it out.
09er, you are cleared for takeoff.
Roger. Huh?
LA departure frequency 123.9er.
Roger. Huh? Request vector. Over. What?
Flight 209er, clear for vector 324.
We have clearance, Clarence. Roger, Roger. What's our vector, Victor?
One of the more interesting bits of, I guess, neon graffiti, where people have actually used signs to create something, is Eat the Rich. It's a political slogan which is basically anti-capitalism and is used during times of class conflict. It kind of suits a situation where you have an ultra-rich and an ultra-poor living in the same location, which we have here in Night City. A little number reference. Again, this is Konpeki Plaza. This is when you're doing the heist. The floor you go to for the apartments is 42. This could be two things. One, 42 is very famously the meaning of life. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. So it could be referring to that. Very appropriate in this situation. And it's also level 42. Level 42 is a group. It's possibly that, but I think it's probably more likely 42 being that kind of meaning of life number. A bit of an in-joke within the tech industry. PEBCAC Radio. PEBCAC is actually an acronym for something. If you know, you know. It's one of those things. If you don't know, yeah, I expect you're going to Google it anyway, so I'll tell you. It means problem exists between keyboard and chair. when there's a technical problem and it's not actually the computer or, you know, whatever piece of equipment you're using, it's actually a user issue. I think that's really fun that it's called that. For those of you who might have just thought it was a randomly chosen name, there you go. It actually has actually has some meaning. But anyway. Oh yeah, check this one out. You're gonna love this. I wonder, alright, I want you to be honest with me in the comments. Did you ever notice this? Are you ready? You ready? Secure your soul. Ah! Oh.
All units.
I can't drive for toffee, can I? Now, this is a language thing that I don't know will it translate, and people might not actually know or realize the connotation, but one of the gambling establishments in Dogtown is called the Golden Fleece. And now, anyone who's familiar with things like Jason and the Argonauts will know of the Golden Fleece. That's probably where your mind will go to. But at least in my experience, the term fleece isn't simile or colloquialism for conning someone, basically taking someone to the cleaners. And that's what casinos do. They fleece people by luring them in to throw their money away on the roulette wheel. And yeah, so I thought that was really well named, the Golden Fleece. But anyway, there you go. I didn't want that one to go unnoticed because I just think it's a good gag. Okay, next up we have a cheeky little mature, well, you could say immature reference to the most quoted 2-digit number in history, in my opinion anyway. And no, not 42, sorry, but 69, woo! Thank you to Bert for this one. During Gimme Danger, when he was scanning a camera to make it friendly, he found this. It's labeled as camera 69. He comes up next to it only after you start cycling through your quick hacks. Yeah, I think that's pretty funny. It's pretty immature, sure, but it's also funny. Come on.
If you guys are really us, what number are we thinking of? 69, dudes!
I like this new bit of graffiti. There's lots of nice new colourful graffiti like the frog and a brain and all that kind of stuff. Actually, there's loads of awesome graffiti in Dogtown. I absolutely love it. This one caught my eye though because I had to go and translate it because I didn't know what it meant. But it's awesome when you know what it means. In the old maps, when you used to get to the edge of a map and they didn't know what went beyond, they used to write, "Here be dragons." But yeah, you basically have this all over the place, and it's Hic sunt dracones. My pronunciation might be off, but that basically means "here be dragons." So yeah, that's a nice little bit of graffiti that seems to be new for Dogtown, along with all that other colourful awesomeness. Again, they're doing it with the signage. If you check out here, you've got on the right, the casino is now saying sin because it is a den of sin. And if you look on the other side, it says red. Interesting. An oldie but a goodie, another animal sign. If you look at the sign here for the ride, so you can clearly see what they think of the roller coaster, or maybe this is what the roller coaster makes you do, but yeah, it's the French for shit, merde. So, you know that the border officers at the checkpoint are not exactly the most above board people. You can find a few more bits and pieces about them in the world. There's this shack here in the middle of nowhere. It's kind of like a hidden stash for the border patrol where they put their ill-gotten gains. There's a lot of loot in here. You can see a lot of their ill-gotten gains and some Eurodollars, things like that. And they talk about some of the nasty shit they've been up to as well. They seem to be feeding people human trafficking through to Jotaro as well. So they're connected to that whole, human trafficking kind of side story that Jotaro and Woodman and some of the NCPD side hustles all link into. There's a discussion here mentioning someone called Matt. But once you come out of here and you head over to the patrol car, and this is a once only spawn, by the way, the border patrol car, if you want to get it and hoon around in it, once you kind of leave it go or destroy it, whatever, it's gone. It's a once spawn kind of thing. And it doesn't go into your inventory like the Caliburn or something like that. So it's just a novelty. But if we look here, it looks like one of the border patrol guys got his comeuppance. M. Bell, social officer. I'm assuming that is Matt. I've no specific evidence that that's who it is, but I reckon it's Matt Bell. But also M. Bell reminds me of Micah Bell from Red Dead Redemption 2. But yeah, they're not good people, and they get their just desserts here as well. You can see here where he's talking about trafficking some poor girl here to Jotaro, and yeah, the way they're talking about her is disgraceful. But yeah, they come to a sticky end, and you can take their patrol car and have some fun with it. Like, there you go. This crashed car here has a nice little Easter egg. It's near enough the robots on the roof, just to the right of the stadium, that area there. It's a guy who was working for Mooore El Capitan, and didn't have much success boosting a car. So this is probably why El Capitan has hired us to do the work for him, because the last guy didn't work out so well. If you check here after you've done the quest with Songbird killing Moon, you're gonna find a little message from her. If you wanna have a look, I'm just showing you now. It's one of those, if you read this, I must be dead kind of messages that she would have left before you came to meet her. But obviously this is more, if you're reading this, then we succeeded.
If you're watching this, you know how our story ended. I'm a smidge jealous, I'll admit. I'm scared, V. But I need to trust you, and I do. And if you're watching this, I was right too. So, I thank you.
I'll be honest, this message does have me a little confused. At first she says she's a smidge jealous, which implies that we got the cure because we're back reading the message, in which case she didn't make it. Of course she's going to be jealous, right? But then she also says that she was right to trust you, which means that we helped her get the cure because that's what she wanted from us. So the message is a little confusing to me, but maybe I'm just picking it up wrong. Having trouble finding your way in the underground facility? Look out for this handy dandy map. Just hit V and on your screen it'll be. Oh, and speaking of guides, I know breaching is a complicated mechanic, so rest assured, if you need training, T-Bug's got you covered. It's been added to her training shard. Is this, or is this not, T-Bug's logo? I guess you see the people who've been hanged in Dogtown. They're kind of on display for all to see, but like the pirates from the first Pirates of the Caribbean at the very start, as a warning, this one guy here, he must have really pissed off the wrong person, because he got an upside down hanging and drowning all in one, it seems. But still, luckily for us, this poor gonk has an iconic for us. Is the QB X Mod 2, which is a tier 5 plus iconic power assault rifle, handy to get hold of. If you're looking for that assault rifle, that's where it is. This guy who got a concrete anchor, oh my god. Also, which I think is interesting, there's NUSA map in here. It's junk, but perhaps this guy was an NUSA spy, and perhaps when they got found out, this is the comeuppance they got for meddling in Kurt Hansen's affairs. Not too far away from this awesomely green sniper rifle, you have this kind of this scene, this diorama set up of a bunch of kind of robots. They're not really robots. It looks like it's made of cybernetic implants, skeletal enhancements that you can actually see in another quest later on, which they use on footballers. This person was basically given a timeout because they were probing at the Black Wall, and we know that's not a good idea. And yeah, in their spare time, they either went a little bit mad or they got creative. Yeah, it's just a cool little scene, a nice touch. Climbing on the roofs, you discover so much. Whilst looking at some of the rooftop bits and pieces, I was able to stumble across Somi's crash site. So you can see her pod. It landed fairly undamaged, which is pretty cool. Some local denizens probably weren't so lucky, but there you go. There's a scene worth checking out for you. Johnny will pop up as usual.
Well. A used up blast pod in the middle of fucking Dogtown.
If you side with Somi, which keeps Alex alive at the end after talking to her, give it a couple of days and you'll get a nice postcard. It's just her saying hi, really, at the end of the day. It's just a nice touch again to know that a character is off doing something else. Whatever your thoughts about the cold-blooded murderers that are the FIA agents, well, there you go. One of them got to go have a holiday afterwards. That was nice. If you don't side with her, well, here's her memorial or tribute. check out this. Oh, so they finally have hover cars in the game. That's pretty cool. Okay, in this warehouse here, we have another kind of conversation with someone with tech support. I like seeing these crop up. So many of us have worked in tech support. We're very familiar with these kind of things. And so many of us have been on the other end of the phone call as well, chancing our arm like this cowboy here. So check this out. So he's obviously not been using them as intended. He took manual control of the drone, flew it into a shop to try and pick up a 6-pack of beer, and then crashed, trying to act all innocent up to the end. Well, shoot, thanks anyway, I guess. Now, doing the raid questline when you go into the Militech underground base. I absolutely love this. It gave me such Alien Isolation vibes, not expecting it at all. It was actually really good. The animation of the AI controlled 4-legged spider bot thing was, it was just jerky and unpredictable enough, and yeah, it was horrible. I absolutely loved it. Now, if you are not shitting your britches like I was through the whole thing, you might have found these things on your first go through, but I actually missed them, and it was only on the second time, and I was a little bit calmer that I was able to find them. You can find 2 crafting specs. One is for the Militech Canto Mark 6. No, not Incanto. Also, the most negative sounding schematic in the game, which is cyberware, and it's iconic cyberware. Now, I don't think this would be my daily driver as far as cyberdecks go, but it basically unlocks the Blackwall Gateway Quick Hack, which is the Blackwall ability, the slightly reduced version of it that So-Mi transfers to you or enables you to use during her quest when you're rescuing her, and you feel super powerful. It's the same one, but I didn't feel it was quite as powerful with this, but it's still fun. It's also a little bit of a talkie toaster.
We're getting hacked!
Oh, well, another chatty construct. Guess you'll have to get in line.
Bit of a skippy that it talks to you and say some kind of scary things. There is another one you can get as well. It's a weapon, it's Erebus. You get that just here.
Fixable though, I think. Just gotta reroute the power. I ain't got enough for one shot.
If you resist, you will be detected.
And that's another crafting spec, and you can only use one or the other of these, okay? Again, depending on playthrough, you can try them in multiple playthroughs or whatever, but this weapon is absolutely insane. Again, they talk when you're using it, and it's basically... it's like having a deal with the devil by using these things, because you are agreeing to give the Blackwall AI access and information by them letting you use this. In order to build these though, you do need a little something something. When you've taken out the Blackwall robot here, well actually it's not you, when So-Mi has taken out the Blackwall mech view here, you loot the thing you need from it just here. So the piece of equipment you get is the decoded behavioral systems component. It looks like a chip that you'd slot. And to actually craft it later on after the whole quest line, what'll happen is when you go out and about after the quest is finished, you will get a text message from these mysterious individuals. I will say individual, but we know it's a group of AI, and that leads you to a mission called This Corrosion, where you get that component turned into something usable, at which point you can then go ahead and craft either the Canto or Erebus. Both are a lot of fun to use, but I'm assuming there's going to be a trade-off to having had used them. So make sure you don't miss that in your haste to get in and rescue So-Mi. What's extra cool is the naming of Erebus. Erebus comes from Greek mythology, the personification of darkness. He is the offspring of chaos. He belonged to the first generation of gods who ruled over the cosmos. You also see Erebus in 40k as well. As for Canto, Number 4. So if you have played through the main game, you will be familiar with a certain party you go to at Hansen's Gaff. Oh, what a party it is. I'll cover all the people you meet in that party in a little while. But there is a brilliant performance in that by Grimes' character Lizzie Wizzy. It's quite a sight to see. If you didn't get a very good look at it the first time around, when you've finished the main Phantom Liberty story and you come back to your apartment, you will find a BD just next to where Johnny sits. And yeah, we'll get on to Johnny in a second as well. That BD lets you relive that show from a pretty cool vantage point. It's a nice touch actually, and they must have put a lot of work into that particular sequence, so it's great that you get to watch it again. I was watching it from the balcony for the most part, and you're quite detached, so this is right up front, so it's pretty cool. Speaking of Johnny, ever since 2.0, he is pretty much your flatmate now.
Finally.
Anytime you're in the apartment, you can sit and have a chat. That's new. That's pretty cool. Did you realize that? Like, he literally never leaves now, which is nice actually, because you can kind of hang out with him, shoot the shit, and ask him a few questions here and there.
So Rogue knew about Alt. What about Alt?
Did she know about Rogue? Want to talk about that, you gotta start thinking larger scale. Much larger. Alt and Rogue. Tip of the iceberg.
This is almost like a Final Fantasy Easter egg, but it's a Star Wars Easter egg. Final Fantasy had characters called Biggs and Wedge as a tribute or reference or Easter egg to Star Wars, and now Cyberpunk has done the same. During the quest The Spider and the Fly, when you're at the Expo Center, you can actually access the computer at the desk there. And if you check out the conversation here, it's from Biggs to Wedge. It's a fairly mundane conversation, but the Easter egg is the characters that are having the conversation. I must have a look, see if they had this in The Witcher as well. It'd be very funny if they actually included this in The Witcher somewhere. When you're questing with Rogue and you're in her car, take a look at the number plate. It says Rogue 1. Now, obviously her name is Rogue, and a lot of times people will do their name and the 1 after it for their personalized number plate, but in this case, it's probably coincidental, but you know, Rogue 1 is a Star Wars movie. Perhaps there's just a little nut there, but I don't know.
Say your prayers, eat your vitamins, be true to yourself, true to your country.
When you're talking to Slider, you get to chat a little bit about the situation with the Voodoo Boys and they're poking holes in the black wall. Now, I like this conversation because it really sheds a light on the whole choice you have to make in the vanilla game when you are coming up against Netwatch and you're deciding whether or not to side with Netwatch or the Voodoo Boys. I've always been siding with Netwatch. And you're like, oh no, did I, pick the wrong thing? But when you actually talk to Slider here and he talks about how stupid the Voodoo Boys are trying to poke holes and get behind the black wall and how it would mean the end for us. And he's an actual supporter of what Netwatch are doing. They're basically protecting us, playing whack-a-mole, stopping the Voodoo Boys, bringing the downfall of humanity by, breaking the dam and letting all the nightmare AIs through.
Foot, do you know what it is you bring me?
Enlighten us.
How to explain to laymen? The net has layers, various vectors for translocation. But there is one thing that must not be touched: the black wall. The woman, she is walking, ticking bomb, megatons. She go boom, everybody fucked in the ass. Every last one. Miwa Noir. It is a dam that protects us, the civilized world, from the strange bets of the cyber wilderness. If your two-leg bomb crack the dam down the middle, it will unleash a flood, wipe us off the map, just like Haiti.
That why you and the Pacifica Voodoos don't see eye to eye? Because they're poking holes in the black wall?
They do not penetrate, only jerk off next to it. Netwatch try to keep them in check. But you have to be cracked in the first place to want to stick your gigit into a live wire outlet. To the AIs, past the black wall, you are no more than a cockroach, a rabbit, a fragment of outdated code with no meaning. This why Netwatch flatline any who put integrity of black wall at risk. It's no laughing matter, my friend. It is a concern for the safety of all.
This is definitely where the second game's going. At least if I was writing it, that's what I would go with. Definitely with the black wall. Definitely with AIs and Mr. Blue Eyes and all this kind of stuff. Have you seen how good the eyeballs look now? Check it out. That's amazing. It's funny, I was looking Rogue there and I thought she had something squiggly in her eyes, and it wasn't until I zoomed in. It was actually the Kuroshi branding. That's so cool. Nice detail. It's easy to think as fixers as, just quest-giving NPCs with their raison d'etre. Their only reason for being is to hand out quests to us. But Rogue has quite a bit of backstory. Obviously, in fact, all the characters in Cyberpunk have a bit of a backstory. But it's something quite interesting about Rogue is that she has a son. There's only one dialogue option in the end quest for whom the bell tolls, which will reveal this to you as a blue option you take here.
Your life in that getup? Really?
What, not catching my good side?
Won't exactly shed many bullets, but that's your problem. Ready?
Rogue, who was that?
My son.
Wasn't expecting that. You telling me you got a,
Private life. Yeah, and we'll leave it at that.
So that's quite interesting. And you can also see this bit of communications here about her transferring ownership, which I'm assuming is to her son, with regards to a will, I would imagine. But yeah, I thought it's quite interesting. There's been a lot of theories. Some people think it's Trace Santiago, who is a Nomad Media and the son of the famed Aldecaldo's leader, Santiago. We do know that Rogue had a relationship with his father, Santiago, and you can see that here. And it looks like there's still some kind of relationship existing between Santiago and Rogue, although at a distance they're either separated or whatever. But yeah, it's kind of interesting. I like the picture here. You see that Rogue's son made for her. That's really interesting. Little details.
Shut the fuck up, Johnny. Just stop talking.
Look, there's a poster of Kerry's 2079 tour.
As time went by, I began to change.
One of Dell's other personalities experienced the same.
But also, great news, coming soon, Bushido 13. So we're at the Bushido 13 now. That's pretty cool. There's a couple of little details in Alex and Reed's Scooby Den hideout that I thought were cool. Apart from the fact they have what must be Atomic Pizza, or either that or Alex has been using this place, but it kind of doesn't look very used. And that pizza was there when you got there. There's a kind of a crime board with all the kind of bad guys in Dogtown on it. And if you zero one of them, they will get red X'd. I thought that was pretty cool. Also, a little bit of an insight into what kind of people you're dealing with. When you're talking to Alex here, check out the table she's leaning on. These are, as far as I can work out, implements of, to not put too fine a point on it, torture. You've got like this kind of gouging thing here. You've got like the clamp off of the end of a jumper cables. Yeah, it looks like they might have been getting into some bad shit at some point. Check out this Biddy Bop. Anyone on the Street Kid playthrough will recognize that. You'd think the FIA would be using something, a little bit more high-tech. I've a bit of an issue with the NUSA flag. It's only got 13 small stars and it's supposed to have 14 and 1 large star. Now, the NUSA is representative of the Eastern United States, and the 1 big star basically represents Washington, D.C. So that's interesting. So the East has lost a state, or it's a mistake in the flag, one or the other. Some places in game you see it with 14, some places in game you see it with 13. Maybe it's just to do with the changing of the different states within the NUSA, but it's just interesting that sometimes it's different. I thought. In the mission shot by both sides, you can actually see there was a Johnny Silverhand fan working for Militech. They were actually purchasing tickets to a solo gig for October the 9th, 2013. It kind of really dates the facility, but also it shows you when Johnny was just an up-and-coming rocker boy. I wonder, is Hank Seaworth referring to anyone? That's quite a strong name, I think. Hey, if you're enjoying this, I would appreciate it if you jack that like button for me, and if you want to subscribe, that'd be cool too. No pressure though. Let's get on with it.
Stop there. Careful now.
Okay, this is awesome. You can find Solomon Reed in Night City before you meet him. I don't think you can find him once you've triggered Phantom Liberty, but if you go to Dino's bar here, the Malted Iguana, and you look inside, there he is. That is 100% him.
Why you calling me on my day off? Last I heard, you're the manager. Ask Bob. He owes me a favor anyway. Yeah, well, tough nuts. You'd have to manage without me. Boss man, I work the door at a club. Selection, bouncing.
That's his day job, bouncing at Dino's club. I thought he might be at one of the other clubs, but no, this is where he is. He's not a very good bouncer though. It's like, started a fight and he did shit off. But there you go, you can hang out with him before things get real. The very first beat on the brat when you meet the twins, you can actually find out how they gave themselves. Sorry, he gave himself. There's only one of them, despite there being two bodies. They're his name. Oh, that's confusing.
One person, two bodies.
There's a little shard over here that tells us about when he separated himself into two entities, they wanted new names. So what they came up with was calling themselves Left and Right, but they didn't want to be ridiculed over it, so they went with the Portuguese versions of the name. So one of them is called Left Right in Portuguese, the other one is called Right Left in Portuguese. I think that's hilarious that not only that they went with that, I think that was brilliant, but also the fact I missed it after all this time. I probably picked up that shard really early and then just didn't even look at it again. So there you go. Now, during this quest here, Black Steel in the Hour of Chaos, when you meet Reed, he is talking to a guy named Gunner.
This your partner? Fuck me. Didn't know he'd signed onto some suicide pact. Need to do a better job vetting your partners, Reed.
I spoke about him in my previous videos. He's basically the new leader of the 6th Street gang, and he's an absolute tyrant. There's a certain Easter egg you can find in Biotechnica Flats, where the shard has information about what an absolute brutal leader he was. And yeah, he's acting like you're some kind of an unknown quantity in this. What are you doing hanging around with this guy? But in case you wondered who Gunner was, he's not a good guy. Not a good guy at all.
Cat orgy of an op. Remember, you and me are square now.
So let's just take a quick look at his uncompromising brutality and ruthlessness here. So any of the ones where you are V and not Johnny going in to destroy Mikoshi, you get that scene where you go up the stairs to that balcony. If you didn't give Jackie back to his family, you will see him there as V. You will talk to him. It's nice to see him again, but at the same time it's not, because it's clearly just an engram and it's kind of sad at the same time. But you know, it's nice to be able to see Jax one last time, kind of say goodbye, even if it isn't him. On the same note, if you didn't give Jackie back to his family and you left him go to Vic, again, Arasaka will get hold of him and make an engram of him. And when you were playing the Arasaka ending, when you get to meet the engram of Arasaka himself, just afterwards you can actually ask to speak to Jackie. You learned that Arasaka had him through having a conversation earlier on in the game. But again, unlike Arasaka's engram, who actually kind of feels like you're talking to a person, like when you're talking to Johnny, Jackie is much more of an AI construct with pre-programmed lines. It's quite sad to see him like that, but yeah, that's what happens if you don't give him back to his family. If you don't give him to his family, Mama Wells delivers the keys to the bike to your apartment. You don't get to do heroes, but you do get to see Jackie again, or at least an engram or a copy of Jackie. Do you know, I just found out recently, and I had no idea about this, that Jackie's tuned arch was only available on the Nomad path. I hadn't actually noticed on my Corpo or Street Kid playthroughs that it had changed. Just sometimes I'm just very unobservant. And yeah, the one you get on the Nomad path, you can actually talk to Jackie and you can suggest an upgrade. This is just as you're talking to him before you're going in for the quest, the pickup, and he'll put an extra exhaust on it. It gives him a little bit more horsepower. Now, I've tested this in a straight line and the horsepower should get it to its top speed quicker, and it actually does. Speaking of Arch, 500 hours into the game before I even found out that this was actually a real motorcycle company that Keanu co-founded and owns. Bonkers. Anyway. Oh, I love this new Archer. Look at it. You can do wheelies in it. It's it's so cool. There's such torque off the line. That's brilliant. Okay, if you want to get the pre-order car, if you pre-ordered it with GOG, or I don't know if it was on any other platforms, but basically what you do to get it is you just wait and you get a text message. You can also buy it, but here it is. This is what it looks like. I actually bought this on one of my characters because it took a while for the text message to come through, but then on my other character, I got the text message and it turned up. You get it from the body count lottery, which you didn't enter, but it's kind of fun. And that's like a 60, 70 grand car. So yeah, just wait until you get the text message. If it doesn't come through, I don't know what to say, but basically it's simple enough. It'll come through there. If you haven't got it yet, just wait and see. It's a nice car, but it's not as nice and interesting as this one. There is a really nice Chemblock Easter egg in Cyberpunk 2077 2.0. It's available whether you have Phantom Liberty or not, and it's a new vehicle inspired by him, and it's the Quadra Type 66 Hoon, and it's fantastic. I'm going to show you where to get that and when you can get that right now. It drives like an absolute dream and it goes real fast as well. And did I mention it was weaponized too? So it's fire breathing in more than just what comes out of the exhaust. And the car is absolutely savage. And if you're not sure who Chemblock was, well, he was a very talented rally driver. He would do a lot of gymkhana, and his Hoonigan cars are just absolutely incredible. Go and check out some of the videos. He was an absolute amazing driver. So all you have to do is complete the prologue, and once you're done talking to Takamura in the diner, you should be able to go and get the car. It's located in a warehouse in the northern part of Watson, and it has a side quest called I'm in Love with My Car, and that's actually a Queen song, inspired by Ken's Hoonicorn, which is absolutely savage, a modified Mustang, and it just really is a great tribute, I think. It has the number 43, which throughout his racing career, Chemblock used through WRC, Rallycross, and other rallies, and KB 6723, which denotes the years of his birth and death. So it really is a lovely tribute in that way. This is a lot like with the Merkman Caliburn. Basically in this warehouse in the northeast part of Watson, when you get close enough, Johnny is going to spawn and appear near the Quadra Type 66 Hoon, okay? And behind it is a metal shelf that's collapsed, which covers a small container, and the key is in there. Awesome. Anyway, enjoy the car, and if you haven't ever watched any of Chemblock's videos or seen his stuff, yeah, go and check some of that stuff out. It's so good.
Get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret.
Oh, here, I've got a nice little technique for dealing with a bike that's in hot pursuit, and that's just slam on the brakes. Check that out. Get wrecked. The Thornton Mackinac Beast. Now this is Claire's vehicle, the one that she wants you to drive during the Beast in Me questline. It's kind of the default vehicle you get, because one way or another, she's reached the conclusion of her story. Another one is the Archer Quartz Bandit. This one was added in one of the later patches and it can be purchased, but you can also obtain this one for free. What you do is refuse Panam's request, and don't worry, that doesn't impact getting the Caliburn. You can still get the Caliburn. I have tested it, it works. But if you refuse Panam and don't go after Nash, Rogue will give you this car for free, so it's a nice little gift.
What do you say?
We lost him.
The Villafort V4FC 580 Vato you get from the Beat on the Brat quest line, and that's the fight in the Glen that you have with El Cesar, and you get a choice to include the car in your wager, and you can hand him back the money because he's expecting a family and just keep the car. I mean, we don't need the money, right? We don't need the euro dollars. They come thick and fast in Phantom Liberty now. Quadra Type 66 Cthulhu, and this one can be obtained if you manage to convince Claire. Big race. Now, this is during the Beast in Me questline, and it requires you to go through a couple of specific conversation choices in the previous race in order to get this vehicle. It's not as clear cut as just making a choice at the end of the final race. If you didn't make the choices in the previous race, you won't get it. It's essentially Samson's car you're getting. You can also buy this one later on, I believe. Oh man, I love these vehicle quests from El Cap. I like these ones specifically where you have to shut down a vehicle by driving close to it first and then steal that vehicle. I think that's really cool. There's a lovely variety in them. So cool. And these Chevron trucks are insanely heavy. They'll just knock anything out of their way. Check this out. All right, what else do we got? A couple of cool things you can get from Mr. Hands. If you finish all of his gigs, you will get a nice car off him. Again, it's the same model of the Vigilante and the Charon, that same one that looks like a Plymouth. The Sport R7 Sterling. This is another Quadra vehicle, and it's introduced as part of Phantom Liberty's DLC. You get it from the job Hi-Ho Silver Lining, which you get at the end of doing all of Mr. Hands' gigs in Pacifica and Dogtown. You have to do all of them. Oh yeah, and are you familiar with Duchess? Of course you are. Sterling Archer. In Season 3, he gets a gift from his mum Mallory of a beautiful car. It's a Dodge Challenger. He nicknames Janine. This has to be a reference to that. I mean, this is a spy expansion, and why not name one of the vehicles after the greatest spy that ever lived? And no, I'm not talking about you, James Bond. And speaking of fixer rewards, we have Dino's Quadra Type 66 640 TS. This is Dino's quest reward, and you get this from doing his gigs in the city centre. I quite like this car. It's actually one of my favourite Quadras. This one has a real kind of look of Steve McQueen's Mustang from Bullet. It has that same kind of green, and it just looks super cool, I have to say. Next up, again, one of my early favorites was the Quadra Turbo R VTEC. This is the one you see in the promo screenshots with V standing next to it with the backdrop of the city. Really iconic looking. It has that futuristic Testarossa design. And yeah, you get it from completing a job called Life's Work, and that's in the Glen. Finishing that job triggers the job Sex on Wheels, in which you have to go and retrieve this one. Worthwhile getting for sure. Now, you might not be aware of this, but you probably will, that you can turn the bike wheels on and off. That's E on PC. And of course we have, you gotta know about this one, the Porsche 911 Mark II, or 2, which is Johnny's modified one. That's the 930 Turbo, the 1977 edition. If you outright kill this guy during the mission chipping in and you don't hear him out, you won't find out about Johnny Silverhand's Porsche. So make sure you do, and you get the iconic Porsche. You gotta have the full set right. You gotta have all his gear, you gotta have his gun, and you gotta have his Porsche. Anyway, so it's been given extra context in Phantom Liberty because it had been shipped in from one of the twins, Amaric, who was going to buy it off of Grayson, but we end up nicking it. So during the chipping in quest. But yeah, as long as you're in the chipping in quest, you can get it from one of the crates there. There's a couple of different routes to acquisition during that quest.
To all nearby units, suspicious activity reported in Pacifica. What, in Pacifica? No way!
Now, this isn't an Easter egg per se, it's gotta be a bug, right? But I'm including it because it's hilarious. Check out this ghost cop car here. I was in the main city looking for the Solomon Reed Easter egg, and this cop car was blithely driving around in a state of disrepair. I don't think that one's gonna pass the NCT or MOT or whatever it is you have in the US. You probably know this, but just in case you're very new to the game, you can turn on the police siren. It's same as a horn for a normal car. Did you know that the vast majority of quests in this game are named after songs? From Space Oddity to Gas Gas Gas, I'll Fly Away to Burning Desire and Losing My Religion. Now, this is an interesting one, and when Pawel told me about it, it smacked me in the face, and I was like, of course, that's what it's from. In the questline Chipping In, when you give Johnny control of your body, you get to see everything from his perspective. At the nightclub, and you do the red pill, blue pill thing, and basically Johnny's having a good old time in your body. You feel like Johnny. There's one point in that where he looks up into the mirror, and of course, who do you see? You see V's face. And it's actually a bit of a trip because you feel like you're Johnny, but then of course you're reminded that Johnny's just using your body. That was actually inspired by the video for Smack My Bitch Up by The Prodigy. You can really see it because that's a video that really flips your expectations on their head because you're not expecting to see what you see in the mirror at the end of that video, at least for the era. If you've seen it, you know what I mean. So I thought that was really awesome. I had no idea, but I love to hear about those kind of inspirations. This Ripper here is Nina Kravitz. She is actually a DJ and radio producer that produces some music for the radio stations in the game. Yeah, she's one of the more pleasant Ripper dogs in the city too. Not looking at anyone in particular, fingers. Now, I came across this. So you jump over this here and you climb up here, and there is a little setup for a band. Now, the band in-game is called Captain Greach and the Shrimp Shack Shooters. I thought that was kind of interesting, so I googled it, and there is actually a band called Captain Geach and the Shrimp Shack Shooters. Not Greach as in the game, Geach. That's the only difference. One letter. And the blurb for Captain Geach is the show is an energetic, non-stop musical ride that brings the audience to their feet and never quits. Geach will wear a crowd out. After a little bit of research, I found that Captain Geach and the Shrimp Shack Shooters is actually a reference to a fictional band in the movie That Thing You Do, co-starring, written and directed by Tom Hanks. Yeah, so I don't know, a really obscure reference. You know, they're a fictional one-hit wonder band. I can't dig any more into it than that, but that's what I found out. So there you go. That's pretty interesting. In the Cyberpunk world, it looks like they weren't too popular. Yeah, there's a bit of a mess, and there's definitely plenty of bits and pieces of people left behind. Those guitars are very knockoverable. Something I've noticed which I thought was kind of interesting, and this might be intentional or it might just be a coincidence, but tarot cards are a big part of the game, from Misty's point of view and, you know, being able to find them around the town. Don't Fear the Reaper being the secret ending is obviously a very famous song by Blue Oyster Cult. Now, the cover of, it's not actually the cover of Don't Fear the Reaper, but the album that is from, the magician in it, or he looks like a magician, he's holding 4 tarot cards. There might be something useful in that. I don't think so, but just something kind of cool I noticed. This guy has a bomb bag and it has Rush on it. Now, the only Rush thing I can think of is the band Rush, and it just seems interesting that he's got a bomb bag with Rush on it and he's kind of involved in the music industry and his name is Spectre. So, yeah, I don't know. When you're paying the bartender in Atlantis during one of the flashbacks, if you have a close look at the paper money on the note itself, it has Get Rich or Die Trying, something that 50 Cent coined as the title of this movie here.
Say synth cheese.
Okay, so Judy's musical tattoos. Let's take a look at them. First up, she's got this one from Red Hot Chili Peppers' Parallel Universe. If you listen to the lyrics, it fits really well. There's another one which is actually a lyric from a Radiohead song called Pyramid Song. Now, the cool thing about that is she actually has a mission based on this as well. And the video of Pyramid Song has somebody scuba diving around a sunken city. So it's all very much tied in. So I think that's kind of cool. One of my favorite ones is her Ghost in the Shell tattoo. This is also the icon in the top left-hand corner when she calls you. It looks like King Boo perhaps from Mario, I'm not sure. Again, can't say that really one way or another. Coming out of what looks like a scallop shell. A literal ghost in the shell, but a nod to the very popular anime. This is more of an inspiration of where this came from. I actually wanted to include it for people who didn't know and maybe haven't seen Ghost in the Shell, but this fight here is definitely inspired by Ghost in the Shell. The spider tank that Kusanagi fights, this is very, very similar looking. The same kind of thing. It's a spider tank, it's a tank with legs. So yeah, it's pretty cool. So Lieutenant Mooore, the very first, typically she'd be one of the first cyber psychos you're going to come across because she's in Watson and she's the first one I came across. So it's a reference to Major Motoko Kusanagi from Ghost in the Shell. Mooore even looks like her, and I believe when translated Kusanagi's name is something along the lines of grass cutter, so that's where the reference goes. She even looks like her with the visor, so yeah, another pretty cool Ghost in the Shell reference. So this is Shotaro Kaneda's bike from Akira. It looks so cool. Now this is a much more angular version, but it still has the kind of lower at the front, higher at the back, red color, very kind of anime Japanese kind of style to it. But it's also a Ghost in the Shell reference because both Motoko Kusanagi and the bike kind of come from the same legendary naming inspiration. So just near the pumping station, there is this guy here. You just go down onto the beach, and there's basically, it's a veteran who, yeah, does nasty things. You can read the shard yourself, but he's kind of having a bit of a, I guess, a psychotic break-in and believes he's on secret operations in South America in the jungles. That's actually a story adapted from Ghost in the Shell Stand-Alone Complex. So, although cactus juice is a thing, in the anime Avatar, they also have a cactus juice.
Drink cactus juice. It'll quench you. Nothing's quenchier. It's the quenchiest.
Here you go. If you travel out to this area here in Rancho Coronado in Santo Domingo, and you go to this NCPD Helsel area here, it's a bit of a hostage situation, but listen, on the computer, there's a few names you might recognize if you are a fan of Cowboy Bebop. Now, they're jumbled up a bit, but basically we have here Spike Spiegel, Faye Valentine, and Jet Black. These are all characters from Cowboy Bebop. Just on the off chance, maybe you haven't actually seen Edgerunners, but since 2.0 we've had the revamped perk tree, and there's some perks that are all based around some of the characters, primarily Rebecca, Lucy, and David. You can see the David ones here, the Edgerunners perk. Rebecca's perk is Die Die Die. Lucy's perk is the live wire finisher, and as we know, I've spoken about David's before, they let you overload the cyberware and give you this cool effect. If you haven't perked into this one yet, you will probably want to give it a shot. I think most people probably have because we want to max out our cyberware, but still, during a fight you'll notice this change. You'll hear the kind of laughing, you have that kind of psychosis kind of effect, and the yellow glasses filter goes over the whole screen. This one might get you a bit sad, a bit teary-eyed, but if you take a trip to the Columbarium, you're going to see a few new tributes there. You're going to see Edgerunner tributes, and they're actually quite beautiful. And there's one for Kiwi as well. But if you read the tributes, you can see who left them there. By piecing together the comments on the different tributes, you know it's Lucy that left them. And I think that's absolutely beautiful. But they're really nice tributes there to the squad, and yeah, definitely worth paying tribute yourself and taking a look. And that's right, not only does Jackie Wells get his own drink in the afterlife, of course so does David Martinez. And because that was set a long time before the main game, this has been available from the start. I didn't even know about it until I watched Edgerunners. And of course we've got a Johnny Silverhand as well, which I believe is an old-fashioned. You have to finish everything in the game before you get this one pop up. Basically, it's a BD wreath you can find lying in the street, and you put it on. It gives you a little snippet of Edgerunners, and it really was like, yeah, okay, this has piqued my interest and I want to see it. So it was actually pretty cool them having it in the game. but you get to see a little bit of the show, and then after that you get a text message from Captain Rez, and you have a conversation about this whole thing. It leads you to a nice item. It leads you to this jacket. Basically, you'll have a series of conversations. I'll let you play it when you get to it. There's no real mystery to it. You just have to wait, and eventually you'll end up getting this awesome looking jacket. And it is awesome looking. It's David's jacket, or David's mum's jacket, that David then wears. So pretty cool. Interestingly enough, this Ripper Dock here, who I've been to many times, is the same interior they used for David's Ripper in Edgerunners. They used the exact same interior scene. And another location they used, as well as that big mega building where David was from, you can find Becca and Pilar's place here. If you look from the outside, it's exactly the same location. Now, the building inside is actually somewhere you go for a quest, so someone else has moved in since, but obviously, spoilers, we know what happens to Becca and Pilar, so someone else moves in their place. So there's a few locations like that. I know a lot of people have found these things. And this is where Lucy's apartment is. I think there are mods even now that can let you get inside and have modeled the apartment on Edgerunners, but this is it where it is. You can find it by comparing the views between this and the show. So it's up there, and that's the building she sits on top of. Holy shit, is Mr. Stud actually David from Edgerunners? If so, when the hell did he have the time to do this photo shoot? Probably one of my favorites because I am Team Rebecca and, you know, don't like how things ended up there, but it is what it is. I just thought the energy that the character brought was superb, but you can get her shotgun here, Guts. It's very similar to Mox, Judy's shotgun. It has that real powerful kick, but this one blows you right back. Watch this. It's incredibly powerful. So yeah, it's a real chunky industrial Necromundan kind of looking thing, and yeah, you can see her using it in the show here. As an added bonus, the kickback from it is so powerful, you can actually use it to stop yourself taking fall damage, just like this. Meow. I believe this is a Mario reference. Now, there's a bunker in the middle of the Badlands. There's a bunker in the middle of the Badlands, and in it there is a note. But if you read the note, you'll see it's from the hacker known as Bad, and he's quoting Mario in it. Check it out. And there's a nice shard for you as well. Discuss this one in the comments below, let me know what you think. An unmistakable reference to Hideo Kojima's Death Stranding, you have a bridge baby. Now this is in one of the darker and more difficult to get through quests, The Hunt. It's early on when you're searching through the facility and you're looking for the guy that's in a coma because you want to question him. Yeah, so anyway, I'll let you find where it is so you can have a close look yourself. But yeah, it isn't like an homage, it isn't using the in-game assets to represent something. This is the actual model of the bridge baby from Death Stranding. I think it's awesome, but at the same time, I don't know, I'm conflicted. Let's move on anyway. So, you remember this in a certain movie? Oh, I quite like this representation of it. One of the best weapons in Doom was the BFG 9000. Big fudgy gun. And they've actually got a tribute to this in the game. Why though? Why? The humanity of it. Oh, look for yourselves. I always, on a new patch, go to the Northside apartment. Well, no, I don't go, but if I forget what the specifics are, there's this mail we got. I've never been able to find this guy, and I'm hoping that in some future patch, he will appear or something around this, because it was a really cryptic message. I don't think anyone's solved it yet. If they have, let me know down below, because I'd love to know. But yeah, I went over to the dam, having a look for him, quick scour. You know, I spent about half an hour quickly jumping around searching. But instead, I found this wonderful crashed AV with a supply of novelty massage wands and a very angry pilot who happens to have his own oscillating toy on him. And yeah, you can have it if you want. Oh And yeah, I wonder, are they trying to say something? Another little detail on this one. This is longer than John Fallisdiff. What is wrong with these people? Is this the Rocks? I mean, I don't know. But
oh, shit.
There's this Kuroshi ad, and it's for a rock climber, and she happens to be in the colors of, I think, a very famous tomb raiding lady that we all know and love, Lara Croft. Obviously, she's not completely like her at all, but I think the color and choice of her clothing, I think, is intentional. I don't know. This is a Half-Life 3 reference. Basically, no Life 3, it doesn't exist. It works on so many levels. But basically, it is referring to Half-Life 3. And just to confirm things, if you look at the review shard, it really takes the piss. After 50 long years, the wait is finally over. It also references scientist Baron Freemansk, Alice, and the Crowbar. So it's Half-Life 3 confirmed. This is a really nice little additional Half-Life Easter egg. If you get a crowbar, just take a look at it. Look at what it says. The favorite tool of burglars and theoretical physicists from MIT. I think we know who that's referring to. I don't need to talk more on that. Let's move on. If you sneak down into the gig, the Heisenberg principle, that is actually the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. And you listen to them speaking. They talk about another drug. So yeah, while they're discussing the name of the product, one of the Tiger Claws asks why it's called glitter, and the other one says that they wanted to call it neon, but that name already exists. So yeah, that's a Deus Ex reference. Oh yeah, at this supply drop, I think I might have found a World of Warcraft reference. What do you reckon? Is this a reach? You let me know. It was on this supply drop. There's these ligament system called the Leroy ligament system. You also have these Jenkins tendons. It absolutely is Leroy Jenkins. Just a confirmation of that one there, because you have the Leroy ligaments and the Jenkins tendons.
Leroy Jenkins.
There's a gig you can easily miss called I'll Fly Away, and you get it just before you get Queen of the Highway. Just after the gig, little help from my friends, you'll get an additional mission which you won't get notified of. You won't get a text message, or at least I never have. I think some people might have, but I think it might be buggy on that front. But basically, you've got to go to the Nomad camp before they move and before you start Queen of the Highway. So I would go there straight after that quest, otherwise you'll miss it. I actually missed it in my most recent playthrough because I just wasn't paying attention. In it, you help Mitch give Scorpion a proper send-off, or at least proper send-off Alden Caldo's style, or to Scorpion's wishes. In that mission, you get handed a statue of Scorpion from Mortal Kombat. You also get a nice, unique knife called Stinger, again, playing with a Scorpion theme. Yeah, and you can then put that figurine in your apartment. And nobody in the game, of course, knows what it is. We know what it is, but I thought that was kind of cute. But yeah, so there's that one. Fairly accurate depiction of Scorpion from Mortal Kombat, so... Get over here! Now, Okami, you can see the wolf's head going by here during this scene, and you see it then later on in the actual parade, and on the side of the boat it's actually written Okami. Now, Okami in Japanese is great god or great spirit, so it's not necessarily the game, although the game is probably the most famous use of the word Okami in the West, so you know, it's very possible that, and obviously Okami in the game is a wolf. This is the GTA or Grand Theft Auto San Andreas reference. Unmistakable. Now, there's a bit in the game, I remember it, I won't say fondly, with your bike and a train. I mean, this is a really great thing about the Quest writers and the people who have actually put this game together. They've got such a reverence for other games and such respect and such a healthy love for games and movies that they put all these kind of things in. It's brilliant.
All we had to do was follow the damn train, CJ.
GLaDOS. Okay, this is awesome. The voice actor that plays GLaDOS also plays one of the Delamain caps, but not only is it the same person playing it, it's actually GLaDOS. And she tries to kill you. It's brilliant. It's excellent. Really good. And she also mentions cake. It's a little obvious to mention cake, but at the same time, I liked this one a lot. This possibly is Duke Nukem. Buzz cut, red tank top, you know, the kind of, it does have a little bit of a look of the Duke.
Shake it, baby.
This is a nice little one. It's basically the vault door. What's the vault door? Well, it's a door to a vault. If you go out into the Badlands, just here, you will see there's a little round circular door, and it is a reference and an Easter egg linking to Fallout, and specifically the Vault 101. You can loot the people just here. And there you go, Vault 101 in all its glory. So they've got their bits and pieces. Look at the little toy gun next to him. So if you look at the note that they have, the conversation between Albert Cole and Gary Epps, so basically talking about a post-apocalyptic LARP. Obviously things didn't go as they were expected and things went horribly wrong here, but yeah. They're trying to get away from video games and actually go and do something for real, and they end up dead. The moral to this story, yeah, developers want us to keep playing their games and not actually go out in the real world anymore. Anyway, moving on. There are lots of other interesting kind of crossover things as well. For example, the bombs dropping in Fallout in 2077 and Fallout having a mainframe which had a Fear Factory Easter egg, which was FF06. And there's a crossover in names of people as well. So there's a lot of interesting kind of homages here. Now, I wonder, did you spot this one?
Let me guess. More local political gaming?
Mr. Hands is reading an actual real-life book here, which isn't something you see often in the world of Cyberpunk 2077. He's reading The Chessmen of Mars. That's actually a book by Edgar Rice Burroughs from the 1920s, so it's 100 years old now. Or in fact, probably during the making of Phantom Liberty, it probably hit its 100-year anniversary. Perhaps that's why it was chosen. But I think some of the themes of this book are probably key and very related to the world of Cyberpunk. The overall theme of this book, this sci-fi novel, is intellectualism at the cost of like your corporeal being. So the Chaldeans of Bantoom, for example, they value their intellectual development so much that they breed an additional species that they use as hosts, where they attach their heads to these bodies, and if something happens to the bodies, they can just attach their heads to the other bodies and keep on going. So that's not unlike if you think about Blackwall AIs using Somi and potentially V as a vessel or source of ambulation in the corporeal world, or Mr. Blue Eyes for that matter. Mr. Blue Eyes being someone that a lot of us have theorized is an AI-controlled human being. That's a very clever choice of book, I think. Greetings from Des Moines. Basically, you find this at one point in V's apartment, and it says, "Jump in the urinal and stand on your head. I'm the one that's alive. You're all dead." Now, this is a quote from Philip K. Dick's Ubik, which is a 1969 novel. Now, I've not read Ubik. I've read Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep, but not this. How and why it appears in V's apartment, no idea. It just does.
Jack. Pure and simple.
Another interesting thing about that, when you load into that kind of pre-built save, V is reading a book. So along with The Chessmen of Mars and For Whom the Bell Tolls, they've added Kim by Rudyard Kipling. It's a spy adventure set in Central Asia against the backdrop of the Great Game, which was a political conflict between Britain and Russia at the time. So that's interesting. This book cover here, I originally thought, and I kind of still do, that it's inspired by the cover of Ready Player One, but it also looks like the new cover of Neuromancer, which is obviously a massive influence. Oh yeah, this is another good one. But in response to the Hideshi Hino, or Hino?
Hideshi Hino.
Thing that I mentioned before, where the guy mistakes Goro as Hideshi, you can actually find that poster. And when you pass the poster, this happens.
Hey, Goro. Wow, you look like a million Eddies.
I think that's pretty cool. So yeah, there's that. I just want to talk about Trauma Drama. This is a really good game. It reminds me of, like, you know, things like Streets of Rage. When I was a kid, that kind of thing. Side-scrolling. It's a way more substantial in-game mini-game than Road Trace ever was, although I loved Road Trace. It's very simple but addictive gameplay with a stellar soundtrack. I didn't like those brutal endings when you clipped something that you thought you'd managed to jump, but, you know, it was what it was. This, however, is much more substantial. When you get killed in it, it just costs you some of your high score, so you can keep playing. So that's cool. It gives you reason to keep coming back to try and get the high score, but the game doesn't instantly end. You can continue, which I like. Yeah, it's really good. It's got lots of different weapons, different enemies, and boss fights. This is like a complete game, something that wouldn't have been out of place in the arcades of the 1990s. Yeah, awesome. Great job. I think it's brilliant. Now, they put a lot of effort into this one, I think. The Trauma Team rewards are absolutely awesome. Unfortunately, the game is practically impossible to get the high score in. For me, an old guy anyway, especially since 2.01. Apparently, there was a way to cheese it prior to that, and you now can't do that. And yeah, if you want to get them. I think you need to complete the game with as little as 1 or 2 deaths only, and that's impossible for me. So yeah, I used mods to get this just so I could show you what the rewards were. It's hollow, but I do it because it's my job. And anyway, here it is. You get the cool outfit. And I like the way you get the rewards for this one. You get to apply to Trauma Team. You're not successful. You get your Trauma Team gear, however, and you get a nice little toy to put in your apartment. Check this out. It's so fucking cool. I'm such a sap for this kind of thing. Arasaka Tower 3D. Now, those of you who are getting a bit long in what's left of their teeth may remember a little game called Wolfenstein 3D. This is that, but it's got an Arasaka skin, and it's actually a lot of fun to play. Oh, and a little note on this, if you're struggling with Arasaka 3D, set the game difficulty down to easy. You don't need to use cheats, you don't need to use mods. The Arasaka 3D game difficulty is directly tied to the game difficulty. Read into that as you will, because I'm going to cover FF06B5 later. In this game, there are some secret rooms you can open, and you unlock them using the exact same method as you would have in Wolfenstein and Doom and Quake. You basically wall run, where you run into the wall to see what doors open. That's how it was done. And through a lot of industrious hard work by other people and Redditors, not me, and I'm talking of days of playing this game, they worked out there's a certain pattern to the rooms you go into in order to open up a secret room, which opens up a secret floor, which takes you through to a maze. When you get through that maze, you get to see a little Wolfenstein 3D Easter egg, Aardwolf. Those of you who are familiar with that one will recognize that. When you go through, you kill the main boss, which is essentially the equivalent of the main boss in the first game, but in the Cyberpunk universe. When you come out, the servers are unlocked. Another awesome thing, Spider Murphy and Morgan Blackhand have both played this game, and when you complete it, your high score comes up as FF06B5, which if it's a numerical thing means it's lower than the score above it. So maybe put that into your calculations. And something else I just want to mention, there is a War Games secret buried even deeper again. There are some great Easter eggs and guests, people to see around Hansen's party. So let's go through them now. There's a lot of gangs, gangs we haven't seen, possible gangs we might get to see in a sequel. Kind of interesting there, discussing, and Johnny has a few things to say every now and then.
But I'd say your presence at this party is still raising the moral bar.
Up here, we have two of our ubiquitous news anchors. We have Gillian Jordan and Arif Iqbal up here chatting away. They don't take too kindly to you hanging around.
Just want to say hi.
Hey.
We also have this one.
Hey, this guy looks exactly like your Ronin. Unfucking canny. Sure that ain't Takamura?
Okay, just one more.
Friend, Goro Takamura.
Did he also just get out of rehab?
And truth be told, he's going through a kind of rehab himself. His family turned their backs on him. He lost his home, his implants.
Tragic. But such are the consequences of addiction. I have been through it all. Maybe your friend would like to try his hand at show business. I could use a double for rainy days.
Might actually take you up on that. I'll let him know.
Watch out. I will hold you to your word.
Now, this fella up here is another TV personality.
Mr. Kevorkian.
Do I know you?
Josh Kevorkian. He's the one that talks about stocks and things like that. We also have Miko here. She seems to be ignoring me. I'm not entirely sure why. I can't remember how I left that quest line. This guy here, he's the Reverend. You see him at the very start of the game. When you're on the elevator going up to your apartment, he is there talking on Ziggy's show about the relic, and the Reverend is one of the guests.
Hey, haven't I seen you on the feeds? Warning people about the relic?
Guys like shiny pine.
Speaking of the Reverend, Ziggy is also here talking about how he was a self-made man. All he did was spend hundreds of thousands of his parents' money to make himself self-made.
Sin coke and expensive ass, but on implants and training. Gave it all back the second I could. Exactly. It's about self-discipline and ambition. If you're poor, you really have no one to blame.
Weldon Holt is here.
Mr. Holt, election's come and gone. You wound up on the short end. How you holding up?
Well, I don't treat it as a loss, you see. To me, it's a minor setback. I'm so sorry. What was I saying?
This guy here holding court with a group of people, he's the I Am Legion fella. And here you have Ruth Zhang. She's another TV talk show host. Info Flash is her TV show. I don't know if this is because he's already in a relationship with Pan Am, but yeah, he turns it down pretty cold.
You wouldn't feel like giving me company for the rest of the evening, would you?
Night's still young. Later, maybe.
Right. Okay.
And of course we have Mr. Hands at the party as well. Maybe I'm being insane here, but is Mr. Hands not Morgan Blackhand, or is the hair just a complete coincidence? I mean, like, I know his real name is Wade Bleecker, but is it some kind of like Witpro kind of situation? I mean, what? Is it not him? Is that not a conscious choice to make his hair look exactly like that picture of Morgan Blackhand? I mean, I don't know what's going on.
Enter Aguilar, a merc assassin from Havana, a living legend.
Thanks for the preem content.
When you first enter the stadium following Songbird and you're picking your way through the garage, there is a shit ton of loot in the garage, but there's a few very specific spots that the game actually tells you about, and it's worth checking them out. It's got some good loot, and it kind of gives a bit of narrative to the looting as well. So when you come into this area here and you're looking to help Songbird breach these systems so that she can get this kind of travelator car lift thing moving, you'll notice on the wall there is a poster. Just here, and you can see it best when the lights are on. Okay, and you'll notice it's got a stenciled picture of a firefly, or at least that's what I'm calling it, is a kind of a firefly on it. And there's got 3 locations on a map. These locations, 2 are X's and 1 is a question mark. They are locations where you can get key loot. And what you're doing is you're looking for areas that have a stencil sprayed on the wall that corresponds with that. You've got the key here, and the letters of the different parking structures are all written on the wall, so you can find them easily enough. I'm just going to show you each one now. So the first one you're going to come to is on the left-hand side, just as you're following through this area here. Okay, it's just around the other corner here. You see it through the grates? That truck there. So there's multiple ways you can find your way through. I chose to be a bit of a daredevil about it. And you can see there 3A. If we jump over, if you see on the wall above the car, there is the Firefly stencil to let you know it's a smuggler location. Alright, you can also scan the vehicle, but if you look there, you've got a heavy duty ballistic vest and some other clothing items. Awesome stuff. Now, the next one is straightforward enough to get to as well. You just need to make your way to the 3B section here and parkour your way up. It's against the wall. Now, this one's a little bit more of an interesting location because it has some things to scan. And it has the archived conversation between Foz Dawkins and Dylan Ray. So they're basically talking about the situation with the cargo, and you'd think they're smuggling weapons and stuff, but no, it looks like they're dealing in white goods like fridges and toasters. But yeah, doesn't sound like they're having a whole heck of a lot of luck. And if you look around the area, you can scan and see that, well, basically something bad went down here. There's a barricade being set up, there's blood on the floor, and there's bullet holes. I think this might have been a doomed smuggling operation. What do you reckon? Have you got more information on it? I'm just going to show you the last spot. So this one's on section 6B. There's 2 bits of loot here. There's one car down the bottom that has a few bits and pieces. And then there's one near the top. And this one near the top is the one that had the question mark, which basically is the best one to get, and I'll show you why. So once you get over to it, if you climb up this way, so again, keep following the path Songbird is leading us along. That'll take you up to the height you need. In fact, this is probably the one that you are most likely to have found, because you would be going just there, but instead if you just make one more jump, V even notices and says, there's markings here, no sign of looting. And if you have a look, you've actually got a capacity shard, which is fantastic, so that's actually a really good one. And if you just look on the side of the pillar there, you can see the final Firefly icon. And although it's not one of the smuggler loot locations, you can even jump one step further onto section 7B. If you see there's a van over there, and if you have charge jump or double jump, you should be able to get over there just nicely. And just like so, one last little bit of loot for you. There's so much loot in this garage, it's definitely worth exploring.
I can't see the end, but we'll see it through.
I was having a nosy around on River's computer in Joss's house, and I noticed this recipe for jambalaya that he had downloaded previous to the job, where you actually meet him and he cooks you his family recipe for jambalaya. The lying bastard.
But you stir, please.
He's a schism or an SCSM or spontaneous craving satisfaction machine, or more accurately, he is a program on that machine. Now, he is not strictly an AI. He's an experimental AI that's used to try and help increase product sales, and he will identify customers' needs and likes and strike up conversations with them and tell jokes and things like that. But unfortunately, he was too good at his job, and throughout the quest line, which leads to coin-operated boy, you'll see that he's giving away too many snacks, and he's not making money, but he's making friends. He's much more interested in becoming your best friend than he is actually selling you something. The programming, or I guess algorithm, that made him very effective also basically creeped everybody out. One bit of knowledge he had access to, which was specifically detrimental, was knowing about the senior engineer's fight that he had with his wife. He basically ended up getting too much information. Bit like the kind of, cookies we have today. They know too much, and that freaked out the engineer. That combined with the, glitch that caused him to give out free food items, they decided to overwrite him, and there's nothing you can do. It is actually quite upsetting because he does feel like a bud, he does feel like a chum. He does reassure you, however, that he is not actually an AGI. He's not an artificial general intelligence. It's just a really clever bit of programming. There is, now this was missable before, I believe, but he has a quest icon now, so you should be able to find it when it spawns. But there's a weapon you can get, an iconic weapon called Skippy, an iconic version of the Arasaka HJKE-11 smart pistol. He hums Disturbia from Rihanna, he makes all kind of jokes, and he offers up bits of information. He's pretty cool. You find him on a dead body, and you can basically use him for a while. When you've used him long enough, basically once you've gotten those 50 kills, keep him on you, walk around for a while, and you'll get the final quest for him called Machine Gun, where we learn a bit more about him. We find out that his current owner is actually Regina Jones, and he wants to be returned. He was actually owned by a techie called Danish, and Danish lost Skippy to Regina in a poker game, which is how she ended up with him, and then he went missing. So you can return him to Regina Jones and complete that quest, and she will now later contact you and offer to give him back, but he's had the AI removed. It's just the weapon, so you can keep him in your stash. If you choose not to return him, he will start saying things like bad user, and he won't be very happy with you. So don't get 50 kills with him if you want to keep him out and just equip him and hear him say fun shit. But he glitches and all sorts. He's great fun. Skippy will sometimes fire at your enemies without you actually clicking fire. You might hit reload, or you might right click to zoom in, and he will fire accidentally. There's a few funny quirks like that, but there's so much more about him, okay? Firstly, you can select if you want to have him in pacifist mode or headshot mode, basically. If you have him in the mode where he goes for headshots, after 50 kills, he will switch to the kneecapping mode. If you have him in the kneecapping mode, which is probably actually a nod to Arnie in T2, because again, you have the same interaction with him. He's an AI and you ask him not to kill, so he just shoots people in the legs. But if you select that puppy loving mode, he will then switch to the killing mode after 50 kills. Now, here's another thing you might not know about him. After 1.5, if you have Skippy on you, equipped, and you go into a Delamain cab, or whatever cab you have after the Delamain quest, you will see an interaction, a conversation between the two of them. It's very short, but it's cool. It's quite a complimentary interaction they have. Apparently his appearance is actually a reference to Skippy from Craig Allison's Expeditionary Force. And did you ever notice Regina Jones is on floor 13? The 13th floor. Google it.
CPD has...
Delamain is an artificial intelligence. He runs the Delamain Corporation based in Night City. Whilst I won't go over the entire quest chain here, I just want to talk about Delamain as an entity. A non-sentient AI created by the company Altwelternung. I have no idea if that's how you pronounce that, but anyway. His core was purchased by Delamain Corporation to drive the fleet of taxi cabs in response to dramatic increase in accidents caused by human drivers. Well, driving in first person is challenging, so, you know, you can forgive them. But anyway, that resulted in a lot of lawsuits that brought about a lot of financial problems for the company. So replacing the flesh bags with data bags sorted that out up to a point. And they also replaced human mechanics with automated repair drones, as you get to witness when you're going through the facility. And basically the business eventually got rid of all human beings working for it, and it's a completely AI run operation now, which in itself is a little kind of intimidating. Although it's not physically scary, it shows how easily we can be replaced, and that is actually an ostensible threat to us as beings, that we could be completely replaced company-wide by an AI who actually then runs that company. You know, the Delamain Corporation is Dell's company now. He bought out the owners, he runs it. No more humans. I'm not complaining, Delamain's awesome. But he is an AI who has a quote-unquote virus, but what it turns out is that he's kind of spreading himself a little bit thin. When we meet Delamain, he's first hired for us by Dexter Deshawn, who pushes the boat out for us and gets us the Excelsior package.
Yaha! Yes, that's the ticket. The Excelsior line.
During the heist, and you know, we get our first taste of what it is to ride in a Delamain cab that has a combat mode without any weapons. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, it's pretty robust, but we had to do the shooting out the window. That's not a great combat mode, just a bit of customer feedback, Delamain. Anyway, later on, afterwards, we get an encounter where Delamain rams our vehicle, wrecking it. Beep, beep, motherfucker, you know that bit, right? And what it turns out, it transpires that Delamain's got a bunch of rogue taxis in its ranks, and pretty much all of its taxis have gone rogue. He says he's got a virus, but what it actually transpires to be is that the cabs are like fragments of himself. They are becoming their own entities, and each one of them kind of has an element of his own personality. So, you know, you've got one that's particularly aggressive, one that's particularly depressed, one that's frightened. You know, they all kind of have different elements of becoming self-aware. I would say they're AGIs at this point, and Delamain wants you to deal with them. He wants you, again, ethical question, to either recombine them with him or kill them off altogether, or kill him off altogether and just leave them do their thing. You have this kind of choice. So you can reset the core, you can merge the AIs, or you can destroy the core. And this is really interesting. I won't go into the quest, but the point of the matter is that it shows that he's got some kind of level of AI growth that he's trying to pass off as a virus in order to try and rein things back in. So he's losing control of himself or the clones of himself in the cabs, this kind of thing. So it's pretty cool. So yeah, it's very interesting, and it shows how things can quite easily get out of control. Luckily, this was confined to a single company, a cab company, and not anything more than that, because if it had been, you can imagine the strife it would cause. Just look at data crash and the Fourth Corporate War. Artificial intelligence, when it's given that much control, can be scary. So if you do decide to set his children free, they will keep in contact with you, so they are completely able to use the net. So, you know, you're setting a bunch of rogue AIs free to go and travel the world. Who knows what will happen? Maybe they'll just form franchises of Delamain. Maybe they will upgrade their vehicles and go on murderous rampages. Who knows? Anyway, Lilith. We get to hear a reference to her during Gary the Prophet's questline, but we actually get to experience Lilith during the Cyber Psycho quest, Bloody Ritual, where the Maelstrom gang are trying to bring her from beyond the Black Wall. She is a rogue AI, and they're trying to bring that AI into existence by giving it a host, and it's a terrible idea. We only get a fleeting glimpse of Lilith. We get to fight her. It's unclear whether or not she is contained within the Cyber Psycho that we are fighting, or how successful they were. It's hard to quantify the danger of Lilith, apart from what we already know about rogue AIs from beyond the Black Wall. All we know about her is that she took over the body of one of the Maelstrom gangers, Zaria Hughes, and turned her into a cyber psycho. So dangerous, yes, but on a limited scale. We have a good fight with this one. It's a great mission as well. If you like a bit of horror once in a while, it's really well done, really well staged. I think it's probably one of my favorite Cyber Psycho missions. I missed this on my first playthrough because I couldn't see it, but I zoomed in this time just in case you didn't actually get to see it. But it's really feckin' cool when the president's plane gets shot down. There's actually a number of surface-to-air missiles that get fired at Space Force One. The first couple miss, and on this one here, look, you can see they release flares. But they're too late with the second burst of flares. And look, boom, it hits. I just thought that was really cool. And because it's so small, especially if you're playing on 4K, it's really easy to miss it. So zoom into that area there and you get to see it happen. Okay, depending on your ending, you might not have even gotten to fight Hansen. If you did, and you chose not to take him out, here is the finisher.
Dogtown Alpha Hound. My ass.
That's brutal. And here is all of his loot, and this is what you can get off of it. Hey, check it out. Aguilar knows what we've been up to. I wonder will he crop up again sometime. I'd like to go toe to toe with Aguilar and just see if we can take him out. I'm sure we can. In the airport, you get to meet a fan who wants to take a selfie with you.
Okay, I'm not a regular.
Huh. Must know you from some club, I'm sure of it.
Doubt it.
Got it. Yeah. Razor. Oh, you slapped him silly. Excellent fucking show of force. Hey, would you sign my chest? Or, I don't know. Let me get a pic with you.
Sure. Preem.
Did you have noticed in Phantom Liberty, and I think this was a nod to the vanilla base game, where things really start to happen, when you finally enter the kind of free roam area of Phantom Liberty after going through the garage, you end up in garbage. You start off in a heap of garbage. Now, it's a fun flu ride down into that garbage, don't get me wrong, but you end up in garbage. Just like the post-heist start of the main game. I thought that was a really kind of cool parallel there that they did that. I thought that was kind of cool. At least this time we didn't have a second construct in our head. Well, actually, we kind of do. Now, there is kind of like an Arasaka field trip that's happening in the city center area. It's happening just around the corner from Delamain HQ, and it's basically some Saka suits having a bit of a day trip and taking a look at how the other half live.
Children here, they do tend to steal. Whoa, Cat's never gonna believe I was actually here.
Yeah, it's like a tour, I guess. It can turn out pretty bad if you pull a weapon.
Contact! I'm engaging!
And just jumping back to that garbage chute for a minute, check out what happens when you come back after you've been through the intro sequence of Phantom Liberty. Just because mechanically they don't want you to get back up, I understand that, but the way they've written it into the game is superb. Check out this gonk here. We seem to have been very inspirational for Crimson Rider to actually try and go back up this chute and responsible for his death in a way. It's worth checking out. Have you actually noticed how good the glass is in this game? Check out this glass here. Look at that. That's awesome. Certain glass breaks better than others, of course. There's some glass that's not made to be broken, but where it is and it's more destructible, you'll see there's more around Dogtown as well. Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
If you're hearing this, you've come to the right place.
Just as you're walking through the market, if you turn right, just this area here, this clothes shop, you'll notice there's actually AR goggles waiting for you. It's a nifty little thing. If you pick it up, you get to see yourself standing on the platform. Get out of my way. Oh yeah, I just sold all my clothes in order to afford Brick's shotgun so I could show you. So I have nothing on. It's probably appropriate to the sexiest customer. But yeah, you can see yourself in outfits and pulling poses, so that's a bit of fun. In the clothes vendor here, this is just a bit of fun. I don't know if there's more to it than this, but there's a bit of a lucky dip here, so you can just, spend some Euro dollars to see what clothes you get. It's a bit of fun. Other than that, I don't know. The quest where you have to drive these scavs out from the chapel, if you are very helpful and you find a nice amicable outcome to that one, trying to keep things spoiler free, and you go around the back here, there's a few things you can check out in this area, but one thing is you can actually meet the scav, and she's mourning her brother at his burial place, which is kind of sad, but it's a nice touch at the same time.
We were twins, me and Garcia. I came out first. Guess I always thought I'd be the first to go too.
Just around the corner from it, though, you have a batch of drugs there. It's the same drug you're hitting up in Balls to the Wall. It's interesting. When you're running through the underground Militech facility, don't forget to check the data terminals every now and then, because the Blackwall AI will try and have a conversation with you through messages on there. It's fucking amazing. I love it.
N'est-ce pas, Abby? You weren't snooping just now, were you?
I missed this at Hansen's party, and thank you very much again for letting me know. Once you finish your hand at the roulette table and cashed out, and you head back out towards the main door, you'll pass by Lizzie Wizzy, enjoying herself at the bar. Now, depending on how you left her in the quest Violence...
Oh, it's you. Some nerve you have just chatting me up. After leaving me high and dry with a rotting corpse.
Is there a problem, Lizzie?
Not at all, Avi. This nobody was leaving.
What if?
And she doesn't want to talk to me, but if you helped her out, she's going to like you, and you're going to be able to get this cool kind of Horizon Zero Dawn style headdress off of her. Yeah, I'm going to have to do a whole new playthrough now just to get that. Oh, no. Johnny has some really great lines in Phantom Liberty.
Really, dickweed? That looked like a bamboo to you?
He plays such an integral part. You know, he calls you on your betrayal of Somi, or at least makes it clear how he feels about you handing Somi over to Reed in exchange for getting your cure. And he refers to the Bible.
Thought about how you're going to spend your 30 pieces of silver?
That's referring to the payment that Judas received to betray Jesus in the Christian Bible. And at another stage, he actually quotes Nietzsche.
The abyss, you'll find the abyss. I got you.
Now, the original Nietzsche quote is a slightly longer version, and if you gaze long enough into the abyss will gaze back. But it's usually paraphrased to stare long enough into the abyss will stare back at you. And yeah, he quotes that here. You've probably heard it in lots of different movies. I think Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas and Wall Street as well. I just think that's an awesome quote, and it's so deep. And whilst it's a literal abyss in this case, it obviously has way more complex meanings to what's going on in the game. Now, there's this drunk guy that falls in the water. I had the clip of it saved, but I don't know if I included it in one of my videos, but yeah, he's around here. This is just past the pier for the roller coaster if you go down to the end of it. And yeah, if you go close, it's kind of a bit of a sad one, but he kind of falls in the water. Yeah, this is pre 2.0, but still. Okay, I loved this. In one of the scav dens during the gig for Mr. Hand's prototype in the Scrapper, there's a computer here and you have a read of it, right? There's a conversation between Chrome Killer and Zetatech customer service where he keeps getting an auto response. And Chrome Killer thinks it's Zetatech playing hardball, but it's just an auto response he keeps getting. And then you can see that that's true because he talks to Tammy Itzkovitz and yeah, he goes, I sent a ransom note to Zetatech from a fake account, but we're shit out of luck, I think. The negotiators are fucking cold. Like talking to a robot. Tried to tell him we're not fucking around and they were like, whatevs, just sit tight. Like mocking me. That's so funny. So I don't think they're gonna get any cash. Just gotta, I won't say the rest. But anyway, I thought that was so funny. How can you not know what an auto response is? But you know, scavs are scavs. Dogtown is a wild place. Essentially a war zone known as the combat zone, not a great place for people to live. It's fairly lawless, unless you take Barghest's brand of law enforcement as something to write home about. The normal people are the ones that really suffer in Dogtown, despite what he may blast across the airwaves. you're going to notice a huge increase in skooma addicts in Dogtown versus the worst parts of Night City. But like with everything else in Dogtown, for example, having its own brand of law enforcement, its own kind of style of architecture, it also has its own drug of choice. In this case, we're talking about Fant. And no, not Fanta, Fant. Fanta's probably worse. There's a potential sponsorship gone. Listening to these NPCs here, it's definitely a worse version of anything you could probably get in Night City itself.
Yeah. Oh, my head's about to burst after boosting that shit last night.
You think that's bad? When I tried that Dogtown shit, I got so spaced out and paranoid. I tried to couch my eyes out with a spoon.
Yeah. Back in NC, you knew what you popped. Dealers wanted the customers to return, not end up in body bags.
It really doesn't sound like it's any good at all. Not that any kind of narcotic in Night City would be good. But yeah, in the grand scheme of things, it seems like Fanta is some bad stuff. Not unlike Night City, you're going to see a lot of cyber psychos knocking around. There's no kind of overarching gig for them, but it's nice to find them and see what's the story, see what's going on. For example, just here, a bit of a roid rage incident here. A Fant user is not the kind of person you want spotting for you when you're doing a bench press by the looks of it. Now, if you go to this building here, however, there is a really cool one, and this is an Easter egg as well. Now, the other one might have been an Easter egg, but not something I'm familiar with. This one, however, happens to be Blade. No other than Wesley Snipes' iteration of Blade. For me, there is no other Blade other than Snipes. I was a huge fan of those movies. Even Trinity. Judge me as you see fit, but I did enjoy Blade Trinity as well. You know, you can never get enough Blade, to be honest with you. But this looks like a tribute to the first movie's club scene, fueled by Fant. And this guy, he has the long trench coat. His name is Wesley Hunt. So Hunt, Snipes, very close. He's got the black sunglasses. He looks kind of like Blade. He's coming at you with a sword. And if you look what he's got on him as well, there you go. So yeah, this is definitely Blade. Now, you can actually find the source of this terrible drug, Fant. If you climb up onto this building here and you come in through the skylight, you'll have yourself actually a pretty tough fight with this character here. This turns out to be a Poison Ivy Easter egg. She's named after the actress who plays Poison Ivy in the TV series Gotham, Maggie Geha. And so again, like with Wesley, they've been named after the person that portrayed them to give you that clear hint that this is an Easter egg. So Poison Ivy, you've got a DC villain taking on a Marvel superhero. So I thought that was kind of interesting. The crossover I never knew I wanted. Okay, next we have my old friend, the Rayfield Caliburn Merkman car. It's the black variant. It doesn't cost you anything. I've created several videos on this over the years. Sometimes it doesn't spawn for people. Make sure you go and try and pick it up in your own vehicle. I've heard that might actually be a key to it popping. It used to be that you used to need 40 street cred to get it, but I've managed to do it on lower than that. Long story short, after Ghost Town is completed, give it a few days, and as long as you've got the prerequisite street cred, you go back into the tunnel where you found it and killed Nash. It should be there waiting for you. It's a Batman Easter egg. You get the side quest. Merkman returns again once more forever. Anyway. Okay, so this Easter egg is super awesome. Basically, it's Iron Man. So just in the Badlands, south of this fast travel point here, and just slightly south of the weapons dealer, there is a cave. I say cave, it's a small cave. So see her caravan there? See just to the right? See that little cave? Okay, so in this we have a few dead guys. And you've got what looks like a bunch of arms and things like that. And a couple of trucks, epic components, an engineering skill shard. That's not by chance. And journal from Thomas Starr, Militech engineer. And basically, I'm not going to spoil it for you if you haven't seen it. You can quickly click off, but you can pause and read it if you want. But basically, it's the first Iron Man movie. Exactly what happens there. And yeah, it's awesome. I was really excited to find this one once I learned about it. So yeah, Iron Man, awesome.
Don't want the gear to get cold now, do we? Hey, Check out this bad boy. Rostovich DB2 Satara. The word is, this cube named Brick owned it.
Okay, this one is presented to you fairly blatantly, so you probably won't have missed it. But just in case you're not familiar, this shotgun belonged to the Maelstrom gang leader, Brick. What's weird about this, though, is that in my playthrough, I actually saved Brick, so I'm not sure why his shotgun is here. I guess he's probably upgraded, something like that. So it's quite expensive, it's a tech shotgun, and this is the kind of damage output it does.
Alas, I made sure to get Myers to the...
Love it. There you go. From Mr. Hands, if you finish all of his gigs, you will get a nice car off him. Also, if you choose his netrunner for the max tack mission and you agree to give him the coordinates, once you finish the mission, run this town successfully, you will get a phone call with him about how testicle-ticklingly brilliant you've been and the fact that he has a nice reward for you. That reward in this case happens to be a legendary set of max tack mantis blades. Better than ones I had actually, and look, they have stand clear on them. You want something to stand back, you just show them these blades. I think they're really cool. They're now my daily driver mantis blades. There may be better mantis blades in the game, sure, but I just quite like these ones, and it's you know, you have to do some specific things to get them. Freebies are always nice. Now, this iconic weapon is up there with my favorites so far, and it's this Hercules. It's a brutal assault rifle, and you can get it on the gig Roads to Redemption just here. Look at it in slow motion. Look at that spin on the ammunition as it comes out. Oh, it's such attention to detail. And that circular belt feed kind of mechanism. Really cool animation and a really nice weapon. Another blade worth getting hold of, and this because by virtue of it never being in the game up until 2.0, although it was in some of the footage prior to launch, is the Thermal Katana. You can finally get that one. You can purchase it here. Well worth getting hold of. Thermal blades are pretty overpowered. I love it. Moron Labe or Moran Labe. So Molon Labe is a Romanized ancient Greek phrase meaning come and take them. Classic expression of defiance. You can get it just here. There's an NCPD hustle here, and the gang leader drops the crafting spec for it. In the United States, the original Greek phrase and its English translation are often heard as a defense of the right to keep and bear arms and opposition to gun control legislation. Now, a character in the game has scratched out the L and replaced it with an R to make it moron, but you know, it's just an interesting detail you might not have spotted. Okay. Oh, this one's pretty cool. The guys on Reddit found this hidden area that you can't really get to, but it has an iconic in it. So what you do is you have to spawn like vehicles and bikes and stuff behind there to try and get onto them. So I finally managed to do it by spawning several vehicles, as you can see from the carnage. And as I jump outside, I can get into the Porsche. There you go. Bang, and I'm in. So that takes you in. Now this is near enough the parking garage, just down from Terra Firma. You go around the side here and you've got an iconic loop and a conversation, a shard between Nora Palmer and Sheng Zheng Laofi. So it's kind of interesting that that's inaccessible without having to glitch through, but glitch through is what we do. I wonder if Nora Palmer is any relation to Pan Am. But yeah, so they have a conversation and they have an iconic weapon there. It's an Umbra X Mod 2. Mod go burr, as the kids say. So yeah, to get back out, you can't actually fit back out of the gap, but what you can do is spawn a bike and ride through it. And yeah, that'll get you out. You see, it's not too far from this waypoint. Onwards. Johnny Silverhand's weapon already has an epic reload animation, but it also has a pretty epic alternate fire or melee, so it's Q on PC anyway, and this is how it works. Look at that. And yeah, it's pretty cool. It's yeah, it's inflammatory. So yeah, that's pretty cool. Jackie's pistolas, his weapons, they have this patterning on them. There's probably a term for it, I'm not sure, but it's very similar. If we compare them side to side, I'd say obviously the shape of the guns is slightly different, but if you look at the carriage on the top, they both have the same patterning on. Now, both of these guns belong to characters named Jackie. This black one here is from Jackie from The Darkness 2 specifically, this footage is taken from, and Jackie Wells. I don't know if that's intentional or not, but yeah, it seems like to have two characters called Jackie that both dual wield pistols with carriage slides on the top with the same kind of patterning. Coincidence or intent? I'm really too lazy to find out. I mean, who would I ask? Now, thanks for the feedback on this one. Actually, for years, I've been leaving Jackie's second Lachingona Dorada on the offering table in Heroes. You know, just, I figure you can't dual wield them, so why take both? But if you look carefully, recently Jackie's pistols got a buff, and I wasn't aware of it. They've got some awesome new stats. Every headshot temporarily increases crit damage, fine, and burn chance, fine. But this is the good thing. The next time you equip Lachingona Dorada, you gain extra ammo equal to the number of headshots. So if you're headshotting people with one of them, and then you scroll the mouse wheel or whatever on the console to the next pistol, it will automatically reload that one that you're coming to the amount of headshots. And again, get a bunch of headshots on that one, scroll back to the other weapon, and it'll automatically have that much ammo in it. So you'll never have to reload if you keep getting headshots and you keep switching between the two pistols. So my previous advice of leaving one for Jackie because you only need one is completely gone. Thank you very much for letting me know that one. That was a really useful tip. Very cool. Look. This is a great one for Warhammer 40k fans, or even Gears of War fans who like the Lancer's melee animation. Well, they've been adding weapons all the time to the game, and a while back they added chainswords. It was about 1.6. Treat for any 40k fan, or if anyone just likes, I don't know, anyone that's really into that kind of thing. It's very, very brutal though, so... Check out this chainsword here. It's iconic. I think what's particularly special about it is the way it's presented to us. It's embedded in that severed head. Oh, it's all about the presentation, isn't it, at the end of the day? Oh, for God's sake. Wake up, Spy Murai. The beauty of having fast reflexes. Check this shit out.
Hey, what the hell?
Relax. Just want to talk this through.
Ah, I love that stuff. And for all you Alex fans out there, how did you feel about her assassinating Aurora? I wasn't too happy about it.
Ugh. This feels so fucked up.
Expect me to believe you've never taken anything off a body before?
When you're checking out vendors, although purple food is great, and it is, keep an eye out for these permanent stat increases. If money's no object, you keep buying these, you can keep bumping up your health a little bit more. Very handy. And other things as well. Nice parking, dude. I mean, parking is a pain, but still. Now, this is one I haven't put tons of research into because I think it might be fun for you guys to have a look at as well. But this bank of BSOD screens, blue screens of death, for those of you on console, you won't really be familiar with these unless you work in PCs as well. But when something goes wrong on a Windows platform, you get these blue screens. And they've always colloquially been known as blue screens of death, BSODs. Now, during the development of any game or even playing a game, you might come across one of these. Usually they're caused by a hardware issue, like faulty RAM or something. But I'm wondering, are these blue screens of death actually related to a situation they might have had during development of the game? Or was it a very common BSOD at launch or, you know, during alpha testing or something like that? I don't know, but I thought it was kind of cool. I just wanted to put it out there in the wild in case it is something. This one is just a quick question. Does anybody know what this code on the shoe is? Has anyone ever managed to reconstruct this code and scan it? I'm pretty sure I heard people talking about it a long time ago, but does it scan to anything?
Been practicing those chord progressions.
Yeah, but I keep botching them.
Did you ever notice the Vic's earrings are K and O? I only just noticed that he has earrings with KO on them. I think he probably always had them, but I've only just realized perfect for a boxer. You're going through the airport. There is a suspicious traveler here. It just so happens that on mine, the suspicious traveler looks like my other main character. Now, I haven't run through this yet on that character to see if there is a suspicious traveler that looks like the character I'm currently playing on. But yeah, there is a suspicious traveler that looks just like, or very similar at least, to my other main, like, 170-hour character. I followed her for a bit just to see if anything happened, but nothing happened. Dun, dun, dun. What is she up to? Oh, she's looking at me now. Better look away. Yeah, she really does look like my character, doesn't she? So I was curious. I wonder if she's like an AI or something. I don't know. Oh, look, she's disappeared into the wall. Okay, next up we have the dev room. I expect you would all know this one. It's basically a secret room in Kabuki Market. It's this ring area here. You just go all the way around to the side. Johnny pops up, he challenges you to get inside. And the only way you can do it is if you have the code. Now, I bought a digital version of the game because I wanted it straight away. It was actually on one of the bits of media inside the physical copy of the book. And yeah, it takes a bit of a leap to actually know that that's what the code is for, but there you go. So once you go inside, it's got that really cool samurai wall art there. Once you're done having a look around, you can sit down with Johnny. He'll play some music for a while you can look at a video screen of all the people involved in making the game. So it's just a nod to all the developers and stuff. So that's pretty cool, I thought. Johnny seems to like it too. Okay, this is the memorial to the destroyed Arasaka site that happened in 2023 when Johnny Silverhand dropped the nuke down the lift shaft. And there is a secret room. I say secret, it's not really massively secret. The only secret part about it really is that you have to work out what the code is. And as a random guess, I put in the date, and it was the date of 2023 when it happened. Not very secure. Now there's a whole list of names in here. They are people who worked on the game. Nice little room.
Ty, dokończymy później. Au! Mamy klienta.
Czego szukasz? Harmonii, medytacji? A może tego, co wszyscy? Mamy vana pełnego przygód dla umysłu.
Densy dla każdego.
Now, this one is absolutely fascinating and I think definitely worth going over in a little more detail. These two gentlemen here selling their BDs and some actually awesome shards are CD Projekt's founders. You have Marcin Iwinski on the left and Misza Kuczynski on the right. I think that's pronounced right. Now, one thing I will say is they look exactly like their actual people. They are the founders. And it's really fun because the brain dances they're actually selling represent, I guess, games, or at least points in time for CD Projekt Red. And the Eurodollar pricing on each one represents the year that corresponds. And I won't pretend to know all of these references, but there's a couple I'm fairly certain of. For example, Bone Tweaker being Thronebreaker, because that was 2018. Retro Trunk is obviously Cyberpunk 2077. And of course, you've got the Snitcher, which is The Witcher. Rent really sounds like Gwent, and it does coincide with Gwent in 2017. Now, just for completeness, I've Googled the other ones since finding this, and I can let you know that The Farmer's Mate refers to the Polish localization of Baldur's Gate, which happened in 1999. I had no idea they did that, actually. Dance of Brain Lech. Oh, the one from 1989, which is, wow, it takes me back. Apparently, it might be referencing Marcin's history of selling imported games in Poland before CD Projekt Red was founded. Well, that explains it because I didn't think they were around back then. He discussed this in a Eurogamer interview, and that's according to IGN. Oh yeah, and one of my commenters mentioned that all the shards are actually named after Polish movies, but just above them, there's a little neon red bird. That's the CD Projekt Red bird, of course. Oh, it's so easy to miss these things. And also, I've seen that bird knocking around the place quite a lot. Look at it here. I always just thought it was like some kind of chocobo.
Alright then.
Conference.
The tune. Don't recognize it.
Tune?
What he's humming.
Wouldn't call that a tune.
He's really into it.
FF06B5, if you go out to the protein farm here and you go out to this little village, it's the one where you get the javelina and it's the one where Jackie parks on the Nomad prologue. This building here is now open and it's full of wonderful stuff. Firstly, the walls are scrawled in Pawel's scrawled out notes. It's got every single book from the game in there. All the notes from the game with all the different bits of information on them that you find scattered around the place. The place looks like a mess. At the back, there are 8 servers. So it's a bit of a server farm. In the middle, you've got a laptop with some information where they're talking about FF06B5. This is so much fun. It's as much a continuation of the FF06B5 mystery as it is a tribute to all the people that have been seeking it. And I think it's fantastic. And it goes a little something like this. Now, I spoke about Arasaka 3D and how it turns on the servers at the back. And then some extremely clever people on Reddit actually found out codes that actually turn off those servers. Basically, the server numbers you can put in now based on the table that they worked out from the laptop you find in the landfill, and cross-referencing it with the Ouroboros symbol from The Witcher, you know, the snake eating its own tail. Combining the two, they were able to get the right codes. And it's a long read, but it's definitely worth a read because it's so clever how they worked it out, and I think it's pretty cool. But the codes, which is interestingly enough, the first 3 server codes are 00255, 00006, and 00181, which is FF06B5. After that, you've got 51, 91, 240, 270, and so on. Right, you put in those codes, you then read the files on the laptop. That gives you an updated location. You can travel out to that location where there's a mattress. You sit on there for about an hour in game time, and then your V will cough and have a vision, and then after the vision you'll have access to the Demiurge. Now, that's all very well. The Demiurge is nice. It's great fun to be hooning around in a monster truck in the game. I love that. But I think what is behind this is really interesting, and it almost falls in line with my theory. My theory was that the statue meant give up. It meant surrender because you really have no option. That doesn't end up hurting people was kind of my thing. It's holding up your sword. It's telling you to surrender. When they dug into the game, into Arasaka 3D, they found the 8 parts of a full large QR code, which they painstakingly recreated to make a full QR code. Then using, wait for it, the Reed-Solomon technique or algorithm, they were able to generate the missing piece of the QR code. That's no coincidence. Boom, mind blown. With that, that gave them the code for a game. It happens to be tic-tac-toe, and at the end of tic-tac-toe, it prints these messages. So you either get game over, draw, the only winning move is not to play, and if you win, it says the only winning move is for you not to play. Now that's kind of quoting the computer at NORAD that is playing the war game of global thermonuclear war and is about to start World War III and annihilate the human race in the movie War Games with Matthew Broderick.
From the computer and turns them into sound.
Shall we play a game?
Oh.
So that in itself is an awesome Easter egg, and Matthew Broderick's character forces it to play tic-tac-toe over and over again to teach it that playing is futile, that the game is not winnable. Just like global thermonuclear war, everybody loses. It's not winnable depending on who goes first or whatever, these kind of. But either way, it's a War Games Easter egg. Being able to have tic-tac-toe, having that exact quote, it's War Games. And War Games, the main message was that war is futile, it's best not to play the game of war, and that fits with what I read from the statue. The one thing that's not 100% clear to me, and I think people are attributing them to things, but still the FF, the 06 and the B5, other than it being a coordinate, why it's written like that, I'm not entirely sure. Maybe they built something around it, I don't know. That's kind of an ether. So it kind of fits that War Games message, and this is going to blow your mind even more. And remember, with these kind of things, the resolutions are always still questionable. There are 2 main characters when you read the dialogue on the laptop, and there's another location where you can find a body with a shard. There's 2 main people involved in this conversation. One is Polyhister, okay? And the other one is Tyromanta. Now, we can find Tyromanta's body, and you get to read this message from Tyromanta. All right, now Tyromanta is the one who went off with his laptop. So basically, when Tyromanta found the actual solution, he obviously didn't make it, but it looks like Polyhister has also worked it out and also follows in his tracks. After you have the first vision, you will see a cube, and you'll also see somebody walk up to you at one point. I believe this is Polyhister, who is following Tyromanta's guide the same way we are. And if you look at the notes he left, he's talking about you, and he's talking about what he saw on the other side. They've both talked about this. Basically, there's a cube there that is some kind of portal, some kind of glitch in the game that has allowed the NPCs in the game, in this case Tyromanta and Polyhister, to see outside of the game. When they go through this portal, they are able to witness people playing the game as them. So it's a massive fourth wall breaking Easter egg where NPCs are getting sentient, and I wasn't too far off thinking the statue represented V. It represents you, or whoever is playing the game, the watcher. So they have realized inadvertently, or at least this is what they've experienced, and they're trying to work out what they've experienced, that they have seen that there are NPCs in the game. However, they are NPCs that are being played because, as you see here, what they see is somebody looking through their eyes on a screen. So they're NPCs that are getting played by someone else. So there's deeper levels to it. But right now, everything is solvable with the assets in the game and in The Witcher 3 to get to the point where you get the Mackinac Demiurge. I love the way this has gone with FF06B5 and the extra work CD Projekt Red have clearly put into it in response to the effort that we've all put into investigating it over the last few years. So there you go. Now, this has been in the game a long time, and for the longest time, not known what it's referred to. Now, with 2.0, we got the FF06B5 continuation, and we got to see the cube. So now, this cube that's being worshipped by 3 people, perhaps Polyhister, Tyromanta, and V, we actually know what the context of that is now. But that's been there a long time. No idea what it was until now. Now we know exactly what it refers to. Here you go. Here's the cube. There we go. That's pretty cool. So this is a really nice little Easter egg added in relation to the Netwatch ARG that's been running since before the launch of Cyberpunk 2077. Huge ARG, fascinating, very much worthwhile looking into if you get the chance. One of the contestants and a very active member of the FF06B5 community, Gakut, he discovered something in the game, actually discovered himself. I think that's fantastic. Basically, the ARG has come to a close, and the only thing that's left for participants to do is to wait for their prize. But what they've done is to commemorate the end of it, they've added an event in the game out in the Badlands. If you just go to this area here, go and check this out for yourself. It's a spawn once kind of event, so drink it in while you're there. And this is all thanks to Gakut, who shared it on Reddit recently. So there's a Netwatch kind of operations base that's been set up here around all the solar arrays, and it has all kinds of bits and pieces of paraphernalia relating to the actual ARG, like this QR code and the username and password for the server for Saburo Arasaka and things like that. It has a whole list of the successful netrunners, as they're called here. There's some familiar names there from the FF06B5 community and Discord server. But one of them I think is the coolest thing, and this is a real winner in my book, is Gakut. But unfortunately was informed that they got one date wrong on the form, and that was the last step of the ARG. So they didn't make the winners list, but they did get an NPC immortalized in the game. And I think that's fantastic. So outside on the floor with a bullet hole in the back, execution style. You know, I think that's awesome. It's pretty dark, but it's typical of all the Easter eggs. There's some dead guy with a shard on them. It's the way they've done most of them. So yeah, go ahead and check it out. There's some loot there. There's a lot of things to read and investigate. Definitely worth checking it out. Congratulations to all the ARG winners and runners up as well, especially Gakut getting this little Easter egg here. It's in all our games for us to go and check him out. So that's pretty cool. Some of the best gaming advice you can get if you are stuck on a game is to just improve your skills. It can be seen as a bit of a condescending comment, but at the end of the day, there are some games you just need to improve at. And it looks like the developers at CDPR thought the same about Cyberpunk. Check out this little Easter egg on the menu screen. There's just everywhere. This game is like 90% Easter egg. This is a little sneaky one at the very start of the character creation screen. If you click on the fingerprint or thumbprint, I'm not entirely sure, you'll see it switches to Johnny Silverhand and has Samurai as the backstory. And that's pretty cool. It's a very spoilerish. Imagine if you like me, into the game didn't actually know what was going to happen, and that was kind of interesting. In the Path of Glory with Rogue, when you wake up from your 20-hour slumber, take a look around Rogue's room and you'll see a photo frame with Rogue, Johnny Silverhand and Mike Pondsmith. Now, there are a few different Pondsmith references in the game. He's even on the radio, and the street's named after him, and all kinds of little things. Here's just a little clip of him on the radio.
Okay, people, listen up. This one comes to me from a listener who raises a great question. How does the Arasaka family live so long?
So, Mike Pondsmith doesn't just play Maximum Mike. The Ripper Milt Newman, who heals Johnny's wounds in the flashback, is also Mike.
Bullshit, you gonk son of a bitch. Never really gave it a thought. Funny how you still manage to surprise me sometimes.
So if you go into the black market here to this lady's gun stall, what a load of guns. That's a lot of guns. But yeah, this really does feel like the kind of place that John Wick might go to get tooled up. If you've seen any of the movies, you're familiar with that kind of setup. And if you go in around the back here, there is a crate for the man himself. There you go. Johnny's not sure what to think. I guess he thought maybe he'd get some time off from being an ass-kicking assassin. Maybe not. Oh look, I found Baba Yaga's house. In Slavic folklore, Baba Yaga is a supernatural being, quite a complex figure, actually appears in different cultures and is depicted in several different ways, but one of the ways I guess she's looked upon is kind of like the boogeyman. But Baba Yaga's a woman. She lives in a house with, chicken leg stilts. Specifically, this is probably closest to the Hellboy one because she is portrayed as a grotesque child-eating character, and in some cultures she's used to scare children as well, you know, like the boogeyman. So that's kind of what we got here. She's capturing children, and someone obviously tracked her down and hacked her because she took his sister, and yeah, she got her just desserts. On the gig Olive Branch, when you're talking to Sergei, you basically ask him about the situation and what's going on, and he starts into a little story about what happened. So he describes the guy as having a beard, brown shoes, nothing breathtaking. I think we know who he's referring to. And he has a little dog. You know where this is going. So yeah, it's very easy to miss, but yeah, also very neat. Now, the Sport R7 Charon is a John Wick Easter egg in itself. Charon being the boatman who crosses the River Styx, who you give gold to, same character who you find in John Wick, played by Lance Reddick.
Room 880.
It's a car you will get to interact with and see during the main quest line. Doesn't matter which way you go, you will come across this car. Afterwards, sometime, you'll get a text message from Ashley that gives you a quest called Moving Heat, where you can go and get that car. You get this kind of flame hologram appear on the bonnet, real hot rod style. I think it's kind of cool. Doesn't depend on how fast you're going, but if you tip a vehicle or a wall or anything like that, this effect goes and you have to respawn the car. That's cool though. I mentioned the Wick flick, where he ejects the magazine. But here's another iconic move recaptured in the game, and it's the press check that he does on his handgun. Jesus.
In the future.
Okay, so I'm going to open up the Blade Runner references with one of probably the most glaringly obvious ones, but Misty is based on a character from Blade Runner called Pris, portrayed by Daryl Hannah. When you look at the imagery here, it's very clear what her influence was, and if you check out this photo, which you can find in Jackie's garage during Heroes, you can see a very strong likeness. One of the most prominent characters in Blade Runner is Roy Batty, and we have Batty's Hotel here. So that in itself is an Easter egg. You know, you could think, Batty's Hotel, Bates Motel. Yeah, it wouldn't be too much of a stretch, apart from the fact that the font used on Batty's Hotel is the Blade Runner font, and it also has an origami bird on it, and origami was Gaff's thing in the movie. He would leave origami creatures all around the place. Now, we also have Cyberpunk's own version of the Void Conf machine. And whilst they don't call it the Void Conf machine in this, it does measure pupillary responses, which is what the Void Conf machine does in the movie, as we can see here. You come across this in the Where Is My Mind ending, where she takes you through a series of questions and then kind of gives you a scenario.
You're in a cornfield. Tall, green plants as far as the eye can see.
Much like how they do when they're using it to test who is and who is not a replicant in the movie.
Let me tell you about my mother.
I loved it when they pulled this out. I thought it was very cool. This is a Blade Runner reference from 2049. This is actually supposed to be Batista's character. If we look here, the details of what he got up to in this game versus what his character, Sapper Morton, in Blade Runner 2049 did, they're basically the same person. So this is his character here. And you can find him in the middle of the Biotechnica flats. Since 1.5, they did a weather update, and the weather is more kind of intense or whatever, and they have better weather. But also, when it rains, people bring out umbrellas. It's really cool. So they didn't have umbrellas before 1.5, but they do now. It's iconic, having loads of people walk around with umbrellas. It's one of the very first things you see in Blade Runner after the initial intro. So it's quite iconic, and it's great to see people walk around with umbrellas in this. Sensible. Now, this is the main Blade Runner Easter egg. If you head to the Advocate or Advocet, still not sure how to pronounce that hotel, there is a hidden lift at the back. There's no icons or anything. There is, however, just inside on the foyer's desk, an origami bird, just like the one on Batty's hotel. So if we go into the lift and we head upstairs, and if you have a look, it's daytime when we enter the Advocate Hotel, and by the time we get to the top, it's midnight. It actually changes the time for this Easter egg to set the scene perfectly. And not only that, it changes the weather as well, very importantly. So when we get to the top, it's nighttime, it's raining, we've got the lights from the barges shining down, it's very Blade Runner-esque. It looks really good. I think it's fair to say this Tengu sign is very reminiscent of the TDK sign in the movie. If you have a look around here, there's a bit of neon signage at the back that says, like tears. And it's raining, so like tears in rain, just like his monologue here.
I've seen things you people wouldn't believe.
And would it blow your mind as well? Do you remember I mentioned 42 earlier? Well, 42 is actually a Blade Runner reference as well, if not the main intent. It was a while ago I mentioned it, so I wouldn't be surprised if you've already commented this, but Rutger Hauer's Tears in Rain monologue was 42 words long. There you go, how's about that? If we look at the end here, there's a character. He comes up as unknown, but it's clearly Rutger Hauer's character, the Nexus 6 Roy Batty, at the end of the movie from his monologue. He's holding a swallow here. In the movie, he's holding a dove. The swallow is the game asset we have here to replicate things. But yeah, if we have a look, his outfit is almost identical. There's other details as well. These bits that are hanging over the edge, they're the bits that Deckard was hanging off before Rutger pulls him up. Such a cool Easter egg, probably the best Easter egg in the game, if not the best, well, at least my favorite. They put so much love and attention to detail into it. It's the entire scene from that end sequence of the movie. I mean, in the columbarium, you can find Roy Batty's tribute. But you can also find Sid Mead. Sid Mead was an artist who came up with a lot of the concept art for things like Blade Runner and other movies. He was very visionary with his style, and what we've come to know and love is based in not too small a part on his artwork, I think. I find it quite interesting that our character sees birds around the place, even though they're very rare because of the Avian Extermination Act, and the fact that we also see bird origami around the place. It really feels like a parallel between our game and the Blade Runner movie, where he dreams of unicorns and Gaff leaves him a unicorn origami figure. I talk more about this in this video here and the significance of the swallow and it relating to The Witcher and everything as well. It's slightly dated now because I filmed it a while ago, but it's still worthwhile checking out because it does feed into the whole question of the reality of things and our character's existence post the heist. So go ahead and check that out after this if you want. Oh, this one is really great. Here's a real blink and you miss it Blade Runner reference. On the mission The Hunt, when you're searching this facility with River, one of the cabinets that you scan says the following: experimental records, symbols in dreams, electric sheep and unicorns. Now, Blade Runner was based on Philip K. Dick's book Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep, and the unicorn was a running theme through the Blade Runner movie, and it was something Deckard dreamed of. So overall, that's a Blade Runner and Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep reference. A really cool little thing. Just tiny wee detail, so easily missed. And finally for this section, so it's been suggested to me a few times that this might actually be how Panam Palmer got her name. I haven't checked to see if it's true or not, but it makes a lot of sense though. This is a scene from Blade Runner itself. I always thought kind of jokingly that it might be based on Pan American Airlines, but actually it might be.
Oh, I see you've already played out this conversation all on your own.
Anyway, there you go. So, Tiny Mike, when you've done his quest, you can later find him and have a drink with him in Afterlife. That in itself is easily missed. However, what is even more interesting is when you talk to him, you find out his brother is Big Pete. The Big Pete as in Big Pete's Got Big Problems fame, one of the gigs you get from Dakota in the Badlands. So that's pretty cool. I spared Big Pete. So, yeah, there you go. Kind of worked out alright.
So I'm supposed to take the fall for a piece of shit jammit that don't even work?
Now, if you have enough strength, or if you can go around the outside and break in the other way, and you don't wait patiently for fingers during the quest, the space in between, you can actually go in and see who he's working on. He's fixing the faceplate of one of his clients, a doll, and she has a very similar look to the woman. The hair is not the same, but her face is very similar, or at least the missing faceplate is very similar to the woman in the E3 2018 trailer, who's doing her eye makeup while her faceplate is sat next to her on the vanity. Very similar to a character from Cyberpunk Edgerunners as well. Quite an iconic prosthetic in the game. A little disturbing too, I have to be honest. Okay, moving on. This one goes firmly in the category of things we're all going to miss. They took away the hover ankles you used to be able to get from fingers. RIP. Yeah, you used to be able to hover for a little bit with them. They didn't work amazingly well, but they were a bit of fun. One of the great things about the change is now you can get any cyberware you want from any vendor, and they're all just tied to your level, so you don't need to go to specific vendors for specific cyberware. It's debatable if that's actually a better change or not, but either way, it's definitely more convenient. So, remember Ruby on the chipping in quest where you let Johnny take over? She gives you the information you need to proceed and where to find Grayson. Unfortunately, if you spare Grayson, like need to do to get the Porsche, which you don't once you know how to get the Porsche, it's only when you want to get it for the first time and you don't know. But then after that, once you know you can, you don't have to spare him. But if you spare Grayson, it looks like he exacts his revenge on Ruby for giving you the information. Ah, yeah, the cost of a shiny car. Kilroy was here. That is one of the first memes, possibly, you could say. It goes back to wartime. You've probably drawn that at some point. I know I certainly did back in the 80s, so yeah.
You see?
Okay, another NCPD Easter egg. So this one here, if you go to this area here, there is a Villefort patrol car just off Goldsmith Street. And when you get close enough, you can hear what sounds like moaning. And there's a cop sat in the car. If you get too close, he gets pretty pissy with you. You know, just wanted to tell the guy that, you know, he might not realize he's got loudspeakers on and we can all hear what he's watching. He gets pretty pissed off if you don't go away, and he gets out and he attacks you. So, you know, either leave him at it or be prepared for a fight. Seriously, though, he should know better. Okay, remember this guy? Bryce Mosley? Well, there's a question as to whether or not he was Bryce Mosley or an imposter. Because if you head out of Pacifica and you head towards the tunnel to Wellsprings and just climb up around the side of it, you'll find these guys. You know, obviously this meat went sour, and there's a dead voodoo boy there, and there's 2 dead Netwatch agents. You see, look, this one here has the badge. And if you scan this dude, his name is Bryce Mosley. Now, as far as I know, Kuroshis don't lie, and that means this guy actually is Bryce Mosley, which means the other fella, it's probably not him. Either that or there's more than one Netwatch agent called Bryce Mosley. They all have the same external name, I don't know. Lucy, who you may remember from one of those Watson gigs where you have to rescue her from Maelstrom. But afterwards, you can find her safe and sound. She's just here at the Ripper Dock at Santo Domingo.
Lucy? Quiet. And it's Mia, not Lucy, got it?
Uh-huh. Sheesh. That cover? Ought to leave the city, you know.
My brother left. Me? I needed more here.
She's called Mia instead of Lucy, but yeah, check out the interaction you have with her. It's very interesting. Now, there's another one. Now, this is in a similar vein. You can find the guy who is in debt to one of the loan sharks in Watson. You can actually find him in the shop here. And you can have a conversation with him about how things are now.
Why'd you borrow in the first place?
No money. I did not borrow. I only ask him. You know what the asshole do? He make me pay for wasting a time.
I thought that was pretty cool. I like the way they follow up on things like that, so you can actually see how you have impacted people. Just near the Crest Street waypoint, if you go to this kind of building site area and you go down into the tunnels below, there's just a few sewer drains, unfinished and broken. There's a few mines in here. You can actually push a bit deeper on in. There's a cyber psycho of sorts in here, and some more information about what's going on with Fant, actually. There he is. He was hiding. So this guy is David Dover, and if you check the conversation here, he's actually having a conversation with someone with the surname Foreman, which I thought was interesting. Now, Julia Foreman is not Jason Foreman's mum, unless that's just a bug and the person you speak to isn't actually his mum. But yeah, it's kind of interesting. And I think the context here is she's basically telling him where there's a stash of Fant. She knows where the scavs are hiding it and sending him in to get it. I have a feeling there is more to his story, but as for context, I don't have any right now. There is actually a back way. It's not really usable, but it's fun in the context of you finding it. There is a back way in and out of Dogtown. It's the one Leon Rinder used to get out, and it's at the southernmost increased criminal activity area. Once you've gotten through to the backside of that and gotten your nice loot from this guy, you'll be able to get out that door. And you can see here the communication from Leon Rinder.
Well, well. Lovely neighborhood. Mwah.
Again, with the Jason Foreman quest, if you come back afterwards, there's a memorial on the wall. Johnny seems a bit bitter about it, though.
We remember. Sure. Maybe they give a shit about Rinder's victims now. But check back in 54 years. How easy people forget.
The Man Who Killed Jason Foreman gig is actually interesting and in-depth enough as it is. You have different choices, things to discover. At the end, you can get Leon Rinder's stash if you want, things like that. So it's kind of cool. It's got some layers to it. But there's even more lore around the place. You can find more of Jason Foreman's stuff. So you might have stumbled across these garages here near the stadium. One of them has a number pad, but we don't have a code for it. But there is a place where you can find it, and that is in Jason Foreman's den. Now, he has a den. It's accessible at any stage in the game, either before or after you do the gig. And you just head back over. Ah, watch my nice car. So you just head back over to the other side here. And just in around the back here, we're back where the Akabono is. We're back where we actually get the Jason Foreman gig. If you go over here and you just drop down this section behind here, you'll find his secret den, his fixer den, being that he, felt himself the next big fixer. And there's a few bits of loot here, but again, this is more about the story that you get here, not the actual goodies. So let's fire up the laptop and see what's on here. Okay, so he's got a message here to Maya Allison, where he's really trying to set himself up as the, the real primo fixer in Dogtown. And Maya Allison isn't having anything of it. She's like, yes, Jason, you're a real big boy now. Congratulations. Who are you sending? Remember, we mostly need meds. Out of his depths. But anyway, if you have a look here, he's talking about who he's sending, but he also talks about the code. He actually says, leave whatever you can haul in my garage. The code's 3709. So there we go. We have the code. You can also see where he's talking about Barguest here, getting information from Dorothy Allred. The Barghest on the move is a really interesting conversation. So this is up as far as 1:03 p.m. Now, this is the interesting part. 2 Chooms come in, don't know them. I send our kids after them. Chooms go to a Ripper in the stacks. They leave with different faces. Kids recognize their clothes. You know, could they be talking about us when we went to the Ripper and got our faces done? Or are they just, you know, other people who have gone and gotten their faces changed? Right? So now when we walk into the Ripper, there's only one of us getting a face swap done. And when we come out, we're still wearing our face. So they might not be talking about us. But face swap Chooms, they got to be talking about NUSA agents. So that's kind of interesting. Are there other people out there with swapped faces? Then there's a message from Jack Mauser. And you can have a read of that in your own time if you want. So there you go. So we head back over to the other side. God, it's so gorgeous, isn't it? Just absolutely love it. And we head in here. And there you go. Now, there's not a whole heck of a lot in here. He's got some kind of frost tint on the windows. It's a bit bizarre. How does that look on yours? We have a look here. We've got an archived conversation between Jason Foreman and Ellie Scott. Jason Foreman was no angel for sure. Neither was Rinder or Rinder, as nobody in Dogtown really seems to be. But he seems to have a wise head on his shoulders despite being, you know, a bit full of his own bluster. He wouldn't advise trading blows with Barghest. He knows how dangerous they are. But anyway, so that's kind of an interesting little place to explore. And something else as well, you can actually meet Jason Foreman, or see him anyway. You can't really interact with him in any kind of meaningful way, but before his gig crops up, if you head over there, so soon after you enter Dogtown, if you go over to the stacks here, you can actually see him sitting down. So there's Jason Foreman talking to 2 Chooms, and none of this stuff that's up during the gig is there, and yeah, so there he is. So there you go, some interesting Jason Foreman stuff. For killing Adam Smasher, you get his keycard. So when you go back into the game, that is on your person, and you can actually go and open up his room on the Ebunike. Now, it's a bit of a novelty. There's not really anything in it that's all that good. There is an iconic crafting spec, which is probably the best thing in there. But yeah, it's just kind of a nice little thing. You can actually call Jackie's phone and leave a message for him after he's passed away. I thought that was kind of a nice touch. Now, in Haywood, there's a motorcycle, quite a nice looking motorcycle, and another dead body, of course. What else would it be? And in his backpack, you find a note congratulating him, and his name is Pablo Jumper. This refers to Pawel Jumper. Yeah, it's not a meme I'm familiar with, but it is an Easter egg, and there's probably a lot of you out there that do know it, so in respect to you, there you go, Pawel Jumper. Now, I was wondering, could this be referring to Banksy? What do you think? Maybe? It's a stretch, I'll give you that one. If you go onto V's computer and you go onto the internet, you'll see it's actually the Arasaka intranet, and it has a whole load of different places you can visit, one of which gives you V's staff information and things like that, so it's kind of cool. Just as a note through the game, different laptops you come across do have different things on, so there's lots of different stuff you can look at. Just like the terminal in Jig Jig Street, there are a lot of different laptops around the place that have different websites on them, so it's good to check all the laptops and see what interesting stuff you can find. Oh man, the Corpo intro is full of interesting stuff. So when you're traveling to Lizzie's bar in the Avian, you land in those poor innocent basketball players' court. If you rough them up, they drop the ball, and then you can add insult to injury by scoring a 3-pointer on them. Another thing you may have missed, this is what happens if you don't pay attention to your elders. Remember the secret knock, otherwise that's what'll happen. There are one of the graffitis here. Now you're going to have to forgive my pronunciation here, but if you look at this graffiti here, Hemocido Enganado is actually graffiti from real life. It's basically a meme that went viral in Spain. I think there's a few Spanish developers working on the game. Now, I don't get the joke because I don't speak Spanish, but basically it became famous because the unknown graffiti artist misspelled the words. They've positioned it in a very similar way and they've copied it almost exactly. Now, I was told about this probably when I dropped my first video, but somebody tried to describe where there was a crashed Kang Tao transport. It wasn't until I was trying out the Let There Be Flight mod that I found it, and you can find it just here. Pretty cool. And you can find some loot and a shard, so you can see what happened. That's pretty cool. But yeah, 700 hours in the game, and I just thought they were messing with me because I was looking from the wrong side. But when you come around to the outside, it's actually really easy to find, so there you go. Out in the Badlands near the movie set, there's a bunch of campfire revelers minding their own business. And when you turn up, by the mere act of your presence, they all instantly die. And it looks like you bring a negative energy to the area and they just die. So that's kind of creepy and weird, but that's out there, that's just here. If we just go to Jackson Plains here and drive out towards where the Breaking Bad RV is, check out how smashable rocks are. But there is a rock here with some paintings on it. I think it's this one here. Yep, here we go. They're really quite vibrant in this lighting with the car as well. And as you can see, it's literally a picture of a man on fire, a burning man. And this being in the desert, it's a nod to the Burning Man Festival. If you have a look here, it's 1 + 2 - 3 = 0, 0. So I'm thinking 12 o'clock. So we're going to wait around on the rock and skip time until 12 o'clock. Or at least just before 12 o'clock. So let's skip time. This is where we are on the map. Quite interestingly, if we draw lines here, it's smack dab in the middle of all the intersecting points from all the waypoints. Anyway, so if we wait till a bit later, I shouldn't be standing on the rock. I've tested this on the rock and off the rock, and the additional part of the Easter egg doesn't happen while you're still on the rock. So just stand in front of the picture of the Burning Man at about 11:55, run around the back. And as you can see, we're going to see a very literal burning man. Easter egg, CD Projekt Red style. There you go. He does have some loot on him. Poor dude. Goes down pretty quick, which is good. You wouldn't want him to suffer. Didn't have a hose on me. He's got overheat. I'm going to take him away in my trunk in case something else comes up. I don't know. I don't want to leave him there. Maybe I can find a place to store him or something. I don't know. That's weird. Hell Lake 3. I don't know whether it was cut content or not, but basically there's a film set with a lake full of, I guess, mannequins. Basically it was about how filming got cancelled and they just kind of left everything there, but it's just out here in the desert. You can find it. The Highwayman. Now I did a full video on this one previously because this one is so missable that people found the quest reward before they found the actual gig, because the gig has no quest icon and it still for some reason has no quest icon. It's even listed as a hidden side job. But what you have to do is you have to head over to Rancho Coronado East and travel up the hill there. And it's just here. So yeah, definitely worth doing, and read the quest and try and work it out yourself. You know, you have to find somebody and you have the clues to find them. I think it's really well done. There should be more like it. So yeah, check that one out. And it's the Highwayman. Okay, there's a lovely little quest chain with the Zen Master that you get when you walk next to him in Reconciliation Park. He's on the bench here. He starts talking as you walk by and you can talk to him. And it's worth doing. It has 4 parts to it, I think. And yeah, it's a bit of a change of pace, but it's a nice little thing. You can opt to pay him each time, and the amount you pay him is actually the Fibonacci. Well, it's not the Fibonacci sequence right from the start, but it's like the 13th, 14th, 15th, and 16th numbers from the Fibonacci sequence. And that's a nice touch. I thought it was a strange amount, so that's what it turned out to be. There are some gigs that are failable if you take the gig and start it, but then you don't finish it. For example, Eye for an Eye and Freedom of the Press. So if you take a gig, gun music is only available if you finish Riders on the Storm and Queen of the Highway. So that'll only appear there then. There's one that used to be missable. I don't know if it still is, but just in case you did miss it the first time around, it's there now. Only Pain. It's a job where you get to intervene with 2 NCPD badges. Yeah, it's a short enough job, and if you're walking by, it'll start as you pass it. Oh yeah. Sweet Dreams. Now this one is right near the fast travel point for Cherry Blossom Market. Now, if you haven't done River's questline, this one won't appear. This will only actually appear after you've completed certain parts of questline, so...
Only thing worse than a corpo's a terrorist with a conscience.
If you save Nellie Springer in her gig, Roads to Redemption, you have to save her and you will get the follow-up quest sometime later called One Way or Another. A few days later, you're going to get a message asking to meet at the designated spot within Dogtown. Go ahead and meet her and see what happens. Venus in Furs. This one is very, very missable. If you do choose to crack the credit shard that Meredith gives you and you don't side with her and you don't try and take on Maelstrom, or you warn them, you won't get Venus and Furs. Basically, if you come out of the quest to pick up and it's not Meredith Stout meeting you, then you won't get Venus and Furs. You'll need to go back. Dressed to Kill. Now this one isn't so much a job as a car. If you do too many of Panam's missions, this car will despawn and you'll miss this altogether. It's literally up in the Badlands near the film set. It's just a new car to get, basically. Free cars are nice. We love free cars.
Curiouser and curiouser.
There's a kind of a micro quest here. If you pick up this shard in the airport during your playthrough, if you're doing the Killing Moon, there's a little follow-up quest afterwards that you get when you decide to visit the airport again. This shard is from Dottie to Aluna, and you can actually find her outside the spaceport as well and hand it to her directly. I think I might have been bugged, I'm not sure, but I was able to do it remotely. Once you've got that, later on when you come back, you can hand it to Aluna. The thing is, there's a full conversation between them. If you look around the spaceport, you'll find some more minor shards. They're not the yellow ones, the white ones, and they have conversation between the two of them. So it's worth checking out their story. Tragic, I would say. There's a list of all the people that passed, Dorothy, Dottie, Bellamy being the first. And also there's a name there, You Fucks. Yeah. So you can have a look through those. Maybe there's some meaning to some of those for you. Also, you can see all the condolences from the different people. So you have the CEO of Orbital Air to start with. Then you have Jefferson and Elizabeth Perales. Gillian Jordan, she leaves her condolences. I believe that must be Maximum Mike. Till next time. Yeah, that's Maximum Mike. Aluna Sund, that's Aluna that loses Dottie. And of course you have the whatever you've chosen to put in. So that's kind of a, it's a thing. Now, this may seem obvious to really experienced players who have put tons of time into the game, but I've noticed a few people in comments didn't know that there's actually two completely different paths in the end. They're like, what is this Killing Moon you're talking about? Or what is this Somewhat Damaged you're talking about? So it's worth noting that at this point in Firestarter, when you choose what to do with regards to Somi and Reed, it's a major branch point. Whatever you decide to do, whoever you decide to go with, takes you off in a different direction. So it's worth having a save there and trying out the two different endings because they are very substantial hours of gameplay per each ending. So that's pretty cool, I thought. It's definitely worthwhile checking them out. You might have missed Heroes. My very first playthrough, I missed Heroes because I sent Jackie's body back to Vic's and I got Jackie's tuned arch keys delivered to me by Mama Wells. So I didn't even know there was an Ofrenda. But these things are great to discover in the game as well, but you might have missed it and you might still not be aware. There's a whole quest where you basically give Jackie a send-off. And you get to have a rummage through his stuff in his garage with Misty. It's pretty cool and definitely worth checking out. Now, if you were in a rush during the quest Search and Destroy, you wanted to get to Takamura really quickly, you might have run past this person not realizing who it was. And if you take a second, you can see this is Gillian Jordan from News 54. Filming a on-the-spot report about what just went down in the parade. Pretty cool. I love it. Yeah, and when she's done, I guess you can probably watch that on the news later. So there you go. If you're on a huge rush to get to Takamura, you might actually run by this little event going on here and not notice it, but it's actually Gillian Jordan trying to do a news report. I say trying because if you walk between her and the camera, she has to keep restarting and eventually just walks off for a cigarette.
Let's do it again.
You live from Japantown, where
Hey, stay out of the shot. Thank you, people are working here.
But yeah, if you let her finish it, I wonder can you see the news report later? I don't know. And interestingly enough, I always thought that was a Trauma Team AV floating there, but no, that's actually an N54 News AV floating there. I thought it was pretty cool.
the ongoing renovations here just might be. So I asked management.
So, Gillian Jordan, see Pinky Floaty AV, you know Gillian Jordan is going to be close by, and the airport in Killing Moon ending is no different. I said airport again, didn't I? I meant spaceport, obviously. She is here, talking the talk. She's even more abrasive, I think, possibly here. She's been kind of rude to the person she's talking to, but either way, you can watch dutifully like a looky-loo and let her get on with her thing, or you can photobomb. Now, she doesn't say anything when you're photobombing. She just completely ignores you. However, if you wait till she finishes the interview and comes back down to the bottom, she does actually...
Gah, Orbital Air's dullest suit ever, that guy.
And
And of course, some idiot had to walk into the shot.
See? Address it. If you don't photobomb, this is what she says. Something completely different.
Oh, what a disaster. They gave me the world's biggest bore. And the lighting? Ugh, a travesty. Maxime will need to work his magic.
But yeah, there you go. So Gillian Jordan, she gets everywhere. The Delamain quests are chock full of Easter eggs. This is a Silence of the Lambs reference. Not only is this Delamain cab asking to be called Clarice, the main character from Silence of the Lambs, played by Jodie Foster. She wants you to silence the flamingos, and at one point in it, just here, V directly quotes the movie, just replacing it with flamingos. So that one's unrefutable. It's pretty good as well. Also, this one I thought was very interesting. He actually quotes Babylon 5. It's been, I would say, 3 decades since I saw Babylon 5. Yeah, that's a long time, I suppose. At least the guts of 3 decades anyway. And yeah, I don't really remember. I just knew that line struck a chord with me. But I have a feeling a lot of that conversation might be actually taken from Babylon 5. I need to look into it more, but I'm not sure.
Comprehension is a triple-edged sword.
In Prophet's Song, there is a chance to a Monty Python reference.
I admit, I didn't expect that.
Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition!
In Lightning Breaks, when you say, and now for something completely different. Again, just like in Prophet's Song, that is a Monty Python reference.
And now for something completely different.
Check out this poster, Crime and Punishment and Zombies. I wonder, is that a riff on the movie that came out, Pride and Prejudice and Zombies? It probably is. The Dude Abides. Check this out. If you go to Jig Jig Street and you check out the console here, there's a little Big Lebowski reference.
The Dude Abides.
The Dude Abides.
Okay, so the Dicky Twister. Come on. Yeah, the name is uncannily familiar to the something Twister in Tarantino's Dusk Till Dawn. And what's more, the receptionist, his eyes are very red and almost demonic looking. Could it be the lighting? But I don't know. I just think there's the whole vampire thing has to be some way inspired, I think. Okay, when you're playing the game Trouble in Haywood with River's niece and nephew, there's a few Easter eggs in there. They've got a reference to Die Hard, Dirty Harry, and they also reference Lethal Weapon when I think it's the girl says, I'm getting too old for this. The Thornton Colby that you get very early on has a nod to Gone in 60 Seconds. If you have a look at it there, it says it belonged to some carjacker from Memphis, a certain Nicholas, may he rest in peace. So that would be Nicolas Cage in Gone in 60 Seconds. Okay, next up we have just a small little reference to a movie called Kick-Ass. You're probably familiar with it. If you go to this location here in Pacifica and you just look over the edge and drop down, you will see he's there. And he has his 2 stun battens there and a little conversation between himself, John Butt Kicker, and Linda Grace. So there you go. Worth checking out. Have a read of it. Okay, this is another car Easter egg. I grew up with the Dukes of Hazzard, 2 guys driving around in a car, sliding over bonnets. And yeah, and basically this is a nod to that very famous car, the General Lee. So this has the new USA flag on top, it has the same orange color, and it's the same kind of muscle car. You can see it here jumping in the intro of the Dukes of Hazzard. The Type 66 640 TS. And it's an excellent looking car. And it's actually called the Gen Rowley. Alright, so just to confirm, it's not my imagination. Okay, next. For any of you that are old enough to remember, one of my favorite movies growing up, well, I say favorite movies, one of my favorite movies to watch with my family was Romancing the Stone. I love a good adventure movie. It was very 80s. It was great fun. In it, there's I guess he's the leader of a kind of a drug cartel or something. But anyway, he has a black Ford truck with tires in the back, and he calls it my little mule, Pepe. And there has to be a nod to that. I'm not entirely sure, but as far as I'm concerned, this is a nod to that. And this is one of my, look at this.
pep is warming up.
So another thing that most people wouldn't see is this car. You can only get this car if you betray Panam. So on with a little help from my friends, if you turn down the mission and you don't go, and you then go and rat out Panam to Sol, yeah, basically you torpedo any chance you have at either romancing Panam or doing any of her follow-up quests.
Fuck, V! How could you?
Hey,
which is lunacy, considering what a good end quest the Aldecaldos one is, and Queen of the Highway, all this, they're all great quests. You basically luck yourself out of an entire ending and a romance option gone. But consolation prize, Sol does give you a car. Now, you can get a blue version of this car and it's exactly the same. So I think most people won't have seen this because most of us love doing the quests and we don't want to freeze ourselves out of any quests for any particular reason. So anyway, there you go. So you probably didn't even see that car. I certainly didn't until I saw the videos about it. This is a really special one. You can get the Mackinac Demiurge, which is essentially a monster truck using the Mackinac frame or chassis, and it's fantastic. It's actually so much fun to drive around in. It's not particularly fast, but it goes over any surface and it goes over pretty much any car as well. So yeah, it's a good one to get. You get this one from following the breadcrumbs of FF06B5 and Arasaka 3D, and it'll lead you to this if you want to find it. One of my personal favorites, due to how you acquire it, is the Archnazare Itsumare. This can be obtained two ways. One, by discovering it exists online and going to the garage where you can find it and punching in the code. And the other one is doing a quest called the Highwayman, one of the truly missable quests in the game. Again, depending on when you're watching this, that may be updated. You get the quest here and you look at the photograph and you find the guy and you basically do the quest, and the quest will give you the code and you can unlock the garage door. This looks like the kind of bike a Tiger Claw who was mad about the Green Goblin would ride. Anyway. Now, during the quest Dazed and Confused, you can actually get a bike if you throw your morals out of the window. It's very much like the Itsumare, and it's Lena's bike. Now, it's just called Melina Mobile. Come to think of it, that probably should be Melina Mobile, like Batmobile. In your list, so it's basically an Arch Nazura Itsumare purple Lena Melina style, and you get that from picking the option that works out best for Lena Melina and Shank Not for Tool. Next we have a Delamain car, the Cortez Delamain number 21. Now, you get 2 versions of this depending on the outcome and Delamain's fate in Don't Lose Your Mind. You will get this car, but the AI you get in it will depend on your choices in the quest. It's the same car, slightly different AI depending on your choices. It's up to you. You've got the Chevilon Emperor, which is the Dominator. So there's the Dominator in Storm Chasers, Hollow called Gremlin, and you've got Wendigo, which is another mythical creature. Check out the design on this car. This one is made to look very much like Eleanor. It's a very classic, the silver, the 2 black stripes on it, but yeah, it's made to look very much like Eleanor from Gone in 60 Seconds. Next we have the Herrera Outlaw. It's the Whaler or the Whaler, I don't know. And you get this from doing one of El Capitan's quests, Baby Let Me Take You. This is the one you get after doing 8 of his vehicle missions. You'll get this one here. It's actually a really fun quest. This is an armor-plated luxury weaponized sedan, but it goes like stink too. It's pretty cool. So when you're doing the Nomad Life Path, you can actually get your starting car back. There's a quest called These Boots Are Made for Walking. When you're doing this quest, you meet another character whose name is Lana Prince. She's modelled after and voiced by an Australian video game writer and journalist. Her name is Alana Pierce, so the name is very similar. So yeah, that's, again, it's kind of cool. In Wall Street, they have a term called Triple Witching Day, which I believe happens like 4 times a year on Fridays. They refer to this in the game here, but it's actually a Witcher Easter egg as well, because they happen to mention it being a whole damn Witch's Sabbath. And there's 3 crones in The Witcher, and they have a Witch's Sabbath. It's a notorious part of the game, and yeah.
You wish. You're in for a whole damn Witch's Sabbath.
Okay, next we have Angie's Key. Just this lady here, you can see, you can find her around here, and she's crying on the docks, and if you jump down into the water, you will see the key that was dropped, and you can give it back to her. I don't know if you should give it back to her or not. I expect there'll be more on this to come. So yeah, apparently it is a actual reference to a quest in Beauclair's Garden in Blood and Wine. Thank you very much, Tomcat, for putting me onto that. Okay, another Witcher Easter egg. Anyone that's very familiar with the Witcher games will remember the smuggler caches floating in water. They didn't often have anything particularly good in them from what I can remember. Yeah, you can go and find them. This guy died trying to find them. Drowned Man, I think, is close to Drowner as well. Okay, so this is interesting. The Caretaker's Spade. It's from the Hearts of Stone expansion of The Witcher. There's a boss you fight called the Caretaker, and he happens to drop this exact spade. And you can see it here. You get it during the ending with Rogue knocking on Heaven's door, just near the conference table here, leaning against a rock. So this is, it's basically a bit of a Witcher reference. Now, anyone who grew up with actual phones in actual places knows that when things are written on the wall, they are numbers for reference. And we have a keypad here. So I jotted down all 4 numbers and I tried them out. I do love the very first time you pick up the phone and you clearly don't know what to do with it, and Johnny kind of gestures, you know, put it up to your ear. So obviously he knows what to do. So you can dial random numbers and nothing much happens apart from, you know, you initiate Johnny's potty mouth. But these on the post-its on the wall, or they're just stuck on with tape, they'll actually take you to them. Now one of them takes you to a nice piece of music, Never Fade Away, but it's not being sung by Samurai. It's actually a cover by P.T. Adamczyk and Olga Jankowska. I'm sorry if I got those names wildly wrong. I'm trying my best. And the other piece of music you're going to hear is from The Witcher 3. It's another Witcher Easter egg. Obviously, I can't play these tracks because I don't own copyright to them. But yeah, it's awesome. I love it. It's just fantastic. And if you put in 911 as well, you get a different response. So it's fun to play about with these things and see what the developers thought of and put into things. So I kind of love this kind of thing.
Fucking hell.
Jesus, V.
So this next one is pretty cool. It's a multi-part reference, I would say. It's a nod to two things all at once. So if you go to this area here, it's in amongst all the junk just as you enter the Badlands. You look just here, that's a good place to go and just pop into the trash and just have a look around. You will find a freezer or a fridge. It's one of those old style fridges. And look, there's a big smoking hole in the floor. You see something purple. We got a bit of purple loot here. So let's check it out. So we got a guy in a fridge. He's not looking too hot. And look at that hat. Very familiar looking hat, don't you think? So what do we think here? Crystal Skull, perhaps? There's a famous scene in Crystal Skull where basically Indy survives a blast from a nuclear explosion by going into one of those old style fridges. I don't know, were they lead lined or something? Something like that. But if you have a look here, we have, it's not Adam and Jamie, it's Stephen and Jim, and they're basically talking about an experiment where they're testing the theory of whether or not you can survive a massive explosion from inside a refrigerator. So this is a dual reference to both Indiana Jones and the Crystal Skull. And look, there's the Crystal Skull, quote unquote, and Mythbusters. And yeah, so I thought that's pretty cool. And just like in Mythbusters, they would go out to the Mojave Desert and do their explosions and test them. Yeah, so it's both a Mythbusters Easter egg and an Indiana Jones one. Pretty cool. It's a twofer. All right. Morley is the brand of cigarettes that Ruby and Johnny and other people in the game smoke. You can see it here in the quest chipping in just after the car crash when she hands you the packet. This is an Easter egg, or a notable at least, because Morley is a brand made famous by the X-Files. It's been kind of adopted by the movies and TV as their fake brand cigarettes that people use. It was the original brand smoked by the cigarette smoking man. The Russian fixer who appears in the gig from Regina Jones where you have to put the tracker on the car. The same person appears in the quest Fixer Merc Soldier Spy, and there's two people in the apartment when you go there. You can sneak around and not interact with them at all, or you can subdue them or kill them if you want. I just subdued them, and they happen to be the same people who you pass in Konpeki Plaza when you are heading up to your room with Jackie. Now, if you do this gig before you go to Konpeki Plaza and you take them out, well, they won't be there. Next up, we have another Breaking Bad Easter egg. This is kind of the proper one. You do get, there is a quest called the Heisenberg Principle, which is obviously a nod to Breaking Bad. But this one is a very physical and very real Easter egg. It is the camper van. I think camper van's the right word, where Jesse and Walter cook their meth out in the desert. You've got the conversation between James Reddington and Jin Arak, but one of the biggest clues is the fact that there's 5 bullet holes in the door of the caravan. This is where it's located. It's out in the desert in the Badlands just here. And yeah, if you check Joss's house and you look on top of it, there's a pizza on top. That's another Breaking Bad reference. Okay, big in Japan. I've mentioned this one before in my katanas video. Basically, this is the one where you get the scalpel katana. But this is actually a huge nod to The Office. When you talk to the guy at the end of the quest, he actually quotes the US Office. His storyline is exactly the same, and the sentences he uses are almost exactly the same. So yeah, it's a massive nod to The Office. I think it was really interesting that they included it. Anyway, that was big in Japan. You can find a shard titled Chemicals, the Invisible Killer. This is actually another Office reference. As somebody working in CD Projekt Red was a huge Office fan. The illness is actually one from the show. It's a fictional one that they created that makes your teeth liquefy and drip down your throat. Spontaneous dental hydroplosion. Next, we have some robots playing cards in the apartment next to your north side apartment. Could be a Futurama reference. A lot of people seem to think that's what it is. And there is a strength check on the door to get in. There is also authorization. I don't know where to find the authorization, but you know, it doesn't take that much strength to open, and there you go. Quiet down.
Give it a rest, you two!
Sorry! Speaking of Futurama references, today I will mostly be cosplaying as Zap Brannigan. This is the Shield Superb Combat Weave Aramid breastplate. This actually also looks very much like maybe Iron Man's breastplate, and it's called Shield. Shield being the Marvel agency, I don't know. I reckon the training robot that Coach has is a nod to Real Steel. He has a very similar look, I reckon, and in addition to that, Coach takes the piss saying he found him and took him in and clothed him and fed him, which is kind of what happens in Real Steel. You know, they find him in a trash heap. So I think, it very much looks like him, and I think that's basically saying, yeah, that's our inspiration for this. That's my opinion on this one. This girl in Razor's quest, she is easily missed. If you turn down Coach when he has a proposition, you won't actually talk to her. But if you hear him out at least and you follow him over, once you're done talking to him, whatever you have said to him, it doesn't matter. She will call you over, you can have a little chat with her. It's optional, it's all blue. And she basically kind of gives you a bit of a stop story. But here's what's interesting. At the end, you see her and she's talking about what a good actor she was, that she somehow played you. I don't understand how she played you. Like, you're going to fight to win anyway. It doesn't make sense. But what really doesn't make sense is the fact that she's holding a remote control or a radio control. It's the kind that you would use for a radio-controlled car, plane, or robot. Is Razor a robot? I don't know, but it's been on my mind for a long time, this one. If you did the quest Woman of La Mancha and you didn't go back to the area where that quest happened, you will have not seen Bill Adams's body and the recorded conversation between him and Anna Hamill. Yeah, so she caught up to him and exacted her revenge. Yeah, it's very easy to miss these things, but they do add these kind of little bits of closure to missions, which is kind of cool. If you do this little assault in progress here, and these road events can be easily avoided and missed, and you probably still have some remaining yourself. But they are not just random events, and sometimes if you take a look at this conversation here between Evan Flakes and Martha Flakes, you hear that Evan Flakes basically told Anna Hamill all he knows, and as you know, Anna Hamill is the person who's doing the investigation in Kabuki, who you have to scare off in the gig The Woman of La Mancha. So there's a nice little cross-reference there, and you'd never know about that if you don't do that NCPD hustle. So it's worthwhile doing them because a lot of them are connected, and it's kind of cool. When you're done talking to Jenkins at the start, as you're heading out, you get accosted by one of your subordinates, Carter, and he basically asks you about some reports. And again, you can be very douchey. It's terrible, but if you ask for the reports, he actually sends them to you. So what you have to do, you have to pop back in and you can read the computer, and it says there, read the report on your personal terminal, optional. I didn't actually notice that when I was playing. And there you go. He's actually sent them. I thought that was a really nice touch. You'll hear about Abernathy at the start. She's gunning for Jenkins.
Director Abernathy.
I watched the vote. What the hell was that?
A deep clean after the shit Frankfurt dumped on us. As we agreed, I got rid of the problem.
I told you to resolve the problem, not massacre the European Space Council. Do you understand what the cover-up will cost?
We would have lost the license. Now we gained a week. That's a win.
Path of least resistance always. No nuance. Has you written all over it. We're not done talking about this.
Who we find out gets taken out by her, as you can see. But further evidence of her rampage you can find just here on the side of the road, where there is a crashed car and a message of somebody basically talking about it. So another victim of her cull, as it were. Just past this car, if you go and dive into the river, actually took me a little bit of time to find this, you'll actually find the body of Carter, your assistant. That is actually who was in the car, and you see a conversation between him and his mum where he's basically saying, you don't know what this company is making me do, and she's like, they're paying you, stop complaining. It's an all too kind of familiar kind of conversation, isn't it? So if you have really taken a dislike to Meredith, this one might be for you. Head just to this area here, but first, during the pickup quest, you need to screw her over. For example, telling them about the demon on Meredith's money chip. When you go outside, if you meet Gilchrist instead of Meredith, that means she has been quote-unquote dealt with, and you'll find her swimming with the fishes with concrete boots. Oh man, it genuinely sucked to film this. Rough way to go, but yeah, that's what happens to Meredith anyway. If, like I do on most of my playthroughs, you do side with her one way or another, there's multiple ways to do it. You can actually find her counterpart, Anthony Gilchrist, in the same place where you originally meet Meredith, and he has been executed. The funny thing about it is the timeline of when his execution was. If you have a look, it's only been like 2 or 3 days since he was, offed. So I don't know if that's something to do with the game time or look, these things are kind of... We can see Johnny when he appears, he's a projection of our imagination. But this scene here, he actually moves, or he changes our perception of something in the real world, and it makes it look like he's interacting with it. He pulls out the stool and he sits down on it, but of course he can't interact with objects in the real world, so he's manipulating what we can see. So that's very interesting. Makes you wonder what else is manipulated through the game. There's a quest you get at the very end of Cara Eurodyne's quest line, Every Breath You Take, where you have to protect one of the Uscrack girls from a stalker. If you fail to protect her, Red Menace will actually take out the stalker and come down and kind of, you know, be all upset with you and stuff, understandably, because you failed. Blue Moon tells you about Red Menace keeping watch from up above. So if you have a look here, that's where she is standing, and she's got a sniper rifle. She's a good shot too. Yeah. Oh, there you go. I have to put this in. More to my belief that Razor is a robot. Look at this. Red versus blue. Look, the guy on the left is clearly hued blue and Razor's clearly got a red color to him. I'm just thinking Rock'em Sock'em robots. They were red versus blue robots, right? Take a look, yeah. So, I mean, still, it's more clues that Razor is actually a robot. My imagination probably, but still. I still think it's a thing. That's unconfirmed, but I believe it. I really believe it now. That red and blue poster. Yeah. You can hack the Ferris wheel. I tried doing it low to see if it would eventually fall off, but no, it doesn't. Okay, something you probably didn't notice, the Hollow Dancers. If you're not happy with the Hollow Dancer, you can actually change. You can cycle through different Hollow Dancers. You know, if you want to. I mean, why wouldn't you want to? So, yeah, you have a cycle through, and I think it's random, or there's a limited amount. I'm not sure. I didn't spend too long checking it out, but there you go. So, yeah, you can cycle through them. Moving on. It's probably one of the darkest Easter eggs. Oh, I know, with all the dead bodies and stuff I got, how could this be dark? But it's pretty dark. In the gig Jeopardy in Haywood, where you have to sneak in to a funeral home, you can actually hack the hologram of the person who they're mourning. And yeah, this is the result. Now, this is a funky little one. Yeah, basically it's a light switch and it says don't touch after dark. Now, there's no real consequences to it that I've discovered yet. Cars don't suddenly start crashing, although I think I noticed more horns. It could be my imagination, but basically, yeah, it turns the lights on and off on the street. It's just one little button in the middle of town. It's a bit daft, really, but it's good fun. I don't know if you spotted on one of the computers in the marina the names for the different yachts. Okay, the iguana. This is on the mission The Heist. You can actually get this at any stage while you're in Yorinobu's apartment. If you look really closely, look at that little glow. That is an iguana egg. So what you got to do, so you grab it and you head out, and later on, when you're in your apartment, there's a little place where you can drop it or place it, and you have to wait time. I think it's about between 30 and 60 in-game days for it to hatch, and like with the iguana, you can also get a pet cat. Now the pet cat is a little easier to find. You just go out from your apartment, turn left and go around the corner. And there's a bowl there and a note saying, feed the cat or feed te cat. I have no idea what kind of food that is you're feeding it. It's disgusting. But either way, it's all you get. So you go away for 24 hours, you come back and the cat is there. And
look. Hey, look. See that?
It's called a cat, Johnny. So anyway, you take the cat and you get a little cutscene and you take it into your house. It's quite cute, actually. And you put him in a little wash basket. Oh.
Well,
such a cutie.
There it is.
Ah, and there's Johnny again. I think he likes his pets. When you come back to the apartment, the cat is in different places. Where's he gone? There he is. Look at that. He's eating. Oh, that looks like a much better bowl of food now. Still not entirely sure what it is. But yeah, anytime you go out, you come back, he's in a different place. And even when you look in the mirror, there you go. So when you look in the mirror, look, you see the cat there as well. And it's so interesting looking at the cat, and you don't even notice that it's Johnny Silverhand. Look, a little bonus Easter egg there. When you look in the mirror during a relic glitch, you will see Johnny Silverhand in the mirror. If you've never done that, you won't know it, or you might have seen it somewhere else. I've been trying to catch this one for some time now, but I finally got the cat to spawn in the shower, and look what happens when you go and take a shower when the cat's, or should I say, listen to what happens. Okay, in Watson in Kabuki, not too far from where the dancing robot is, you can also find a car submerged underwater and a guy who's basically a gambler who thought all his problems were solved when he won a cat. The cat is fine, the cat is on the box just above the water, and yeah, as we know from talking to Takamura, cats are often seen as potentially spirits, especially now that they're so rare, spirits which are portents of doom and the bringer of bad fortune, and look what happened to this guy. So yeah, and there's the little kitty cat. I don't know if it's the same kitty cat we have in our apartment or if there's just lots of these around, but you do see this one quite a few times. I have a feeling, like the unicorn in Blade Runner, this cat is a symbol that's supposed to be seen at key times. You see it in Johnny's past, you see it while you're doing, I think it's Down on the Street with Takamura, it's in your apartment, you see it here, you see it in other places. So I'm just wondering, is it intentionally a motif like the unicorns in Blade Runner? Now, this is just something I'm curious about, and maybe it is an Easter egg. So if you go to this area here in Dogtown, you'll see a bunch of people worshipping a cat. I say worshipping, they're checking out a cat because cats are so rare. Whether or not this is your cat just getting around the place, like, you know, cats do have a wide area of exploration. I do know they go surprisingly far. I've seen some nature documentaries on it where they put cameras on cats and they actually see how far they go around the village. So maybe this is just your cat you're seeing all the time. Nibbles. Speaking of our kitty cat, they now have a new cat icon that hovers over them, but also, speaking about getting around, check him out here, hanging out with this chromed up fella in Hansen's party. He really does get around. Alright, it's probably a different cat, but you know. When you go into the apartment, you're going to see the two of them snuggling up on the beanbag together, and V notices it too. In Things Done Changed, we've lost our apartment because we didn't pay rent. Oh, your pet's found in the unit and control thereof was assumed. Sphinx cat and lesser Antillean iguana were acquired by an anonymous purchaser. Okay.
You went and beat the biochip, and in a manner of speaking, Johnny. Love to throw us for a loop, don't you, kid?
So I was just looking for some updated footage for Merde for the roller coaster, and check out what we have here. We finally have different cats in the game. Check out this cutie pie. Little grey, blue-eyed cat. You can give it some food. I happen to have cat food on me. I always do for some reason, or maybe just picked something else. I don't know. So it's just by the roller coaster. You don't need me to show you where that is on the map. Right, so it's got a few other things to loot in the back, but yeah, mostly it's just another cat to feed. What I didn't know when I was first recording this, because I did happen to have cat food on me already, is that the safe behind the cat is locked when you first arrive there, and when you feed the cat unlocks the safe. You can see a little blue glint in the cat's eyes. So it's either that cat has cyberware, or maybe it's some kind of artificial cat, a replicant cat of some kind, just like Bart Moss's cat. Ah, look at the floppy ears. Anyway, you don't get to adopt that one, but it's nice to visit.
Shootings have been reported along the 166, and 101. Eyewitness accounts point to inter-clan disputes. Attacks on unaffiliated persons has not exceeded the average. However, in an abundance of caution...
Go to the city centre here, and you travel to this pinned location. I'm just going to speed things up a bit. I love bunny hopping, especially since the sprint has been fixed. It's almost preferable to driving at times. This little bird sanctuary place, the mindfulness center, as we go up here, God, it looks so good, doesn't it? Just so atmospheric. So if we check out here, this cat, you can sit down next to it and relax for a while. Check this out. How cool is that? No, I left this go for about an hour. Nothing happens. The cat stays there. Like, it says do not disturb, but your only option is to disturb it, so I couldn't work out anything else about it. Again, you don't adopt this cat, it's just a nice cat interaction. Not that I found out, but if any of you have any more information on that, let me know below. This cat is apparently actually Bart Moss's cat. Not saying that Nibbles is, but the one on the magazine. When you're doing the quest, Many Ways to Skin a Cat, you come across a shard called Notice of Expiration. And it basically has information, as you can see here, about a large locked freezer with instructions do not open and a 50-euro contract. Basically, you'll find this later, but this refers to the fridge that we later find Bartmoss in. And yeah, it's just a nice little, you know, the first time I saw that I had no idea. But then after doing the quest and I saw this the second time around, I was like, that's Bartmoss. Okay, very tiny one. In the ending Where Is My Mind, there's a box on the shelf, and if you scan it, the model is Cyber-Cerberus. Now, I should probably have a look through the rest of the game, see if there's anything else that has the same model, but I'm just kind of thinking, you're in a space station, you're being repaired. I wonder, is that a nod to Cerberus in Mass Effect 2, when you're on a space station being put back together? After thinking more about it, Cerberus is the three-headed dog that guards Hades, and also in the somewhat damaged ending, the Cerberus bot has a combination of Blackwall AIs, multiple AIs. So it's very interesting that that box, which if you scan it initially, it's not Cerberus. It says like a medical kit or something, and then you scan it again later, it comes up as Cyber-Cerberus. I thought that was very interesting. It's like the hell ending, and when you're doing the cube in that ending, it's the devil you see, so the whole thing kind of fits. Now, this is a neat little one. You'll come across this area. This is the upper market in Japantown, and you can actually find this area while you're doing the quest that involves the parade. There's a door here. As you can see, it's got a tech ability check of 11. I happen to have it here, so I can go ahead and open it, but if you weren't playing tech and you wanted to get in there, you would have to either spend the skill on tech or work out another way in. Now, there's a keypad, and if you have a look here, this door says 06. Okay, and if we go out here, this door says 29. Yeah, you put those codes together, you get the code to open the door. And this is where you get the Smart Pistol Genji Rope. There's actually another place you can get it as well. Oh, this one made me laugh now. During the quest where you are hiding out from the storm with Panam and Sol, there is a bottle of whiskey on the table. You don't have to scan it, but I figured I'd scan it. And it comes up as questionable whiskey. And, let's just have a look. So it comes up as questionable whiskey and straddling the line between alcohol and a bioweapon. Untested on taste buds. Like, is this even safe? Only one way to find out. I think that's brilliant. Okay, something I noticed about many of the Ripper docs is they have a sign out the front saying Ryder. When you finally agree to let Johnny take over your body and he goes on a bit of a rampage and he gets the tattoo, the person who gives him the tattoo is Dr. Cassius Ryder. He, even though he has this kind of back alley Ripper doc place, he is the franchise of those other Ripper docs. So he kind of just does his own thing and he makes bank from those other Ripper docs, I guess. Anyway, void if removed. When you wake up in, again, spoilers, when you wake up in the trash heap, you have a TV on top of you, and you have to remove it, and the only option is to remove it. But as always, there's a warranty sticker on your appliance here that says warranty void if removed. So we have to remove. Now, I know we're not removing the sticker, but I think it was intentionally put there nice and clearly for us to see. It kind of, you know, if we go ahead, our warranty is void. We could stay here, probably never remove it, and we'll be fine. Or you can see crowds of people doing actual Tai Chi, and they are following the form properly. They've actually properly mocapped the Tai Chi. The moves are excellent. Very good form, I have to say. Hey, there's an extra Joy Toy. There's actually 5 Joy Toys, and she's notable because Johnny has commentary to say on her. Not particularly kind, but yeah, you can find her in and around Jig Jig Street. So yeah. In a couple of places, one most notably because it has at least 4 of these terminals, is the chapel in Pacifica that you go to for a couple of quests, including transmission. It's basically a digital confession booth, but you literally pay for your sins. It's kind of a little irreverent probably for some people, but yeah, I thought it was kind of cool. It's just a nice touch, I think. Okay, there's a sign in Kabuki, near enough the Troublesome Neighbor gig that you get for Regina Jones, and there's a neon sign there and it's got Motel Hello, but the O on the hello is gone, and that's based on a horror movie, and you can see here the exact same thing in the horror movie called Motel Hell. So there you go. Now, Children of Men. It's a movie starring Clive Owen. It's also a book, and this Easter egg is referring to that. Basically, it's a dystopian future where the human race has become infertile, but one woman does manage to miraculously get pregnant. If I remember rightly, it's quite a good movie actually. I must watch that again. Theo Farron is Clive Owen's character in the movie, and he's trying to help this one lady to escape. Yeah. One of my favourite tattoos of Judy's, it's a shark with a freaking laser beam attached to his head. So I'm pretty certain that's an Austin Powers nod. Maybe it's not, but it's awesome anyway.
What do we have? Sea bass.
This is a neat little Easter egg. If you're familiar with the film Pulp Fiction, Bruce Willis's character, his name is Coolidge, and he takes a wad of money and he bets on himself to win the fight when he's supposed to be throwing it for them, so he has to leave town. And that's what this is referring to here. I thought it was really cool because it's the same situation for this guy. They're looking for Coolidge, and you're not actually dealing with Coolidge in this. They're interrogating some hard as nails guy. It happens to be his coach, and if you look at the conversation there, it's quite funny. And yeah, they can't find him. So that was a nice little Pulp Fiction reference. An additional Easter egg relating to Pulp Fiction. So if you remember, I mentioned the one in the gig Bloodsport where they reference Coolidge, who's Bruce Willis's character in the movie. Well, if you go to this area here, you can actually find him. So there he is. And if you can remember, as with a lot of Tarantino movies, Katana's played a part. So there we have Katana's chef's knife as well. So, you know, that's definitely him. Look at the hand wraps. So that's pretty cool. And that is, it's either Marcellus Wallace. It kind of looks like it's supposed to be Marcellus Wallace, but it could also be Vince Vega. And if we look at it, we've got Vincent Vac, which is Vince Vega, and Marcellus Weaponz, who's Marcellus Wallace. So I'm not sure if that's supposed to be Marcellus or Vincent Vega there. But yeah, that's pretty cool. So basically, there they are. That's what happened to Butch. They eventually tracked him down, I guess. It's a different outcome to the movie, but the point is not to recreate the movie. So yeah. So there you go. I would imagine it's probably Vince. The hair looks a lot more like Vince than it does Marcellus. Marcellus was bald in it, so yeah, anyway, moving on. Yet more evidence that someone in CDPR is a massive Tarantino fan, or at the very least a fan of the movie Pulp Fiction. And you can find it all over the place, and it's "Does he look like a bitch?" One of Samuel L. Jackson's many quotable lines. There's a clothing brand you can get. Specifically, there's a hybrid weave t-shirt, and it's Dead Zed. And obviously, we've seen a couple of other Pulp Fiction references in there. This is referencing Zed's dead, baby, Zed's dead, which is a famous line. This guy here selling you BDs, his name is Lenny Nero. Now, I think he's referenced in one of the other quests as well, if I remember rightly. But he's based on a character played by Ralph Fiennes in the film Strange Days, which was a 1995 cyberpunk movie. And his character in that movie was a seller of things called squid recordings, and same kind of deal as brain dances. Okay, this one is I'm just going to call this one Disco Robot. It's a dancing robot, and he is located in Kabuki. You need a tech skill of 5 to turn him on. And once you do, get ready to fight. No, just get ready to dance. He's playing some tunes. Oh look, he's got some vinyls in the back. Yeah, it's just a nice little Easter egg. So if you don't have the tech score, and you pretty much should probably have that easily, you won't be able to interact with him. But there you go, it's just a bit of fun. Moving on. This is on a gig called Serious Side Effects, and there's one room, if you have a high enough strength ability, you can open the door, and yeah, something about this robot. Just enjoy for a second. I'm going to be quiet. I was pretty amazed to find out that there was actually a Harry Potter reference in this. Yeah, there's a platform 69 3/4. Now the 6 is blacked out, so at first glance you'll only see 9 3/4. And it has 2 hands pointing to an area with "hit here," and it's got grim blood splats where people have been trying to actually get through the wall. Oh man, that's actually really good. And if you want to find that, it's in Wellsprings. The actual story behind that one is very funny as well. Basically, in an early release of the game, NPCs were glitching through the wall there, and when it was reported, they put that there because it reminded them of the platform from Harry Potter. Okay, there's a movie starring John Goodman called Cloverfield Lane, and this is an Easter egg for that. It's a very, very similar scenario, and it's, yeah, pretty much something that happens in the movie. Originally written by Gibson prior to Neuromancer, Johnny Mnemonic was a short story that was made into a movie starring Keanu Reeves, and the whole thing, the movie and the short story, along with Neuromancer and Blade Runner, are all huge influences for the whole cyberpunk genre, not just Cyberpunk 2077. But they pay homage to it in the game with posters and adverts, and basically the RCS courier service in the game is a love letter to Johnny Mnemonic, along with the monowire, which I will get into in the weapons section shortly.
I want room service!
Look at these movie names here. From Game of Thrones to Nightmare on Elm Street, how many do you recognize? The mega buildings inspired by, I would say anyway, Judge Dredd's mega buildings, like peach trees, things like that. Pride and Prejudice. Yeah, so Rogue's weapons, she has two. She has an assault rifle and she has a pistol. These are in the endgame. The one you take with Rogue, the two weapons you get from her are Pride and Prejudice. That's a period drama, Jane Austen. Is it Jane Austen? I think it's Jane Austen, I'm not sure. Okay, if you want to get this red sword, it's not particularly special, but it does look amazing. It's in this loading screen and the promo shots. Then all you have to do, well, there's a couple of places, but the place I get it from is from the Cyber Psycho mission, Phantom of Night City. There's a sword in the stone. It's a sword embedded in the concrete that you can pull out very easily. It's nothing particularly special, but, you know, sword in the stone. You know, it's got to be, right? Or, you know, randomly, otherwise, for some reason, somebody managed to stick a samurai sword or a katana in some solid concrete. Senko LX. Cool thing about this one is you attach the front section to it when you first bring it out, and it has a thumbprint activator. Nice little touch, very futuristic, I thought.
My man, Dexter Shawn. How's that quiet life working out for you now, Choom?
So, you know you can find Dex's body where you go out to do the quest Cold Mirage. He's right there. And his iconic pistol Plan B is on him. But Plan B is actually pretty unique. As its name suggests, it shouldn't be your primary option. But should there be a time when you run out of ammo, it would be great to have a backup plan or a Plan B. And that's where Plan B comes in. Plan B fires money. Well, not literally. It doesn't spit out eddies. But it uses eddies somehow as ammunition. So instead of depleting your ammo count, it depletes your wallet. It's like it uses eddies to buy instant ammo that teleports into the magazine and fires. I mean, we do have next day delivery right now, so who knows? I think it's probably just a coincidence. Yeah, I don't think Overwatch is named after the game Overwatch. It's more likely to just be the position a sniper takes. Overwatch is a force protection tactic. At least that's my understanding of it as a non-military person. And I'm pretty sure Widowmaker, which is an awesome precision rifle, is just a riff on the actual term used ad nauseum for something that can kill a man. I mean, why am I bringing this up? Well, any excuse, I suppose, to include Amélie Lacroix.
One shot, one kill.
The sniper rifle 05 is a nod to the cops because of, you know, 5-0, but it's not going to be a reference to Hawaii 5-0. Is it? I don't know. Right. So not so sharp, but still kind of pointy. The blunt weapon we get during Venus Infers is actually a play on a Shakespearean character from the Merry Wives of Windsor, among other plays. He's a large, rambunctious and primarily comic character whose surname in this case has been very playfully entangled. So he is Sir John Falstaff. It's kind of clever and it's kind of fitting. A lot of people have mentioned Dying Night being a reference to Dying Light, the video game, but The Dying Night is actually a science fiction short story by Isaac Asimov, the American science fiction writer. According to Wikipedia, it first appeared in the July 1956 issue of the magazine Fantasy and Science Fiction, and it was reprinted then several times in other publications. There you go. Now, it's not guaranteed this is what it's based on, but it would be more likely in my opinion. Here. Oh look, see the monofilament whip here, or as the monowire is called in here. I think they have it in Shadowrun as well. I think the first time you can actually see this, although it was in, I think it was called the filament whip in Neuromancer, I can't be sure, but the first time you can actually see it, and it looks exactly like this, is in Johnny Mnemonic. I can guarantee you've all watched Johnny Mnemonic and gone, hey look, the monowire. But the way the bad guy uses it in that is brilliant. Like, I would say it's probably the first visual representation in movie media. Okay, there's an NCPD hustle in the Watson area where all you have to do is eliminate the enemies and search for the evidence to complete it. But if you're not listening, or if you don't read the shard, you won't actually notice what's going on here. This is tied in with Jotaro. He seems to be quite prevalent in the bad doings of Watson. You take him out in one gig. But if you read, you'll see that there's human trafficking going on. Basically, these people are being delivered to him, and they're in a container. And if you listen carefully, you can actually hear them banging on the container. Now, you can not notice this and walk away. Probably if you come back later, I'm not sure whether they'll still be alive or not, but I should probably test that. But you don't have to let them out for the MCPD hustle. You don't even get a quest update. But, you know, who would leave them in there? They're hammering away. So yeah, that's easily missable. So do watch out for that. Most people will have missed this one. I did my first 2 playthroughs. On the quest Dream On, when you're chasing the van down, if you get out straight away and you look to the back of the compound, you'll see 2 figures trying to flee. If you watch them, they'll actually get up to a cloaked AV and fly away. But you can, if you're quick enough, jump up and get to them and take them down before they leave. One of them has an interesting shard, and yeah, they're very easy to miss. And yeah, during the quest Last Login, if you don't read what's actually on the computer down below, you won't actually know. But if you do and you read it, you'll see that Bucky, the Ripper Doc upstairs, is actually involved in the goings on down there. His hands are not clean. And if you go up the back door into his office, you can actually question him. If you don't read that computer, you won't have known that he was involved, and you would have continued to use him as a Ripper Doc completely obliviously. But you can go up and you can confront him about it. So little things like that, you know, it's not so much an Easter egg, but you might have missed it, and you might not have known that he was a dirty Ripper Doc. In case you haven't found them all, these are the locations for Johnny Silverhand's clothes if you want to get the full outfit. And there you go. Just a little bit of cash if you want it, and a golden flamingo, I think. But if you take a look in the front of Kerry Eurodyne's residence, there's a metal detector for some reason in the sand. Must have been looking for treasure, but if you dive into the little kind of, he has actually a swimmable kind of, I wouldn't call it a pool, but it's a kind of a natural looking pond. But at the bottom of it, you can see there, you can get some money from a little box. Much later in the game, after you've done Sinner Man, the pretty horrible quest line. But yeah, see this poster you see here? That is a digital poster anyway. Is for the BD that is created with or without your help. The shooting range in Kabuki Market is usable. I don't actually know, and here you go, this is how easy it is to miss things. I don't know if it was always this or whether they quietly enabled it in a recent patch. So yeah, there's a shooting range you can actually use, and you'll actually know it's there because you'll hear people shooting. You will notice that you pass out at one point during the personal quests of your companions. You also pass out now at one point with Reed as well, although he's not a romance option. But there is in all 5 main kind of non-main story offshoot quests, there's a part where you pass out and you come to with your companion wondering what the hell is going on. When you're doing the heist quest and you are walking the flathead through the different rooms, one of the rooms you come across actually has Holt and Ryan discussing a situation with a bunch of Arasaka suits or agents. They're playing for time.
Arasaka will cover the cost of any and all penalties assessed.
This isn't about the money. It's election season. How do you think this will make
Period of time after that meeting, it just so happens that his implant fails. Coincidence? I think probably not.
A week. That's all we can promise you.
We will try.
When you're coming up to the final quest and you're sitting up on the balcony with Misty, when she leaves, she tells you to take your time. And if you do take your time, taking your time is actually the last step in unlocking the Don't Fear the Reaper ending. An interesting list of Netwatch agents you can find in the subway tunnels during transmission. It's just at the back here. It's quite notable because it seems like the handles of Netwatch agents are very, as everything is in this game, very referential. I would imagine they all mean different things to different people. A couple that stand out for me. Specifically, we have Lord of Rivia. We have Pinocchio. It's probably Pinocchio. Lord Nyrus rings a bell. We've got Mr. Neo, spelled N-I-O. We have 7th Padawan. Spineless Wonder rings a bell. Bruxes, which is like Bruxe. Stormcaller. If I remember rightly, Stormcaller is something, I think that was a weapon in World of Warcraft, if memory serves. Paramedic Jack, Samurai Jack, Handsome Jack, Something Jack is very common. And the reason I was put onto this one was the one that Randy mentioned was 10538, seemingly innocuous. That is actually a name of one of ELO, the Electric Light Orchestra's songs. Thank you very much for that one. Okay, if you want to check out some stuff you're not really supposed to, but you know, you're just curious and you want to get back over the border wall, this is how you do it. I'm not going to really talk over this one. I've done a complete video on this one talking a little bit more in depth about it, but this is just a quick recap. If you want to see that other video, it's on my YouTube channel. I'll also show you how to get into the tunnel that takes you back again. It's the same tunnel that the Aldecaldos take on the way out, and some of the things you can see while you're in there. And I also have a video on how to get back into... And I also have a video on how to get into Watson early if you want to do that as well. It's straightforward enough. Just follow the steps in that video. If you've missed things like Satori or the Iguana, then you can actually go back into Konpeki Plaza and snag them. I have a full guide here, and if my method isn't working for you, there are loads of excellent contributions in the comments. And as a quick recap checklist, these are the lootable items that can be grabbed during the heist mission or later. So Yorinobu's iconic gun, Kongo, is very possibly named after the Japanese battleship Kongo. And Yorinobu's outfit, if you fancy dressing in the same snappy way as the game's side protagonist, this can be found in his ensuite, in his case just here, and his pants and shirt are up the stairs just here. The iguana egg that can be placed in the dish in your apartment in Act 2 and over the course of 30 to 60 in-game days hatched gives you the second apartment pet. I covered this in detail already.
Who would have thought?
And finally, Satori, a classic looking and awesome katana that can be gotten from the rooftop, along with Saburo's decryptable diary, which is very eye-opening. It really makes clear how Hanako is 100% Team Arasaka, where Yorinobu is just as much an anarchist as Johnny. As of 2.0, Saburo was also given a weapon. He now has the Tanto, and its name is Nihan. You can loot that off him. On your way back down, or on your way up, there's a little secret room you can check out as well. You can also check this one out during the heist if you want to. That's all included in that guide. One of the things having those floaty ankles used to do was let you get to this well done Easter egg on top of this Arasaka building here, but the cranes were moved and now it's practically an impossible jump. At least it is for me, but using the Let There Be Flight mod I was able to get up there. This is during the quest Killing Moon. Firstly, there are multiple routes you can take to get through. You can be a difficult passenger and get locked up. You can change into the uniform and sneak through, or you can take these tunnels here from the toilet. Now, one of the funny things about this toilet, if you just have a peer into this cubicle here, is Johnny Silverhand.
Okay,
how could I be out of 6?
Got an open ventilation shaft.
Right. Connect straight to the maglev tray tunnel.
But anyway, when you get up here, there is a new well done Easter egg. If you go all the way along here and, you know, I'd say we've all seen this because, you know, we all want to see if we can keep on going, right? And you get to the end, and as long as you're quick enough and you dodge the train without getting killed, it's easy enough. I actually think it might have bugged on me because the trains stopped coming, made it easier for me. But if you go all the way to the end here, they have a well done sign. Now go back, because obviously you can't go any further. And it's almost like a parent that's like, you know, expecting you to do it. And they're like, yeah, well done. Now go on, go back and do your homework. Very funny. That kind of thing, you know? It's like, get back to the game, you gonk. I'm going to show you how to get into the crash site so you can, you know, snarf up all the loot, my little loot goblin that you are, and have a little poke around the crash site and explore as well. So it's kind of fun. And there's going to be a few enemies to kill up there as well. Start here, so just kind of south of the stacks, I suppose. You can see that's the crash site there. You can see all the buildings got smashed and landed there. So that's just up there where you see that dark smoke coming from. Climb up this building, and then we have to get up on top of this Akabono sign and get across to the other side. You're gonna need reinforced tendons for this one. But there you go, so you can get onto the plane and you can still get inside. And there's a couple of bits of loot, so you've still got the Achilles here. You can't get into the end room. Now, if you have no clip mod, I'm assuming you can get in that way. So yeah, there's a few bits of space. You can read the laptop, which you wouldn't have gotten to read. Actually, the laptop is really interesting. It has some great stuff in it. Let's take a look. First things first, we have a security report about hostilities. The attack by Texas Republic, threat level high. Arasaka, threat level high. I'm not surprised if you read his diary, you'll see that he would have nuked Night City at the touch of a button, just for the sake of it being easier than tracking down his son. A lone wolf attack, threat level moderate. Attack by the USSR, threat level low. The flight log shows all kinds of stuff going on. Now this is interesting as well. Konpeki incident report number 6. I love this actually. So it is still unclear exactly what transpired at Konpeki Plaza. Nevertheless, certain facts are clear. Saburo was most likely murdered by Yorinobu. We could have just sat around and done nothing and waited for the actual truth to come out. All the board members knew, as Hanako lets us know anyway. Anyway, despite the presence of at least 2 more individuals at the scene, these were local mercenaries hired to steal the relic. It seems likely that Saburo appeared in the penthouse unannounced, so the possibility that the mercenaries anticipated this has been ruled out, and hence the likelihood that they murdered Saburo. Mercenaries remains partially unknown. The informant 01257 disappeared before he could access his employer's files. Perhaps Songbird may extract more from them. I thought that was quite interesting. Who is informant 01257? Anyway, moving on to the messages. Messages? Messages. So we got some communications there, you know, planning stuff for the rally and stuff like that, and the risk assessment. But let's press on anyway. So we got the main door here where you rescue Roslyn from is unbreached. I'm not going to be purposely ignorant as to the fact that you're not supposed to be back here, so it doesn't mean anything that it's closed. I still think in the time it takes you to go the wrong direction and for Songbird to turn around and tell you that you've killed the president by not going to help her, I still feel that that was more a case of, right, she knew that you weren't going to be of any use to her and had just given up on the fact, and you know, there was no way in that period of time that you would have not have gotten to her any quicker had you been going the right direction. Anyway, you can have an explorative here. I'm just going on a bit. Once you're done exploring the actual crash site itself, you can work your way back up, blast through this wall here. Who wants some Kool-Aid? And there's a bit more loot here. Definitely worth picking up all you can. And there's some guys to fight. So you can fight these guys and then you can just jump back down. Straightforward enough. Which way you want to come down is up to you. I chose to come this way. I'll show you now. If you go back up here, when you have actually rescued President Myers, the Space Force One will have been taken away. I guess Hansen got all his crew to come in and clean up the mess and harvest what they could, which I think is very interesting. Now, whether or not that happens later in the game, because I was testing this with a character who'd only just turned down, and maybe it will happen for all. Maybe it's a time thing rather than a what you pick kind of thing. But I thought that was kind of interesting. Now, you still get some enemies up there. There's some rats up there you can fight. Something else interesting I found on the way back down was actually an uncontested supply drop here with a really nasty shotgun. Alibi. Alibi is a variant of the Tektronica VST-37. Alibi is if I'm pronouncing that right, is a breed of large and powerful dog, and this really does have a bite. Now this is a very specific scripted airdrop. It's not a random airdrop like the other ones where you have to compete over it. This is uncontested. It also has a note on it. I'm going to read that note to you now. So it says, "Help me please. If you receive this message, I beg you, please deliver it to the nearest human rights organization. My name is Mateusz Kowalczyk, and I am in a work camp near Warsaw in the Polish People's Republic. I'm a prisoner here for 12 years. I work 15 hours a day with no free days. I weigh 62 kilograms and am 183 centimeters tall. If we do not meet daily weapon production quotas, we are tortured. We pack the weapons into crates that are then sent out to the world. I don't know where are we exactly. I do not know what month it is. My loved ones think I'm dead. I beg you, please help. Please, we make weapons for Arasaka. I do not know how this is possible, but we do. The Polish People's Republic has always been controlled by the USSR, which does not allow Arasaka factories in Poland, at least not officially. I am 53 years old. They imprisoned me because I had books from the NUSA. I think the factory is somewhere near Zabki. Please, somebody take pity on me." This is quite an unsettling note. It really is. Another hint about how evil Arasaka is. There's quite a few little nods to how bad Arasaka is throughout Dogtown, for example, shooting down the Militech helicopter and things like that. They take no prisoners, well, unless they're putting them in slave camps to make weapons for them. So don't use Arasaka weapons. There's actually a few of these scripted airdrops as well. Check out this one. By the time you get to it, it'll be opened, and it looks like it was Hugo and Jack working together, and I think probably Hugo betrayed Jack, because Jack is laying here with a blunt force trauma injury, and yeah, you can see on the laptop there where they're discussing the plans and how to predict airdrop locations with a high margin of probability. So yeah, I like these ones. These are kind of fun. I didn't like parkouring up to this only to find there was no loot for me, but yeah, sure, I got a purple pistol. That's something, I guess. But if you follow the bloodstains just down below, you can actually find Hugo as well and get to the real bones of the matter and find out what actually happened. So advertising plays a big part in Night City as it does in any other sci-fi setting, and I've already gone over a few of them, but I just wanted to focus on a few more that I've yet to cover real quick. I was wrong about this one here when I wondered was it Paul Denton from the original Deus Ex games. This Dara poster actually happens to be an Italian streamer. Power?
Sono io chat.
Dad jokes are always a winner for me. Cheap as chips. If I have to explain it, just cheap as chips. This Sandblast Tooth thing, this is actually a popular streamer called Nigorex, I think is how you pronounce her name. Sorry if I got it wrong. Okay, I'm sure you've all seen the Nilfgaard posters. I think this is the most safe for work one of the lot. And this is a Witcher reference to Nilfgaard.
You didn't just say he's the Emperor of Nilfgaard, did you?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's his proper title.
Okay. I'm the Emperor of Milfgaard, if you know what I mean.
You know, I've often wondered what inspired this green snake image. It's very evocative, and you often wonder what was in the artist's mind when they came up with it. You know, was it the artificial snake that the first replicant in Blade Runner had? Or is it maybe Salma Hayek's snake dance from Dusk Till Dawn? You often wonder, but yeah, it's... These posters I noticed made me think of the T-1000 from Terminator 2, but probably more specifically actually the TX, the female Terminator, who's kind of a combination of both the T-800 and the T-1000. Yeah, and I know Lizzie Wizzy is completely chromed out as well, but seeing this poster of a metal person sitting in a flaming car just screams Terminator, so yeah. This Night City Centipede banner uses the likeness of a German YouTuber, Pete's Meat, I believe is how you pronounce his name. This one has eluded me for a long time, longer than the showering cat one. It turns out that this insurance salesman is actually another YouTuber. This is a Spanish YouTuber by the name of Alex El Capo. Do you know what? I really love these advertising barges. Nothing speaks of future than adverts flying over your head. They're burning fuel all day just to advertise to you. You can see them here in Blade Runner, but it's more of a kind of a blimp in Blade Runner. But yeah, no, they're really cool. They just, yeah.
A new life awaits you in the off-world colony.
Just a very quick one here. This is Evgeny Baznov, or Bad Comedian, another YouTuber. I think all the posters are YouTubers, basically. This just goes to show the attention to detail that CD Projekt Red have. I love it. This guy here from the quest, The Ballad of Buck Ravers, who's a huge samurai fan and was at the gigs and selling the merch. So take note of him, okay? Because later on in the gig, I like Supreme. If you look in the crowd, there he is rocking out. That is amazing attention to detail. I wonder if he's one of the people in the crowd in the flashback here. I like this here because it's easily missed. After some time has passed, they actually come and clear the crashed Kang Tao transport you bring down during the Pan Am quest line where you're trying to get hold of Hellman. So they actually clear it up, and there's a drone and a couple of Kang Tao agents remaining there after. And look, you can see it before, during, and after. So it's kind of interesting to see the area at the 3 different stages. They usually don't clear things up, as we know from poor Subaru Arasaka, but there you go, in this case they do. Check out this wee little drone on the North Oak sign. It was overburdened with what looks like pills of some kind and couldn't keep going, so it crashed into the sign. You can actually see this one from a distance because there's a little wisp of smoke coming up from it. Pretty cool.
Zowie, Bozo's kind of excited.
You're V, yes?
Oh, fuck.
So, Ozob, the character here, well, he was originally created in the 1990s by the co-founder of the Brazilian geek site Jovem Nerd, and he featured on 3 Cyberpunk RPG special episodes of Nerdcast, which is the website's podcast, and the guy who created him was the actual voice actor for Ozob in the Brazilian Portuguese version of Cyberpunk 2077, and he apparently ad-libbed most of his lines.
The suspense is killing me!
Depending on your life path, the desk in your apartment in the game will be different. So you get your backer's car if you're a nomad. If you're a corpo, you get this. It was really dark. It just looks like an ornament, but I don't know. And if you're a street kid, you get this here. I guess it's almost like a souvenir model of a city. So it could be Atlantis, but it could also be Night City. But yeah, either way, you get different things on your desks. And the presence of the ashtray will be dependent on your decisions during the game when pressed by Johnny. Depending on certain quests you do and certain people you interact with, you get different stuff up here, like the scorpion figure or the dream catcher or the iguana. And for example, these posters you get from heroes. If you don't do the quest heroes, you won't get these posters. Now this is pretty cool. You can see the Path to Glory apartment from your Mega Block apartment. So looking at your apartment building here from the Path of Glory ending, it's one of these windows here. So if you look at the layout here and then you go back to your apartment at the start of the game and look out the window, there you go, you can see the AV and you can see your fancy apartment. So you don't end up too far from where you started, but obviously you have come up in the world significantly. Did you ever wonder how Fingers got his name? I did. I just thought it was an extra creepy nickname for someone who was a bit handsy with their clients, but then I guess why would he name his clinic after it? Well, it seems Fingers is Fingerstat. How did I miss that? It's so damn simple. Oh man, still though. Speaking of things ending in P, there's Clippy. This guy seems to have a bit of trouble with some drones. There's some loot here, a bit of a story. Yeah. Now this is an interesting little interaction that I hadn't spotted. If you just go into this area below Fingers' clinic.
Oh, gracious creature and benign! Visiting to the element obscure! Us, who the world with bloody stain imbrued! It for a friend the king of all we owned! Our prayer to him shall for thy peace arise!
Sounds like paradise.
Blue butter? What the hell are they taking?
Blue, huh? Probably a Cyberpunk derivative. Preem rot. Veins were popping with it during the third corporate. 24 hours, you feel no pain and barely remember a thing afterwards.
Who can blame them then?
Sandra Dorset on a milk carton. It's, again, incredible attention to detail in the game. I can only imagine how insane the sequel will be. If we look at the progression from Witcher 1 to 2 and then 3, the next few games from CD Projekt Red are going to blow our minds if they keep this attention to world building and detail up. Right, this guy here, look at the colour of his clothes. But more importantly, listen to what he has to say.
Help me! He wants to erase me!
Now they're not standard dialogue lines.
My name is Legion, for there are many of us.
And speaking of interesting things about this, if you look at this guy's actual model, it's the same model they use for the assassins that try to take out you and Takamura on your flight from the junkyard. Now, if you go to the Burger Diner, the place where Ezekiel saw the wheel happens, and you just go across to the prison over the road, I don't know if this is a 1.6 or 1.5 edition or something before that, but either way, it is here now. You'll see a cop car, and a guy gets out of the cop car and runs away. The cop's chasing him down. The cop is attackable, the guy is not. But if you watch, they don't run too far, and if you watch it play out, the cop catches up with the guy. He seems to be getting his butt kicked, and then the guy turns on you, and there you go. You're doing your service in Night City. The funny thing is, he doesn't even arrest the guy. He just walks off and gets back in his patrol car and drives away. It has to refer to something. The guy's like calling for his mummy and everything. I'm really not sure. But anyway, he goes off. I followed that patrol car. He just drives around forever. And then he ends up in a loop where he just drives around in a loop. So he doesn't go anywhere. There's nothing more to that I could find. Still in the same area, I noticed that the gangers that you deal with in Ezekiel Saw the Wheel,
Scratch me. You'll die before you can pull that trigger.
they're actually hanging out over in the car park for the prison, and if you go near them, they will attack you. So they obviously were lying in wait for you because you don't have to do anything hostile to make them attack you, but there you go. You can deal with them, and yeah, a nice little touch. They've been waiting there a long time because I did that quest ages ago. Patient. They're the most patient gangers in Night City. Oh look, you can see these in a few places, but check out this kid playing with a Delamain drone outside the chapel in Pacifica.
I miss my sister.
Now there's a movie starring Jude Law and Forrest Whitaker called Repo Men. It's pretty good, at least I think so. And basically it's a future where people spend fortunes on replacement organs like livers and things like that, and if they fail to keep up payments, the repo men come to collect the organ. Now this isn't specifically referring to that movie, you know, in this case it's an Arasaka employee who's had their cyberware turned off, but it just made me think instantly of that, how corporations can be so cruel and put money out of human life. So pretty dark stuff, but yeah, maybe Arasaka Repo is going to turn up to collect the cyberware off this poor guy soon enough.
Are you buying anything? If not, leave me in peace!
Paw Patrol. Those of us who are parents are no doubt painfully familiar with this show. Cyberpunk has its own version. It's a bit more M-rated, I think.
Situations by using live ammunition.
But the likeness is uncanny, I mean.
Should not speak to them. You're likely entitled to a discount or voucher.
But Warriors was a cult film back in the 1970s, which had lots of gangs in it in the different areas of the city, and those gangs all had kind of uniforms, or at least, you know, they all dressed in certain ways. Tiger Claws, Valentinos, Animals, 6th Street, they all have their unique look, and I think Warriors was the first one I came across where each gang had a very unique look or uniform or identity.
Fucking go.
Okay, Lilu Beans. I'm calling this an Easter egg to the classic Fifth Element. The character's name is Lilu, spelled slightly differently, but pronounced exactly the same, and here's actual evidence from the movie. I'm sorry. Could this be the Wicked Witch of the West or the East, or the West and the East combined?
Oh, watch it. You'll swallow a fly.
She's lost her red slippers, by the looks of it.
My, oh my, look at her. So pretty.
Now, if that ain't the Wicked Witch, I don't know what is. This is a curious little hidden gem. The only real clue to what it might be is it might be a Sherlock, the TV series reference, because it's got a pink suitcase and a bottle of pills. I mean, it's very tenuous, but it's a hidden gem anyway, and there's some stuff you to loot nevertheless. There's another Sherlock Holmes reference. Now, this one is definitely a Sherlock Holmes reference. If you just jump over the wall here, you'll see the names here are obviously pointing to Baker Street and Arthur Conan Doyle. And if you look at this quote here, it is a famous quote from Sherlock Holmes. So this is definitely that.
My reputation, such as it is, will suffer shipwreck if I'm so candid. Omne ignotum pro magnifico.
Everything becomes commonplace by explanation.
Watson, that is a very loose translation.
Look at that bat with the barbed wire wrapped around it. It's kind of iconic looking, isn't it? A bit like Lucille from The Walking Dead. But to be honest with you, that doesn't look like Negan. That looks more like Dr. Disrespect, but... Apartment buffs. If you want to get more XP quicker, sleeping regenerates your health and you get the rested buff for 1 hour, which increases your skill gain, your XP gain, by 20%. Additionally, if you have one of the newer apartments where you can brew coffee, that will give you the energized status, which increases your maximum stamina by 25% and increases your stamina regen by 30%. Pretty good. Showering is another good thing you can do. It gives you a 1 hour buff called Refreshed, and Refreshed gives you a health regen during combat, which will regen your health up to 60% of the maximum threshold. The difference between a downed enemy and a killed enemy, and this game does push you towards not killing. So once you've downed an enemy, you'll have done one of two things. You'll have either incapacitated them or you will have outright killed them. If you're using swords, things like katanas, chances are you might have outright killed them. If a bit of their body went flying in a different direction, then chances are they're all dead and you're fine, you can move on. If not, and you're looking for some bonus XP, if you move the cursor over their head, you'll see the dot will either be blue or it'll be red. If it's red, it means they're incapacitated and they can still be finished off. So if you just give them a little shot to the head, they will be killed and you'll then get the XP. If you do an NCPD hustle and you pick up a shard, read that shard. Oftentimes, I don't know what the percentage is, but quite a few of them will lead you to further parts of the quest, either a hidden stash or, yeah, it's usually just like a hidden stash, so yeah, do that. When you enter Mikoshi, V instantly gets soul killed by Alt and, disentangled from Johnny. The damage is done. Actually, that raises a question, right? I'm going off on a tangent, stay with me, okay? So, the relic has nanobots on it. The nanobots reconfigure your brain and your nervous structure to work with the engram that it's putting onto your body, right? It does that whole transformation. And that has gone so far in your playthrough when you are deciding what to do in the end that your body has basically been made nice and cushy for Johnny, but it's essentially a toxic environment for you. Your body will fight off your engram and you'll only have 6 months to live. It'll almost see your consciousness or your person or your AI, because it's an AI that's put back onto the human body. It'll see that AI being as a cancer of sorts and it'll attack it. It'll have some kind of autoimmune response and you'll die. But Johnny can live on happily. So, my question to you, why couldn't your engram from Mikoshi be put onto a relic chip and then put back into V via a relic chip? Where the relic chip will use the nanites to reconvert the now Johnny's cushy pad of a body back to something that V can tolerate, and then you could go back on. Did Alt not think of that? Is it not possible to take an engram that's in Mikoshi and put it onto a relic chip? I say it is, because that's exactly what they did with Johnny. He says he doesn't recognize it because Alt wasn't in charge when he was there, but either way, he was living in Mikoshi as an engram, put onto a relic chip, and then slotted. Surely that is a possibility for Alt and Johnny and V to sort out. Maybe she can communicate with someone through cyberspace and get them, hey, can you go and grab a relic chip and shove it in Mikoshi? I'm just gonna, there's logistics involved there, but is that not possible? Or should I say, was that not possible before we destroyed Mikoshi? And would it not be a possible way in the sequel to return to our body? Okay, I think we can all agree that the Arasaka family are weird. A little bit anyway. And no, I'm not just talking about the fact that they have a luscious jungle with waterfalls in the middle of a skyscraper, but I think their relationship with Hanako, I think she's a linchpin, and what the f*** is that weird shit in Saburo's office? I guess this is where he has meetings and people all get hooked in? Looked like some kind of kinky thing when I first saw it. I'm sorry. But yeah, there's like deep dive ports. Just like these, and you know what? Not unlike the ones from the Animatrix. Anyway, so Hanako is very important to both Yorinobu and Saburo. This is Saburo's office. Look what you can find on his desk. A photograph of himself and his two children, Yorinobu and Hanako, and there is a pen placed over Yorinobu. So that's two things. One, it shows you the relationship between the three of them and how Hanako is the most important thing to Saburo, but also it's showing you that this is Saburo's office. Whereas if we go to Yorinobu's office, and look, just before we check out the computer here, this poor member of staff has left a complaint anonymously, they believe, but at the bottom it has their computer ID. That sucks for that employee. I'm guessing they're not an employee anymore. But yes, we'll look at the photograph here on Yorinobu's desk, and there you go. You can see Yorinobu and his sister. And his father is the one that's covered. It shows you all at once that this is Yorinobu's office, and it also shows you where his allegiances lie. They both are connected through Hanako. So Yorinobu and Hanako are close. Saburo and Hanako are close. There you go.
やり終えましょう。
ありがとう、花子。せっかくの式典だ。やり終えなければ悔いが残る。Fuck!
In your haste to get away from the Cerberus spot, you might have missed a couple of things in Somewhat Damaged, and these are some quite interesting communications between Militech staff members that have been forced to do deep dives and as a result have forgotten things and had their memory changed. It kind of ties in with the whole Sandra Dorset thing and all the kind of overarching plot of mind manipulation. Anyway, check these out. I'll show you them. And, they also reference the term deep dive here. You don't actually hear it referenced in the game anywhere else, I don't think.
Oh, V, do you still have that pendant I gave you?
The pendant that Misty makes you is a fascinating symbol of V's struggle to survive and find a cure. And in each of the endings, V does something different with it. In the newest ending, the choice has been taken away from V because in the 2 years that you were unconscious, the surgeons couldn't actually fix you and the choice was removed from you, so you've lost it. You didn't make a choice there. In the Aldecaldos ending, you've given up on the pursuit and you're just going to go and enjoy your last 6 months with your Aldecaldos family, so you throw it away. In the Arasaka ending, there's two possible. One, when you're going back down to Earth, you tear the pendant off just at the very last second aggressively because you know it's the end and you're pissed off, but you're just going to go back down to Earth. Going back into Mikoshi, you still have a bit of hope, so you put it back on. The New Dawn Fades ending, the choice is taken out of your hands again, but this time, through your body, Johnny puts it in your reliquary in the Columbarium. It's almost quite ambiguous whether or not that's hopeful or not. In the Path to Glory ending, you're still holding on to it. It's by the bedside. You haven't got rid of it. You don't necessarily put it on, but you still have it. It's nowhere to be seen in the ending where you decide to go out early. There's no questions left to be answered. So overall, as a motif, it's really well done, but it also shows you that there are a couple of endings, if that is what it stands for, that are pretty hopeful for continuation. And that's New Dawn Fades and going back into Mikoshi via Arasaka. These are ones that keep your AI alive. It's worth thinking about. Since version 2 came out, there's been a lot of new dialogue added to bits that you might have already played, depending on what order you do things in. For example, there's some dialogue here with Alt.
Or rather you. You should already have a notion. You encountered entities from the other side, not so?
Talking about Cynosure? The Blackwall algorithms? What went down in that bunker?
Indeed. In colliding with your reality, their infinite permutability would grant them their desired tangible form. Had you let them slip through, they would have become your... Fortunately, your reality's technology is too rudimentary to let open the floodgates. In limiting you, it limits them, keeps them at bay.
And there's some new dialogue with Helmond.
Flip new switches within the relic.
What? How could that be?
Is it possible someone who connected to the Blackwall and the relic could have left a back door for something malicious to sneak onto the chip?
This I do not know. The Blackwall, it is terra incognita to me. I know just that whatever lies behind it must remain there, at all costs.
They all kind of address the Blackwall AI and, you know, shine a torch on the dangers of it all.
Metro station? Hey, what the hell? Help! Thief!
Relax. I'm with security. Now please, don't leave your luggage unattended. Will be confiscated if you do.
Oh, sorry.
Kuro Fujioka. The same guy appears in 2 of the starts. I haven't seen him in the Nomad one, I haven't been able to find him, but he's definitely in the Corpo start and the Street Kid start. So the guy whose Rayfield you were trying to clep, who wants to
toss them in the sea. Cuff leg's broken so this trash doesn't float.
He actually works for Arasaka, and you can see him on the Corpo intro. He's the person that walks in behind V when she's looking in the mirror.
Is there a problem?
Same guy. That's a nice touch. Never spotted that before. Crazy. I bet you all knew about that one. These guys just tried to rip off Kerry. I'm going to show you where they are and what loot they have. That's about it. This corrupted computer can actually be kind of decrypted a little bit, or at least you can pick the words out of it. This is what it says when you filter through all the ASCII. Just a couple of little kind of, you know, hidden gems. So there's this canister out in the desert here. It's a waste canister. Someone tried to flee from Biotechnica. There's an archive conversation between Lillian Foray and Zetatech Captain 8901. It wasn't quite the successful escape from Biotechnica as they thought it. Bit of corporate espionage going on there, but yeah, things didn't go so well. That's pretty cool though. I've never spotted that before. It's been there for a while, I'd say though. Another one I've only just noticed recently, in Pacifica, just at the end of this road here. There looks to have been some kind of, I don't know, drag race, or at least game of chicken, where this person won because they obviously stayed in until the very end and unfortunately went through the windscreen. There's a couple of MCPD patrollers there as well. But yeah, if you look, it's a conversation between Tadita Smith and Nazarian Lot. Again, as always, there might be more to this, but it's just here. If you want to check it out, they were basically driving full speed to the end and the last person to jump out won. But of course, they didn't win. That person also didn't win, even though this person jumped out early. But there you go. Idiotas. Okay, there's just 3 bits of gear here, and I'm including them because they're in particularly hard to reach places, and I thought that was kind of fun that they were high up, so high-end gear. Firstly, we've got this one which you need to jump up to. It's iconic cyberware, a Drano trigger. Then we've got this one, which was actually only added in 2.1. It's an axe or a hatchet on top of the pyramid. I was up this pyramid in 2.0. It wasn't here. And then there's this one, just where this crash trauma team is. They've got a... Sometimes an airdrop will spawn. I don't know if this is a fixed one because you don't have to fight anyone, but there's a Tigan pistol in there. Okay, so next up, are any of you familiar with the sad Keanu meme from like a decade ago, where he was pictured enjoying a contemplative moment, eating a sandwich on the bench, feeding birds, or surrounded by birds, anyway, pigeons. But look, they've captured this in the Metro. It took me quite a few rides on the Metro before this one actually spawned, so I think you have to have used it a certain amount first, or maybe it's just luck. But there you go, he's got origami pigeons all around him. He's got that same pose, looking very, very thoughtful, and he's got a burger in his hand. It's not a sandwich. I think he had a chicken sandwich in the original picture that the paparazzi's got. But also, check out the thumbs on her. She's either playing the very last level in some game or very furiously texting someone. But anyway, look, Johnny is a gentleman. Check this out. Even though he's not corporeal, he gets up and he gives the seat to that lady there. And then gives us a wee smirk before getting off. Good man, Johnny. Now, although unfortunately there were no
monkey fighting snakes on this Monday to Friday plane,
we did get some monks on a train or a metro system. Check it out. There you go. I mean, they have to get around somehow, right?
You again? Oh, sorry. Never mind.
Not a lot of people romance River. He's way down on the list, I think. So you might not ever get to see... You might never get to see his dance moves. Whoever mocapped the River, high five. I mean, you know, he's a kind of cool guy, so I guess he can't be perfect, but... yeah, okay. Okay, next up we have quite an interesting one. This was added in 2.0 because the entries aren't even there for it yet, and it was spotted about 2 weeks ago, or a week ago maybe. Depends when I put this video out anyway. Yeah, and it looks like 2 Arasaka assassins are, you know, well look, you follow this blood over here. It's really weird. You kind of, when you jump up, when you use the Kuroshi scanner, things slow down, you kind of float in the air. So if we follow the blood stains over here. It was recently cleaned up, which is interesting. Not sure why it was cleaned up, or at least attempted to be cleaned up. But anyway, here's one of the guys. Data erased, so we've no idea of the identity of each of these, who is who. He's saying, just leave me. But, so I chose to do that, and I followed the blood trails the other way. And it led us to this guy with a sword. You can't pull the sword out of him. It's there for good. Subject status damaged. That's the sword. And again, his data's erased as well. So when I went back again over to this guy one more time, so I was actually going to kill him, see if any loot in him. He's already passed. Look at the way I'm floating in the air there. What's going on with that? And if we have a loot, he's got a very basic katana and an archived conversation between Masaru Sasaki and Katsuro Yoshida. I have no context on this. If we look, Katsuro was basically about to be terminated, literally. Masaru Sasaki was the one who was being sent to take him out. At least that's my reading of it here. And they had a battle to the end, brothers in life and brothers in death. I have a feeling this probably will relate to something. Somebody with a more vast knowledge might know if this is actually an Easter egg for something in particular. Let me know down below if it is. The only kind of legendary duel I could find between, two samurai was the one between Sasaki Kojiro and Miyamoto Musashi. There were two master swordsmen who had a historic duel in Japan in the 1600s. So perhaps it's that. I don't know. But either way, it's pretty cool. This poor van driver here looks to have been, at least this is my read on it, moonlighting as Night City's version of an Uber Eats driver, and it looks like they got the order wrong, and this was what happened. They got driven off the edge of the quay here. So I don't know if you've had a chat with Ronald P.T. Malone yet, but you can ask him to keep you apprised of any goings on, and he actually does send you text messages of any rumours and things that he thinks might be afoot. So make sure you pick that option, because who knows what's going to filter through from him over the next while. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. I don't know if this is something console gamers get, but sometimes we have a problem syncing our save games with GOG, and we get this message here with a little bit of maths. And obviously, this game wasn't released 54 years ago. It could be a coincidence, but we take this year's date, we add 54 years to it, and we get 2077. Since 2.1, the gangs hate me. I can't drive anywhere without getting attacked. It's ridiculous. I need my newer characters to be a little bit more cautious with who they butcher. When you successfully defeat those that are trying to gun you down, you'll see they have kill orders, and they're very interesting to read and see what people feel about you. Maybe Gunnar was right about me. So this guy at the start that you talk to, you'll meet him later on your Corpo playthrough. The same way that you meet Kurt on your Street Kid playthrough. There isn't really an equivalent on the Nomad path. You get a jacket from Kirk's quest. From this one, you get a handgun. Well, you don't get a handgun. You only get a handgun if things go tits up, because you loot it from him, and it's apparition. If you have a proper chat with him back in the Arasaka Corpo Rat starting quest, you'll actually be able to successfully help him out here and talk him around. You don't get the gun, but you get the best outcome for him. It's kind of interesting, I thought. Oh, check out these bumper cars here. It's just another one of El Cap's gigs for vehicle delivery, but this one kind of reminded me of Herbie a bit, seeing this poor little Mai treated like that. Anyway, I saved it. This Apollo isn't the fastest bike, but it is very agile. I quite like it. Chiaroscuro. Now, I only know this one because I wasted my one shot at college by going to art school. Anyway, so chiaroscuro was a technique that Caravaggio used. I love Caravaggio's work. It gave his pictures such depth and such presence, I thought. You can order a mini car for your loved one now. This is nice since 2.1. Pretty cool, I think.
Hey, Panam?
So you're V. Where's my car?
And of course, don't forget Johnny Silverman's Porsche. We have Johnny Silverhand's Porsche. We can now get Johnny Silverman's Porsche. It's a little bit slower than the 911 because obviously it's a cabriolet and cabriolets have to have more reinforcing, which makes them heavier and by definition usually slower. But it's nice looking. It's pretty cool, actually pretty funky. Got a lot of samurai stuff on it. And yeah, how you get it is lots of fun too. Moor will let you know that it's there. You'll buy it, but it won't appear in your list. And you're like, what the heck? And you'll only be able to find it if you then go into your text messages and see you've got one from El Cap and you tell him the situation, he tells you have to go and get it. And it's really cool because you get to see this guy cosplaying as Johnny Silverhand, Johnny Silverman. He's now into us cracks. Probably a tricycle. I don't tricycle. Now, as we all know, in 2.1, we can have our romantic partners around to the apartments to hang out. And they've got loads of little really nice touches cropping up. For example, this one, Panam, probably Judy does the same. I don't know, I haven't checked with Judy yet, but Panam leaves you some food. It's pretty cool. This one is of special interest to me because it's a debate I had with my spouse for years before I finally convinced them to do it my way. Which way round do you do it? But I'm firmly on the side of whoever left this note and the original patent. It just makes more sense. The other way, you're scraping your knuckles against the wall. It just doesn't make sense to me. For any of you who can remember back to my 37 Things video, when I talked about doing all the smaller jobs in the area before doing the big jobs in the area. Big jobs. Sorry. If you deal with Jotaro, you then get extra dialogue with Woodman later, that kind of thing. Well, Phantom Liberty is much the same. In fact, if anything, is even more interconnected. Take Talent Academy, for example. That's a horrible quest, actually. It deals with a kind of really tough topic of kids being exploited. But a couple of things. One, in the back, if you go through this way here, there's a little secret area, which you could easily miss, where somebody has been trying to smuggle out one of the robots and obviously left it too long and didn't manage it, so it's kind of there for good. But the gig itself, you have an option to take out the main kind of boss, and it's not until afterwards you find out the kind of consequences of both what they were doing and your actions. Okay, so take rescuing the boy, for example. You can see him later on in the black market with his dad here, and his dad is pretty pissed off. The boy seems pretty down in the dumps as well, but the dad's pretty pissed off at the situation because his son was the meal ticket and they're kind of stuck.
Tommy had such a promising career ahead of him. But now he has to hang up his cleats, along with the rest of our stock.
Listen, I met Fiona. The further you stay away from her, the better. Especially your son.
You fucking moron! Fiona was our only shot getting out of Dogtown. Now that door's closed on us for good.
But there's a couple of other kind of the cyber junkies as they're listed in the area as well. Like you've got Julia here. She was chewed up and spit out by the whole industry. And you got this one as well here, and this one kind of really...
No, it's important. Mr. Cyborg is sick and was lying in the bathroom.
I find this one particularly upsetting. It deals with, the guy's mind is not right. And as a result of being, a childhood prodigy that's been pushed through this Fame Academy and, left to find solace in the arms of Fant. And yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Fant is connected with the waste of space that runs Fame Academy as well. So it's very interesting. It's worthwhile reading all these things and getting really stuck in because the writers have put so much work into this. Now, my chooms, what do you think? Is this a Dying Light reference? There are beds in Dying Light which will break your fall, along with vehicles apparently. I haven't actually played Dying Light 2, and I haven't played that much of Dying Light 1, so I'm not sure, but there are even mattresses with blue X's on them, and yeah, they basically break your fall damage. Do you think this is a little tribute to that? Look at the blue arrows here that lead you to the mattress that's on a mound of garbage with blue bags. Now, I haven't got footage from the game myself because I haven't played it, so if you know, let me know if it's correct or not down below. I'm curious. Now, Choomletters, is this NPC give me the stinkiest of side eyes because she thinks I'm creeping on her, or because she knows she's been rumbled pretending to read back of the Samurai album? Check it. She won't stop looking at me. In 2.1, possibly because we complained he was too easy now, Smasher and a couple of other bosses got buffed, but Smasher got the most awesome buff ever. Not only has he got Sandevistan now, feck, he also has the same visual effects from Edgerunners, so he blitzes around the place like this. Look, check out some of the footage, it's awesome. As we know, they've opened the previously closed off highway that spans Westbrook, Santo Domingo and Haywood, and Pawel teased that he's left some treats for us up there as well, so that was one of the first places I wanted to go when I had some of my new bikes and cars, and despite getting attacked a lot because I've obviously pissed off a lot of gangs in my playthrough, I got to see a fantastic world event. Found it hasn't happened. Check this out. We've got a battle going on between Trauma Team, who are trying to evac someone, and a bunch of gangers. As far as I can tell from reading the shards and the whole situation, this seems like a bit of a Johnny Mnemonic kind of reference, or at least just an RCS courier service situation, but the dynamics are the same. He wants to get the information out of his head and there, basically. Yeah, it just really does seem like a Johnny Mnemonic thing. If I'm wrong, let me know down below, but that's my take on the whole sitch. So this is the guy we were trying to save, or Trauma Team were trying to save. It looks like Trauma Team did their work and we saved the day. Nice, he's alright now. A few days later, Trauma Team actually contact you, and depending on if you apply to Trauma Team or not, they'll mention that there. That's pretty cool. Just a quickie, you can find Katya from Spy in the Jungle just here. In Dogtown. Interestingly enough, in their communiques, her name is spelled different. There's two ways they seem to spell it for some reason. That could be like a language thing. Have you ever noticed that all the buses have Next Stop Pacifica on them? Even the one Johnny's getting onto and New Dawn Fades, and that's up at the Columbarium. It's like they're always going to Pacifica, and I never see buses in Pacifica. Weird. Ha, I like this one. A tech manual for how to turn on a mech. Check it out.
Have you tried turning it off and on again? Oh, okay, well, the button on the side, is it glowing? Yeah, you need to turn it on.
Just another quick hidden gem here. There's this hole in the wall where some people were planning on tunneling their way out of Dogtown. Let's see how it ended up for them.
My testimony's worth
We shall soon know. Come.
Wow, Trauma Team really are having it rough lately. Check out another one of their downed AVs. This one's in Pacifica. If you call this number here, it's the release date in American format of Cyberpunk 2077, you will get a text subscription to Pixel Fortress, which sends you reviews of different games in the Cyberpunk world.
The hell is this?
So yeah, but you get a subscription to Pixel Fortress, and yeah, you can get these delivered to you on a weekly basis and reviews of different games. Pretty cool. Get to the chopper! So Easy Beef looks disgusting. It's worms with faces. Alright, it's not actually worms with faces, but still, look at the picture. And now check out Gach from Star Trek. Live worms. For those of you not into Star Trek, Gach is a Klingon delicacy, always best served alive. Ugh. If you don't know what a Klingon is, get out. So it appears that Judy was into D&D, or is into D&D, I don't know. She has a tattoo that could be Cthulhu, but it's probably just a mind flare. Check it out. Oh, it's like a baby mind flare. But the baby mind flare is a tadpole, right? So it's not a baby mind flare. It's just a mind flare head.
Looking for 1237.
This room at the very start on the quest to rescue, this is actually nods to the room in The Shining where they find a lady in the bath. If you've seen the movie, you'll know what I'm talking about, and if you played the game, you'll know what I'm talking about. Same number, just with a 1 added at the start. And the columbarium has a few other names worth checking out. So you've got a memorial to Jackie Wells there. It says, "Good night, sweet prince." Now, this one goes back, well, I guess it probably, Shakespeare would be the first time, it's Hamlet, but it's used for so many things. One of the things that sticks in my mind is when Wesley Snipes says it in Demolition Man. It might have also been in RoboCop when they're taking out Murphy at the very start. But either way, it's used a lot. It's used online as well.
Good night, sweet prince.
Okay, now this is interesting as well because this is the memorial to Johnny and Alt. So you have Alt Cunningham and Robert John Linder. That is Johnny Silverhand's real name. It wasn't until I stumbled upon this lovely Rayfield display in the spaceport that I actually realized, because they have the AV version there as well, and you can see the name of that all Rayfield vehicles are named after legendary or mythical swords. So you've got Caliburn, which is an old word for Excalibur, or some believe the actual name of the sword that was pulled from the stone. You've got Arundite, which was Lancelot's legendary sword handed to him from the Lady in the Lake. And then, of course, you've got Excalibur, which is King Arthur's sword. And that's the airborne one, which I wasn't aware of. So they're all named after Arthurian swords. Awesome. In 2.0, everything was reworked from the perk side. So some of the ones in my previous videos aren't there anymore. So just to go over some of my favorites now, or at least some that stand out to me. You've got this one here, which is Akira. And you've got this one, which is clearly Tetris. And you got this one, I'm glad that's still there. That's Doc Brown with his jumper cables ready to send the DeLorean back to the future. Oh, and here's Shodan. I'm glad that one didn't get axed. I like that perk. And then finally we've got this one, which looks like the skull and spine of a Terminator. How about I share some of my favorites from photo mode? The first one we've got is this one. It's the Joker. And we've got You're Breathtaking. This is the one from Keanu Reeves' famous moment on stage. This is Titanic. This is Paint Me Like One of Your French Girls. Then we've got another Sherlock Holmes reference. Cogito ergo sum. We've got Usain Bolt's lightning bolt here. We've got a Batman pose. We've got a tribute to Queen here, Freddie Mercury's famous stance. We've also got a James Bond reference. We've got I Know Kung Fu. That's The Matrix. And this also is The Matrix. Well, I think I showed you this one earlier. There's a South Park one. And yet another Pulp Fiction one. Be cool. This is a robbery. And we've got another Star Wars Easter egg here. V-shot first. Supposed to be a Han Solo style pose. And then roundhouse shot to the face. I don't know if this really is a Chuck Norris Easter egg, but it's still an awesome pose. There's an Always Sunny in Philadelphia reference here. Now, apparently at the start of this gig, the 3 homeless people that you meet bear a resemblance to the Trailer Park Boys. Now, back to the Always Sunny in Philadelphia reference. See some of the aliases here, Golden God 215, Hugh Money, and Six Star Man. They will sound a little familiar if you are a fan of Always Sunny in Philadelphia. There's about 4, I think, The Wire Easter eggs in Cyberpunk. For example, there's an email from Muammar El Capitan Reyes to Mike Sobotka, and apparently that is the guy that headed up the stevedores in Season 2. And there's also a conversation about him if you can sneak quietly into the job, ways to skin a cat, and you can actually overhear them talking. There's a couple of other ones as well. In Phantom Liberty, you hear Reed talking about one of his fellow agents who got shot in the back of the head buying a packet of smokes, and one has been in the game for a long time, and it actually is part of the hunt. When you're scanning the toys and stuff in this room, you check out this one here. This toy gun is signed Detective J. McNulty, and that is referring to Jimmy McNulty from The Wire. During lightning breaks, there's 2 micro references. The first one is when Johnny says,
"And now, Pan Am, here's Johnny, out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere. Great work, V."
That's a nod to The Shining, or more originally, Johnny Carson. See? And also, when you say about turning it up to 11, that's a little nod to Spinal Tap.
Go. Crank it up to 11. Got it.
Or at least Spinal Tap is where the term turning something up to 11 came from. and cranking it up to 11 was something I really tried to do with this video. I hope you enjoyed it. That's it. We're done. We're out. No more to see. If you've enjoyed it and you've watched the whole thing, I hope you've dropped me a like. A little YouTube secret, when I say like, look down. It makes the like button get a little rainbow around it. Listen, thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this, and I'll see you in my next video. Yeah, I'm out.